Tēnā koutou katoa. Ka pai te rangi a tāhua nei. Take timu te waka. Ngai tahu te iwi. Te wai paunamu te motu. O tō tahi te whenua. Ngā puna wai te whariha kinekina. Piki mai kake mai haere mai. Haere mai ki te kaiaka tauwhanga o te rimata kau. Ngā rangatahi, ngā kura tuarua o ngā motu o Aotearoa, e ngā whānau, e ngā menitia, ngā kaiwhakāko, ngā kaiako, e ngā ā-piha. Tēnā koutou, ki ora koutou katoa. Good morning and welcome to a beautiful sunny day here in Ototahi, Christchurch. We're out at the Puna Wai Sports Complex. And it is as I said in Māori there, te rimata kau. This is our 50th anniversary of the New Zealand Secondary School Track and Field events. My name is Pāora Meads, and sitting co-hosting this morning is our rangatira of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Committee, Tony Rogers, and he was Olympian number 4, Iwa Ono, number 496. And we'd just like to mention that it is the 50th. We had to delay it by a year because of that wonderful COVID stuff. And in 1973, the very first track and field meeting, both Tony and I were athletes at that meeting. So as you can guess, we were still only in our 30s. And yeah, so it's going to be a great day here today with the sun. I'm just going to pass on to Tony, because we'll be here over the next 2 days, Rā Horoi and Rā Tapu. So yeah, good morning, Tony.
Kia ora, Paul, and thank you for the welcome, and welcoming everyone to the, as Paul said, this beautiful stadium at Ngā Puna Wai for the 50th anniversary championships. It's a long time ago, it seems, since we were at QE2. The stadium that was built for the Commonwealth Games in 1974, which sadly was damaged badly in the earthquake. So this is the new facility here at the beautiful Ngā Puna Wai. It's going to be a growing sports complex for the Christchurch city over the future years. Already they have a hockey turf in behind us here and a rugby league field. So it's looking great. We've got a busy schedule today. We had some finals yesterday, and we'll recap on a few of those results, but mostly qualifying in the afternoon session yesterday, which was the first day. But coming up soon, we have on the track first, the sprint hurdles. The senior boys, 110 hurdles will go first, and in the field this morning we've got a number of field events, and they'll all be finals, starting off with the boys shot put, the long jump, and then the discus for juniors and high jump for seniors and girls. So and we'll have one of our expert co-commentators is New Zealand's #1 women's high jumper at the moment, Keely O'Hagan, will join us later in the morning. So Paul, we've got some action to get underway, and in front of us we've got the boys in the senior boys shot put. This is an event that New Zealand has got such a great record in at the moment, with 2 of our top men in the top 8 in the world, and previous champions here at this event, and Tom Walsh and Jacko Gill have come through this special event. But in the blocks is the first of our races today, the senior boys qualifying for 100 metres.
And just to explain, Tony, you can see them at the start now. The advantage of being at Ngā Puna Wai, they can have the finish of the sprints in the back straight or the home straight, and because of the wind yesterday, they've got them in the back straight. Here they go, they're away. Clear the first hurdles. Striped shirt there of McLean's. Ooh, clear hurdling. So these are heats, so they'll be qualifying. They're looking to qualify through. And there's a qualifying process for that. For those of you who don't know, and it goes on your placing in your heats. And now we're focusing on what Tony was just mentioning. We're doing really well on the shot put deal. And keep an eye out for a young man. His name is Blessing Setefano. He is competing for Kelson Boys, and I know that he had a ACL surgery back in July, and to recover that, to get here is a great effort. He should, hopefully the ACL hangs together, because it is his throwing arm, his putting arm, should I say. And yeah, keep an eye out for Blessing Setefano, because this young man, he made our classics team last year, and he can put that shot put out at a young age, this 5 kg shot put around about between 17 and 19 metre mark, so we'll see how it goes.
And just to bring you some results as we go, so yeah, it was a little bit difficult from our commentary position and the cameras to pick up some of those boys in the first heat of the 110 senior boys hurdles, but the result there goes with probably one of the favourites for the event, James Hanson out of Melbourne Boys College. He took out that heat ahead of Noah Retford, also a strong contender from Botany Downs up in Auckland, and Daniel Mullins was third there in Maclean's. The qualifying in these heats is with several heats will be the first 3 plus the 2 fastest losers.
That's it.
And we should say the first 3 plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers.
Yes, that's correct. And like Tony said, 2 heats, so the second one will get underway shortly. The guys are in the blocks or warming up, straightening up. And after that heat, of course, then we'll know who the finalists are. That'll be run later on. And now we're focusing in on the jump down here right in front of the main stand. And again, for those who are not sure, anybody standing up holding the red flag, that means it's a no jump recorded. Otherwise, he's encroached on the jumping area in terms of the board.
As you can see, it's a bright sunny day, and there we've got two runways operating for the senior boys long jump, I think. And we're getting set for the second. So on your screen now is those results we called through before, which was James Hanson from Melbourne Boys College taking that out in 14.46. Noah Retford, 14.62. And Peachy looks like he was third there in 15.179. So looking to see how those athletes progress. If you can get your live results actually live on the internet at live.athletic.net/meets 29003, and you'll be able to pick up the live results almost as quick as we see them as well. Probably there's a competitor.
Do the spin. It's the balance.
That was, I think, Oscar Stevenson, probably from Darfield, by the look of it.
And in the little acknowledgement here to all the officials and the helpers here have been absolutely great. And they, you'll see all the people out there as the camera scans around, the people wearing like a dark grey with a green trim. All officials, and some of them have come from all over New Zealand to help out with this event, because it is a large athletic meeting in terms of numbers and number of events. And
looks like they've had a false start, I think, in the second heat of the senior boys. 110 hurdles, and one of the favourites to go here I think will be Ryan Mallon from St Patrick's College in Wellington. He won a couple of medals at the National Under-18 Championships earlier this year, so well skilled in his hurdling by Lee Lidstone, who's coached many hurdlers out of the St Pat's College Kilburnie site in Wellington, including in their day before they stuck to rugby was the Proctor boys from.
Oh yes.
So Lee does a great job with hurdles coaching, and we acknowledge him here with his athlete Ryan Mallon ready to go, probably one of the favourites for this event. Also in this event from Cambridge High is Wirramu Knowles, and it's just in a way.
Oh, there's a clear lead out there, strong lead. That's a sorry, we're fumbling with that.
It's Joseph Dunbar, looks from King's College.
Yes.
Took that one out in the second heat there, so It was a strong display of hurdling by Dunn from King's College. So we'll bring you that results shortly.
Yes, for those of you who are listening or watching at home and listening to us all the way through here, for us, we are watching on the actual live streaming on a, shall we say, a laptop screen. We can see we're at the top of a bank overlooking the stadium, but picking up the race numbers from a distance and the school colours, because everybody's running their own school colours here today. And we'll see the hurdles go through there on the back straight. Now, as you go through, we file through the program and have a look at the competitor numbers, and you'll see this one here coming through now, the shot put circle, for instance, number 16. Another one going into that low crouch. Something similar to the O'Brien method from hello, that's a red flag, so that's not good for him.
And there's a jump there. We also got showing the para long jump, so that's one of our para athletes there competing in the long jump. We have the way the para athletes champions are determined is that they have a percentage score after their event is completed against the world mark for their age grouping, and that athlete across the different divisions of para athletics who has the highest percentage score ends up with that happening. So getting awarded the medal. So there's some calculating goes on after the para events.
Yes, a percentage, and it's a universal scoring system, and quite often our para athletes, last year for instance, we don't have an international assessor for those people going to compete outside of New Zealand, and so the parents pay for get their athletes. I think they went to Australia last year, and that's not a cheap thing to do. They go over there and get assessed, and so they can compete. We had several of our athletes compete at the Australian Age Group Championships track and field earlier in the year, and they did very, very well. So Tony, the expectation this morning, we've got all these field events on, we've got the hurdles. How do you think that wind today is going to affect the performances out there?
I think as the wind gets up, Paul, it's definitely going to be very difficult for any of the races that are of circular in nature around the track. It'll be tricky for some of the field events and some of the jumping particularly as well. We just saw a flash result there and it's Blessing Cepho leading for the senior boys shot put, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll bring some flash results up from time to time as they progress through the field. It's early days in the senior boys shot put. A large number of competitors, so that will take some time to get down to everyone has three throws to start with, and then the top 8 will have a further opportunity to improve and sort out the medals with another 3 throws. So that's where we're at with the senior boys shot put.
And also that, Tony, initiated when they go to the top 8, it goes in reverse throwing order, so you can figure out who's winning because they'll throw last in that round. So the 8th place person goes first, then 7th, so on into the leader, and that lead can change obviously those last 3 throws. So the throwing order will stay as it is at the end of the first 3 rounds.
Looks like could well be David Mora from Tauranga Boys College up in the shot put now. Now looks like we've got Felix Bowden, a local boy here from Christchurch College, about to throw in the senior shot. Just checking, so that was a red flag, so it's unfortunately a foul for Felix. Another southern boy in the circle now, that's Ryan Anoka from Mount Aspiring College.
successful put, so they'll measure that one and record it down. And gone are the days when we had a tape measure, Tony, back in our day. It was a type of tape measure, and if it was thought it was a record, you had to get an official over, and they had what was called a steel tape, and they had to sign off that it was a record. And of course, back in those days too, we had imperial measurements. We didn't have the 3, 4, 5 kg shot puts. I think they were something like 6 pound and 3 pound shot puts and all these things before we went to kilograms. So that was a bit of a juggle.
So Noka's mark there was 9.76, and next, we're just waiting for that to pop up. Must see the number as he stood in there, but it looks like it's Josh Finley, the local from Christchurch boys. So as we'd know, Christchurch being the home for Tom Walsh, or nowadays he was obviously a Timaru boy. I'm sure that we've got a lot of budding young shot putters in this competition today. And we hope to see Tom here later on today, and maybe even present some of the medals for these champions. So
that'll be great. You know, particularly the young athletes get to actually meet, you know, a standout Olympian. It's a big honour these days. We've got Olympians for sure, but from track and field, there are not that many, particularly the medalists. But you know, Tom Walsh is local, and he's usually pretty good with coming to events and presenting. He's used to that over the summer here in New Zealand.
Correct, and that's another no throw there, a sort of foul in the shot. It looks like we've moved to the next round of track events, which is now the boys, junior boys, that is, 100-metre hurdles. So senior boys were doing 110, and the hurdle spacing is just a little bit different for the older lads.
Yeah, and also now the new regulations, isn't it? We've had the debate for years about the hurdle height and the number of flights, etc. So the height is adjustable on the hurdles, and the junior boys go over a different height. And you'll see a little bit of difference in the speed and the technique from. I mean, the coaches will tell you about hurdling and the number of strides between the hurdles and appropriate for the age and size, and hence the 110 for the senior boys and 100 for the juniors.
Yeah, so we reflect the winner of that second heat of the senior boys was Joseph Dunn, as we said, from King's College in Auckland. He ran a 14.49. Finley Neal, St Bede's, was second. Wiremu Knowles from Cambridge High third, and Ryan Mallon from St Patrick's was in fourth. So got that on the screen now.
Yes, so it's the Taiapa Raumita 100-metre hurdles. Here we go, look at that. Oh, another one straight out to the front. He hit them by the second flight. That's a good one. He is.
A very strong performance there from our first heat of the junior boys.
Very convincing.
I'm thinking that could well have been Rianko Haggard from Howard College, only in about lane 3, I think, but we'll get a result in a few moments.
Yeah, interesting.
In Heat 2 of the junior boys
hurdling is a specialist thing, event, and like most track and field, particularly the field events. And there tend to be hurdlers coming through. You heard Tony mention earlier about coaches in certain places. I know out at Albert Pakuranga now, there's Johan Furi, and he's got athletes from different schools and colleges, and they're down here. And his speciality now is hurdle. So I'm expecting to see a lot of the eastern school zones come through with some hurdles over the years, and I think that's already, we're starting to see that happen. I'm not sure who's actually all of the kids in his squads, but they do very well. They did well at the North Islands secondary schools earlier in the year, and we'll see a few of those come through. So the schools I'm talking about in that eastern zone Can be McLean's, Howick, Pakuranga, Botany Downs, and the new ones out at Ormiston, and then the junior high school out there. And so hopefully we can see them come through, because it is a different discipline, and it's great to see that the numbers coming through, that we've actually got numbers in heats. Because for a number of years there, way back, 15, 16 years ago, we were basically having finals, straight finals for some of the hurdle races, Tony. So it's great to see the youngsters getting that technique right, and that young boy there, that was just speed and technique, and that's great to see.
Just seen another of our para athletes there in the long jump, and yes, going back to that result, it was Hogarth of Howick College, and in second place there in the qualifying was a young lad from Hutt International Boys, Asher Robinson, and he had success yesterday in the junior boys long jump. So some good competition going here. I think, Paul, I said we had about 20 odd finals determined yesterday, of which all but one school which managed to take 2 titles, including the para results. So we had a spread of schools from across the country taking out the medals on the first day with the champions. So it's fantastic to see that what our visionary people that set up this event 50 years ago wanted to achieve was having an event that was a national championship which anybody in New Zealand could come and compete at. So I think yesterday was a little testimony to that there were so many different schools took out the honours, and I think it was only St Kentigern's College that managed to get a winner in 2 different events. So great diversity of schools at this championship.
Yes, I noticed, Tony, and that you're right, we could call them our founding fathers, and we had a little dinner last night acknowledging those people on that committee that set up, and they started way back in 1972 when their first meetings and came through, and that was part of their vision, was that any athlete in any school, rural or whatever, could come. And I know that the school I was at the time, high school, wasn't huge in track and field, but it gave us the opportunity to come as an individual athlete, as they still do. And you heard mentioned before about Mount Aspiring College. We have people come from Makura Kaupapas, and also, you know, we've got athletes here this year from Fiji and Rarotonga, so we'll see some of them later today, which is great.
So just on your screen now is the update. They're into the second round of the senior boys shot put, and it's Blessing Cepho leading there at this stage. So get some of those updates as we go through. Only a few athletes have done their second throw, as you can see.
Yeah, this is the young boy I was mentioning. You know, he's to recover this quick from an ACL. Anybody's had an ACL and it's right shoulder when he's shot put. There's a lot of load there. He's a nice young fella, and yeah, he's got a bit of height and a bit of size to him, as a lot of shot putters do. A very humble young man, and I'm hoping he does well at these championships, straight out of, you know, coming in to basically his first competition after rehabbing his shoulder. So well done to him and his coaches, coach and managers. So well done, Kat Saifiti, because she's got him down here again. Traipses these a lot of the kids all around the place from the Auckland region. So 3 or 4 athletes down here, and managing them and assistant coaching. Yep, she's great with them. So good on them.
So that's in the senior boys Pana Mata, which is the shot put.
Right.
And they're ready for the second heat of the junior boys 100 on the far side of the stadium. Running on the far side today to help the athletes with the tailwind rather than into headwinds.
The top 2 from each heat are going to qualify, and then the 2 fastest times.
Up in the outside lane there, possibly Peachy, is it? Oh, no. Could have been a Nelson College boy there, actually. We'll see what the result comes up through.
Yeah, athlete number 300. Wasn't quite as clear cut as the last one, but it'll go down on times and placing. So the first 3, and then the next.
Just a reminder today there should be no rugby, soccer, any other balls in the
could well have
arena.
been Hemi Peachy out of Hamilton Boys High. I think that took that result, but we'll have it come through shortly. And yes, there is 3 heats in the juniors, Paul, so that means it's a little bit tougher for them to qualify. It's the first 2 that will go through automatically, and then the next 2 fastest to make the final of 8
That's it.
tomorrow. So they'll be hoping for slightly better conditions tomorrow. The wind's sort of across the stadium, and it's going to get hot according to the weather forecast in the high 20s later today, which is going to be a typical Christchurch afternoon, I think.
Yes, well, that's great. We'll take what we get. That's what happens with over the weekend. Yes, 3 heats. So that's like I was saying earlier. The numbers and the hurdles are looking promising for junior athletes, and that's a good sign. A growth area there, and also that you'll see later on today when they get into the hammer throwing. That was another event which we've managed to change over the years with the mass that they throw. The 3 and 4. And it came about because some of the juniors had to compete against seniors and throw the same number. And their infinite wisdom, New Zealand secondary schools as well as Athletics New Zealand changed so that they could. So the athletes are, competing with an implement size that suits their age and ability.
So that was Amani Lamalu from Christ College, another local Christchurch shot putter. In the senior boys shot just now. So the standings as they are at the moment, the top lads, Blessing Cefo's got the put out to 17.90 metres. The 5 kg put is what these lads are using, or shot. Yes. Second is James Moore, who's, he's a good metre and a half plus behind. So you're right, Paul, with young Blessing. He seems to have a bit of a hold on this competition so early already with the big lead. And then Reed Davidson from Rangitoto College is in third at 15.31. And
then we've got Manaya Christensen from Rotorua Boys, and Tony, that's a college you had a lot to do with for a while. Lea Rangitoto, so Reed Davidson there doing well at 15 metres.
Yes,
15.31.
I'm wondering if he's been coached by someone there in the North Shore, maybe Didier Poppe, who's coached a lot of our young athletes and over the years, including supporting Dame Val herself.
Yes, that was a while ago.
It looks like this could be a Dilworth lad. Is that the colours of Dilworth, Paul? You're
okay.
Siosua Vai.
Yes, that's it. Yes, He.
Previously in the senior boys shot, we had Alex Hewitt who threw 12.96. So it's getting up close to being in the top 4 or 5 for Alex Hewitt out of St Patrick's College in Silverstream. A very familiar sports name in Hewitt.
Yes.
So from the rugby origin. So we'll see how Alex goes, and his sister's one of our up-and-coming young throwers as well, but she's finished off at school.
Yes, and sorry, there we go with that.
Third heat now.
And that is reasonably close. Now the 4th flight, that's the telling point. There's the one.
That could well be.
Well, those first 2 are going to go through, so that's a good effort.
45. So that's Gabriel Dos Santos from Middleton Grange School. That's here in Christchurch, so not far down the road. So well done for that young lad coming through there in the junior qualifiers for the 100-metre hurdles.
Local boy.
And unofficial results from that 3rd and final heat in the 100 metres junior boys hurdles. Gabriel Dos Santos from Middleton Grange won it in 14.77. Second place was Theodore Henderson from Auckland Grammar School, 15.18. And Benaya Sue from Western Springs College was third.
There's a progress update for the senior boys long jump. This is the lead there is Walker with a leap of 6.60 ahead of Ryan Mallon from St Pat's. We just saw him go in the hurdles, 6.48. We spoke about the titles he won in long and triple at New Zealand Championships. That's the National Club Championships. And Williamson is in 3rd at the moment. It's the early days, but looks like to qualify in the top 8, you're going to be needing to get a mark somewhere close to 6.50 for those senior boys long jumpers. And they've probably got a bit of a headwind because I didn't see those wind markings, but with the way in which we're looking at the way the hurdles are running. So
An update on the senior boys long jump.
They may have a slight tailwind, but it'll be sheltered the
It's
inside.
sheltered in front of the small grandstand there, isn't it?
And the bank, yeah. So I'm just trying to pick up the wind reading from here. There's not a lot of movement down there with those telltale flags. So, but the wind readings will come out later on with next to the results. Anything over 2 meters per second tailwind is can't be ratified for a record. The jump will still measurement will still stand, but you're allowed up to 2 meters per second behind you. And also, when there's, if the camera scan down there, you'll see a countdown on the clock.
And in the circle here now, we've got Xavier Sola from Rongotai College in Wellington. The name Sola is very strong in the throwing circles with the Solar Power Throwing Academy, led by Xavier's uncle, Shaka. This is a foul there, unfortunately, for Xavier. So, but he's sitting in the top 8, I think, at the moment when I saw the list before. So he'll be looking to improve on that.
Yes, Tony, you have your Capital Classic meeting in early in the year, January, February, and the next day Shaka runs a throw meet out in the Hutt Valley at that little ground there, and the Hewitts are there, his relations are there, and it's a great little meeting for the throwers. We've had a lot of our New Zealand secondary school champions go to that meeting, and they enjoy it because it's a throws only meeting, and there's a lot of those athletes coming through.
And I found it interesting, Paul, that we got another race getting ready shortly, but that there's the 2 young lads that took first and second in the javelin throw yesterday from Upper Hutt, and I know that one of them is involved with the Solar Power Throwing Academy, and they're just getting a new all-weather javelin runway at that facility, which is just for throws there in Lower Hutt. So Shaka's done a great job with getting the community behind him. He's got full facilities there now for all 4 throwing disciplines, so it's great to see the throws coming out of the Wellington region, care of the Solar Power Academy primarily. And we've now got the senior girls 100 on the marks for the hurdles. Looks like Ella Warburton from Geraldine on the inside, could be an early clear leader.
Oh no, she said her. Oh, commentator's curse. Oh, second and last flight. She'll be disappointed with that.
Looks like it could have been Jodie McCarthy Dempsey from Darfield High that ended up taking the honours there.
We had lane 2, Holly Gray from Avonside Girls High School. Lane 3, Georgie Rose Boy from St. Peter's School. Lane 4, Amanda Irving from Christchurch High School. Lane 5, Jade Wilson from Otago Girls School. Lane 6, Zara Rattray from Hamilton Girls High School. And lane 7, Ariana Tate from Cashmere High School.
Josh Reese from Timaru Boys High School. Circle. Very distinctive green hat on there. And his score will come up on the scoreboard, which the assistant there in the red shirt, you can see the last throw was 978. They spin that round so that the coaches and people on the sidelines can, around the bankment can actually see what the competitors put out there. So well done to Josh.
Of course, everyone that's in the ground on their phones has the ability to go to the live app, which is athleticlive.net, when you can pick up those throws almost as they happen with the scoring these days with the electronics in the field. A long way different from the days of our first event 50 years ago, where everything was written on paper, and it took a while before we saw any official results come forward. But,
yes.
And of course, these are provisional results always, what you see on the screen, and until they have become official 30 minutes after they've been posted as a final result.
Yes, the field events used to write everything down, and a lot of centres now had that automatic recording. But yes, I used to write it down, collate them, double check them. You had basically runners, helpers, taking the piece of paper from the field event to a central HQ where people went through it with a fine-tooth comb again and looked at all the results to confirm them. So yes, the manual work certainly been eased, shall we say. And like I was saying before, I was just looking now with people out there with tape measures measuring certain throws, but now they've got the electronic devices. They just put them down. The guy holds the other thing out. You can see him there, the back of the official right there, and he plugs it in the ground where the shot put landed. It goes back through the centre of the circle, and it does an electronic reading. And you can see the guy on the scoreboard now. What they call out, he puts up on the board. So you can see it going 9 metres. What is that, 51? So this is, yeah. Oh, sorry, we're getting ready for the hurdles now. We've got the girls going.
This will be heat of the senior girls, aren't we? So.
We're underway with heat 2.
Lane 1, inside lane, looks like she's got a clear lead there. Easy technique.
It's Holly Gray from Avonside. I think she'll go strong hurdlers. Well, on the outside lane, it could have been.
Yes.
Ariana Tate was from Cashmere High, doing well. So some good hurdlers out of the Christchurch high schools.
Yes.
So we'll wait to get that result. So we apologise for the fact that our cameras have been set up for the sprints a little bit further away, but the decision was made to swap to the back straight to support the athletes not running into headwinds. And underway down here, the closest to us, Paul, in our commentary position, we've got the senior girls high jump, and that's when we'll be calling upon our expert commentator to give us some insights into high jump shortly. And Keely O'Hagan, formerly out of Wellington, but now based here in Christchurch. Commonwealth Games high jump rep, who finished 6th in Birmingham.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. So yes, so we'll be able to tell us all about the flight and the takeoff and the landing. And we won't ask her why you go into an event that usually ends in failure.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Anyway, it's in the very early stages of the senior girls high jump at the moment. The bar's at 155 when we do get to focus on that shortly, and it's like the cameras have just gone there now.
145?
Yeah.
So you'll notice that athletes stepping out, they'll put markers down from where they have their run up. So you'll see these little tags or markers in the area. There's also a little telltale. The camera's just bringing it in now. You'll just see where the athlete's stepping now. There's one of those little windsock things that's flapping around, and that gives you an indication of the wind there. And as Tony said, there's no real legal tail or headwind with high jump. It just makes it a little bit trickier. And I'm sure that Kelly will tell us all about that. And we've seen some horrendous headwinds with high jumps, and people's PBs go right out the window. And we've seen high jumps won at 150 at these championships due to winds sometimes.
And here's our leading athlete.
Yes, there's our little boy Blessing.
His throw at the moment of 1790, so he's
going for the full spin too. Let's have a look.
Got the white flag, so he definitely wants to have that measured. Currently, his best is 1790.
Yeah, as I said earlier this morning, Tony, this young man, he can throw between 17 and 19 metres, and I would say over the summer as his arm gets stronger and his confidence grows, then he'll be putting that shot out a bit further. Than we'll see what this one comes up at. You can see it. Is it going up to? No, it's 1692.
So he's about a metre short of his best throw in the first round.
Yes,
so that shoulder could be getting tired now.
It could be.
But I'm sure some of the rehab work that he's been doing has actually helped with his training.
Absolutely.
As he goes through. So.
It's great to see people overcome those injuries through management of athletes, and I think the management of athletes has definitely stepped up over the last couple of decades as what it used to be.
So we've got the senior long jump there, result on front of us, and that's looking like where it's just completed 2 full rounds of the qualifying stages, and it's Walker still leading with a jump of 660. And you're right, Paul, there's a little bit of fluctuation in the winds for those viewers at home, the plus or minus. If it's a plus, it's a slight tailwind. If it's a minus, it's a headwind. So it's just in front of the grandstand there, moving around a little bit both ways at the moment. So athletes will be waiting to try and maximise that wind on their takeoff, whether they're in the para event or even in a senior boys event alongside. So
yeah. So you've got there are 2 runways there because of the number in the field. So they're jumping into 2 different pits, same competition, and on each runway where we're looking straight down at, once the athlete's name is called for the jump, they do get a warning, and then they've got a timing clock. So on the runway on the left-hand side as the athlete's running down, there's a little clock, a digital clock that's counting down, and they get so many seconds to complete their jump. So if you do see that, that's what that's for. Here we go, here's... Oh, that's... Oh my God, that's young Alex Hewitt from St. Pat's, Silverstream. So yeah, he's competing through there. Now, no, no measuring that one. So he's at the 13:45. So they're getting close. If this is the 3rd round throws, then they'll do the reverse order, Tony. So you know, we may even see. I was talking to one of the coaches yesterday. I said, well, in '74 when they had the Commonwealth Games, the guy came out through a discus, and then he sat there and watched for the rest of the rounds because he threw the winning discus in the first round. It took Robin Tate, wasn't it?
And that's from Dilworth, just thrown there now. As you said, Paul, 13:45 was the throw for Alex Hewitt from St. Pat's College out of Silverstream. And the top 8 is on your screen at the moment, and so at the moment looks like the lads in this 3rd round are going to need to throw above 12:50. It is in 12:59 in 8th place, held currently by Bryant Saunders. Lamalu is there next, so everyone's striving in the 3rd round to push into that top 8 to get a further 3 throws.
Yes. Oh, a bit of deliberation going on there.
Yes, I'm not sure what the
officials there.
Of course, the records in these.
So that's Blessing in the background there. So he's. So they're obviously.
They're calculating the top 8
exactly.
now with this thing.
That's what they're doing.
I was thinking, is there some protest coming here or what? But that's what our officials are busy beavering away at, of course. And
yeah, they want to get that right, and they'll go through exactly all the jumps, and then they'll call out Then they'll sort out the jumping order. Oh, sorry, the throwing order from 8th to 1st place. So yeah, we'll be able to see.
And so the senior boys shot title last year is held by Blessing from Kelston Boys, and at 17:74. So is
17:90 today. So he's beaten that.
He's out in front of that. Of course, the record is held at this level by some names that have been through these grades. First, Tom Walsh had the record, and then. I believe that the current senior boys record will, of course, be held by the slightly younger man who's come through after that. We'll just confirm what that mark is for the senior shot, and that's a mark of just on 23.86 metres. Jacko was starring with the junior shot.
Jacko Gill.
So
23 metres. That's right. As a young age, he was explosive.
He was very, very explosive with a 5 kg shot, of course. But now the senior men, of course, throw the heavier shot. Well, there's a 6 kg for the under 20s, and then there's the 7.26 for the senior men. So it's a little bit heavier and a little bit bigger to hold on to.
That's for sure. So right, here we go. Yes, you've got the high jumpers here. So look, these will be the preliminary rounds.
I think it's a good time for us to bring in our expert commentator for the women's high jump as they're starting to get up there. So we've got Keely coming in. So welcome in, Keely, to this morning's session, and you can get a view out the window across there, and hopefully you can see what we've got on the screens in front of you as well. But come forward a little bit, and What's it like living in Christchurch nowadays? Being a Kapiti Coast girl originally, aren't you?
Yes, I am indeed. Kia ora, and thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here in Otuatahi. It's a beautiful morning. Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, so how's life in Christchurch compared to living on the coast in Wellington?
Oh, there's definitely a little bit more wind floating around here, but you know, there's a lot of good things about both places. I do miss home a lot. The Kapiti Coast always has a place in my heart, but obviously this is my home at the moment in Otuatahi, and I'm loving being here and loving the training environment that I've set up for myself and that the team have put in place for me.
Yeah, so your reason for coming to Christchurch was for that coaching point of view?
Yeah,
primarily?
That and I did a bit more study down here,
Yeah,
but primarily came down for training and needed to make a couple of hard decisions, and it's paid off immensely.
So come and tell us where we're at the high jump out there. We can see the bars at 150, so we've got a lot of girls that are passing, and you can give your thoughts on the rationale behind that. And of course, I don't know if you're going to pick an early favourite for the competition, and then we'll ask you a little bit about your days of high jumping and time at secondary schools. So yeah, we'll see how things are going for these girls.
Yeah, so the height's at 150 at the moment, and there's a few factors that come into play whether deciding to pass or not. So some of these people will maybe not, maybe have PBs that are not too far above this, so they don't want to be coming in too late and passing at a height where they might not feel they can get as comfortably. So some of these girls have PBs in the 170s, so for them they'll start filtering in around the 150-55 mark. Because it's also an energy conservation thing. You don't want to have too many jumps there at the moment. We've got Jodie McCarthy-Dempsey, who's just taking a beautiful leap there at 150.
She's had a clearance, as was the previous one we saw on screen, was Lisa Lockman. So yeah, we've got some girls having their first time clearances, which they want to do, as you said, to save that energy. That's their ultimate, is to try and make sure they conserve as much energy, limit the number of jumps so they can go higher and higher when it really counts.
Yeah, definitely, because if you come in a bit too soon and your energy stores deplete, then it's pretty hard when you get to the higher heights, because you have to be able to be technically switched on at those higher heights if you want to be able to get over them, and in order to do that you need to obviously have some energy behind you.
So we had another clearance there for our previous lady. I think it was Saskia Rind from Tauranga Girls. I hope we're pronouncing that name correctly. And then we've just had Riley Couliant from Howard College. Yeah, looks like that was a clearance still at the 150, so we'll get a few girls pushing through quite quickly. We're seeing the jumps go quite quickly, aren't we, at the moment, because they want to get that early clearance in. And so
yeah, definitely, and they at this sort of level, there won't be, at this sort of height, most of them will feel relatively comfortable doing it, and so they'll be getting it most of the time on their first attempt, maybe sometimes their second attempt if they have a bit of a technical issue in their run-up, but at this stage they will be pretty confident that so they can get through it quite quickly. When you get to the higher heights, that's when it starts taking a little bit longer, because you have people getting it on their second or third attempt. So if you've got multiple people doing it on their second and third attempt, then obviously that just doubles or triples the number of jumps that are happening in play.
We had St Paul's collegiate girl there before, Jasmine Davies, but we see a failure there, and I think that's Cameron Porter from Craighead Diocesan. But yes, Jasmine Davies from St Paul's. She was the young lady in the black, yellow and white bumblebee stripes, as we call them, from St Paul's Collegiate in Hamilton.
And we can see that there's not, everyone in the field hasn't still come in yet. They'll probably start coming in, as I said earlier, in the next height or so. A few of the top-seeded, top-ranked females, they'll be, looking to come in. I don't think any of them have started at this stage.
There's a clearance for Jade Webby from New Plymouth Girls. She's got a fairly fast approach, you'll notice there. And we've got to take a look at what's on our screen with the shot put as well. We're switching backwards and forwards now. We're into the final stages of the senior boys shot. And it looks like on the screen we've got I thought that would be
just a little bit of a mix-up. What we're seeing, the image we're seeing on the screen is not quite matching up.
That was Alex. That was Alex Hewitt, as I thought, in the Silverstream colours of the pale blue. So we'll keep an eye on his throw. Previous putter was Finn McLeod from Christchurch, who had a foul. So on the long jump in front of us at the moment, we've got that lad in the para long jump, I think it is, if I'm mistaken.
I think it might be Lee West from Papanui High School,
Yes.
just on the runway at the moment.
Papanui High is renowned for its strength in the para sport fraternity, isn't they? They bring a lot of their athletes to the different secondary schools championships, whether it be cross country as well in the winter or in the track and field. And there we've got West, who's a T20 athlete, ahead of Jackson Woolley, T38 class, and that. So as we said, the athletes will be scored at the end of the competition, not on their distance, but on their distance compared to the world best mark for their division or their classification. So that's how the result will be determined in the finish. Stepping up in the throws now, I think it's David Moore from Tauranga Boys. A fairly good put there by him. He's currently sitting in fourth with a mark of 14.56. And do you ever chuck the shot about a little bit, Keely, for a bit of power training?
I do, mostly shot put overhead and underhands, but not so much single actual proper shot put throws. I did last season actually compete and do a shot put for fun, probably 2 or 3 times, and I haven't quite got around to doing it this season, but I do plan to, just to mix it up and have a little bit of fun, because at the end of the day, you know, I just love athletics as a whole, not just my event.
Not quite exploring that heptathlon range yet.
Oh, maybe one day when I'm finished with high jump. So not at this stage.
Certainly lost at that. I'm glad there as he's coming out of the circle. That was our boy from Rangitoto College, Reed Davidson. He's currently sitting in 3rd place, so he's striving maybe to get up there to catch James Moore, who's about 70 centimetres ahead of him in 2nd place. So next up we should have Moore coming in. He's currently lying in 2nd, so as we said, once we get to the top 8, they're in reverse order. So this is the Christchurch boys high lad, best today so far of 16.80. So we'll see how he goes here. Maybe he'll get the white flag, I'd say. Yep. So obviously he's targeting Blessing Cepho, but as an athlete with a lead like that in the shot put, it's pretty comfortable, isn't it, going into the final rounds? And our current champion, of course, is Blessing. So he'll be up next if his. You can see him coming ready now. So we'll see what Moore's throw was. 17.23. So that was an improvement on his previous best. So he's strengthened his position over the 3rd place Davidson from Rangitoto College. So here we've got our current leader, Blessing Cepho, in the shot put in the 4th round. You can see where they're putting in the mark there, that it's definitely another good long throw by Blessing. Using the laser to do the measurement. It's known as the EDM system. So Keely, you train here, and I suppose you see the likes of Tom Walsh doing a bit of training in the gym at the same time, do you?
Yes, I do. I'm fortunate enough to be around in the high performance environment with him and a couple of other top level athletes, and it's pretty awesome to see daily, you know, the effort and the determination that they have towards getting top performances.
So we're going back now to Cone Bryant Saunders. Yeah, so he's currently in 8th position, so he'll be trying to notch up to get a stronger performance to push his way up into the top half dozen of this competition, I'm sure.
Back to Tupeke at the moment, and we have just had someone clear. I think it was Saskia Rind at Tauranga, from Tauranga Girls College, and she was clear at 1:55. And next up we have Cameron Porter from Craighead Diocesan. She's had one miss at this height, so this is her second attempt. And a bit of a narrow miss there for Cameron. She's got one more attempt at 1:55 to stay in the competition.
So looking at Cameron there, what would she want to be thinking about into her third and final opportunity at this height?
Oh, at this height, when you kind of go into your third attempt, you need to, you know, stick to your processes and remain a little bit, try and be a little bit level-headed as possible, because it can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming. That was a great clearance there by Jade. So she'll be happy to get that on her second attempt. Yeah, it becomes a little bit of a psychological game sometimes, and you kind of, in your third attempt, you still got to give it everything, but you need to try and think of your cues so that you don't just let everything go out the window when you're in that final attempt. So, you know, and just still remaining to keep the enjoyment of it, and hopefully that you can still, even though it's a little bit you're under pressure in that environment, you can still produce some great jumps.
So this is Cameron Porter at her third attempt.
Oh, lovely. She'll be
relieved, won't she?
Yeah, she'll be feel a lot of relief to have got that.
Heading back to the shot. And Anaya Christensen from Rotorua Boys. He's been happy with that, I think. It's good to see some Rotorua Boys here. Of course, we know how good they are at rugby, but in the early days of this New Zealand Secondary Schools competition, Rotorua schools were very strong in all events, Rotorua Boys and Rotorua Girls. So he's currently sitting in 5th place. Looks like his best is around the 12 metres or so. So coming up now, of course, is David Mora from Tauranga Boys. And this looks like Christensen actually just pushed himself with 14.61 up into 4th place, so that's a good result in that previous throw. So Mora will be wanting to recapture that spot. And he's fouled that throw, so at the moment the top fours, Sefo, I should say, Moore, Davidson and Christensen now from Rotorua Boys. So, the top 3 seem to be a fairly clear distance on them.
It's Davidson just going to take his throw. And that was a red flag.
He walked out the side, didn't he? So he's not happy with that still. He's trying hard to push up, isn't he, and get that extra distance to get the silver.
Just back at the high jump now, Tupeke, and we have a clearance there from
Amber Trow from Palmerston North Girls, I think it was, at 160.
Yeah, so Amber's got a PB of around, I think, 172, and so this for her, she'll be, you know, aiming to push around that sort of height as well and hoping to be one of the top contenders for a medal. This is Naomi Waite, and she's also got a PB in the mid-70s, and she will be probably one of the top 3 favourites of this competition, and she'll be, I know that she'll be looking for a gold in today's competition.
It was Moore, who's currently in 2nd in the shot we just saw, but we've got back to the high jump. Saskia Rind from Tauranga Girls, who missed that clearance there at 160. and we've been going up in 5 centimetre lots, but I see on the schedule that they're going to go to 3 centimetres increase after that, so it's going to get tougher as they go now, and it's early on. These marks are usually predetermined until the last couple of jumpers. Is that right, Kelly?
Yes, most of the time they are, and when it comes down to your top, usually the top 2, they can make a decision whether they want to stick to that height or drop it, and then when you're the last person, you can have a bit more of control without having anyone else's input. But usually often you stick with what's been predetermined.
So that was Seffing's 5th round throw, I think it was, which went outside the circle, so we're back to the next athlete who's the commencing. I think we're into the 6th round from right. This is Cohen Bryant Saunders from Dunstan High. He's currently in 8th place.
I don't know if you can see from in there, but we're pretty lucky with the wind at Ngā Punawai today. Normally there's a bit of a gale that comes through, but fortunately that doesn't hit until later. So hopefully there's some pretty good performances from the young ratahi that are here today, leading in, and try and keep our fingers crossed for good weather that remains for the rest of the day.
That was Finn McLeod from Christchurch boys who's just thrown in the shot. Measuring that, so we'll be seeing what his mark comes up at. 1240, so it's a good mark. Now we've got Hewitt from Pat Sewell's frame. Oh, that's off outside the sector, so he'll be disappointed on that one, Alex.
Still got a smile on his face,
yeah,
though.
Probably when it goes that far west, I guess they have to have a bit of a smile and refocus for the next one.
And we're back to the senior girls high jump here. We've got Cameron, who is trying 160 metres and unfortunately has a fail at that height. And now we have all competitors from the senior women's high jump who have entered the competition.
It's not a big field, is it, for the girls high jump?
No, not too many.
In your day, how are the numbers in schools high jump competition? Sometimes I've seen some fairly long high jump competitions that take a while to get through everyone.
Yeah, definitely. There's always some, especially in the junior ages. When you get to the senior, unfortunately we've had a bit of a drop off by that stage, and so the numbers are a bit smaller. I think one of the years I did it, we did have quite a small crew of only maybe 5 of us in the senior girls, but that was probably the smallest we ever got.
So taking us back to your days at high school, you competed from the school of...
I was at Otaki College for most of it,
Yep.
On the Kapiti coast, and then I competed for my final maybe 2 secondary schools from Western Springs College in Auckland, because I finished up high school up there.
Okay, and so you attended how many New Zealand Schools Championships? All 5 or?
4 from memory.
4 from memory, yep.
There may have been a 5th, but I can't quite remember. That was a nice clearance there from Lisa Lockman.
Otago girl.
She looked pretty happy about that.
It was her 2nd attempt at that height, so she'll be very pleased, that's for sure. So what, in your best days, what was your first sort of event you did at secondary schools, Kelly?
I did both. I did high jump, long jump, and the 80-metre hurdles. Those were my first events that I did, and then for my senior years, I actually dropped the hurdles and just stuck with high jump and long jump.
Cool. So we just had Jade. This her attempt at 160, and we've got Saskia Ryan from Tauranga Girls attempting her 2nd at 160.
Nice speed going in, or just missed it.
Yeah.
Leaning in just a little bit too much.
I notice at this age some of the girls have definitely got quite short run-ins compared to others. So it's obviously the level of competency and how long they've been in the game. I mean, what are you thinking about, this young lady here now getting ready? She's a little bit further out than some of the others in terms of her run-up. So this is Riley Couliant from Howard College.
Yeah, everyone's got different speeds that they run in from, and if you can control your speed, lovely clearance
nice
there.
Wasn't it? Yeah, very nice.
If you can control your speed, then you can generally move out for it, and if you can cover the ground really well. I probably in the last 4 years have moved my run up back maybe close to 2 metres, just given the strength and power that I've managed to develop. But for some of these girls, that takes a lot of years to develop that, and so they're going with pure talent and what their natural ability. That was Jasmine Davis there from St Paul's Collegiate.
So we saw her out the window, so if you folks we'll switch to the shot put, we've got to try and keep our eyes on what we're watching live out the window with the high jumps right down here in front of us, but also the shot which has been going on, of course, and we're into the third place thrower was just thrown, and that was Reed Davidson. So he remains in third at 16.10. Coming up now is, there's our champion getting ready to come in for his final. I'm pretty sure this is the 6th round. Yes, it's James Moore. So this is Blessing. He'll take out the honours again. So repeating his win of last year in Inglewood, but he didn't like that one, so he stepped out the front. So that'll be the top 3 in the senior boys shot put. Blessing Cepho out of Kelston Boys High in Auckland, James Moore from Christchurch Boys High here in the local town, and Reed Davidson from Rangitoto College. That's our top 3 in the senior boys shot put.
And all the remaining top 18 athletes are on the screen in front of you at the moment in the final placing. 19.
So it was a good sized field, 19 in the senior boys shot. And as we say, that's one of our feature events in our athletics calendar over the last decade or so, isn't it? We were actually from the days when young Val was a Southern Cross College girl here and took out her first title probably about 2000, I would think it was. Or I know she went to World Juniors in 2002, so we've really, for the last couple of decades, we've had shot put as one of our premier events on the track and field calendar, haven't we?
Yes, definitely. We've got some very, very good athletes that have been produced from Aotearoa. And that was just Saskia Rind. That might have been her final attempt of the competition. Or actually, sorry, it may have been her second.
Could be a second. We'll just make sure as we're switching between events that we've got that right. But in the background you can see we've got some preliminaries going for junior girls 1500. But we're focusing in on the senior finals at the moment.
This is Cameron Porter from Craighead Diocesan. And that was her third attempt, sorry. So that is her final attempt of the day. So she will exit the competition now.
Next up we'll have Jade Webby from New Plymouth Girls High in the same position as Cameron. So she needs this height to continue in the competition. And that's an unfortunate miss for her as well. So this is the time in the high jump competition when we start to see the field get smaller, and it can happen quite quickly, can't it, Keely?
Yes, it can happen very quickly, and before you know it, there might only be a couple of people floating in. This is when it starts to get to people's top end, kind of around their PBs or top end performance, and so we start to just see a few more misses floating up at this time.
So we've got a few girls that have had first-time clearances at this height, and one is Amber Trow and Mia Diaga, as well as Naomi Waite. So they're starting to sort themselves out. It looks like we've got maybe 6 competitors left in the comp with what we're doing. So that's...
Yes, it's 6 left in the comp, and we go up to the bar is just, as you saw before, is just being set at 163.
So according to the scoreboard, we've got Lockman, Davis, Couillon, Waite, Diaga and Trout left in the competition for the senior girls high jump.
And it looks like Mia Diaga is the first athlete to be attempting this height. She is the top ranked athlete in this competition with a PB of 1.78 m.
I saw some results from her just in the last couple of weeks. She's looking like she's in good form.
Yeah, definitely, and she's a very, very fast runner as well. So she's doing the 200 metres here. She's also a very good 400 metre runner, and she just seems to be doing her rounds in the events and being a top performer in all.
So just so you know, the record for this senior girls high jump was held, it's a good 30 years old, 30 plus. It was set by Carmel Corbett way back in 1990 out of Marcelin College. And from memory, Carmel competed maybe at a games. I'm just trying to scratch back in the memory bank now. You might know the history in high jump a little bit better there.
I can't fully remember off the top of my head, but whether she did attend games or not, I feel like she may have.
Yeah, I just sort of definitely a name of the past of some note, that's for sure.
That was Lisa Lockman from Otago Girls who just got over that, and visibly very, very happy, and could hear some cheers from some of her supporters down in the crowd as well. And that was her first attempt at 1.63 m.
And a girl from Christchurch, Jess Hendren, out of Rangiora, was the title holder last year in Inglewood. Is Jess training at all with you in your area?
Unfortunately, she is, as my understanding, she's injured at the moment and has had a bit of a training accident in another sport. So she had surgery, and so she's on the mend at the moment. That was Amber with a miss there at 1.63 m. Now we have Naomi Waite. Narrow miss there as well. So Naomi's competing for Western Academy of Beijing at the moment. She's just been living over in China, but has now relocated back, but hasn't had time to be with a school here yet.
Yeah, so she'll be going back to Wellington Girls College next year, but she's been away for about 18 months and with Dad's work over in China, so it's good to have Naomi back. And, definitely been one of our strong younger jumpers, and she's done okay in some of the competitions in Beijing as well. So we're
on the long jump runway now.
Just got to make sure we're talking the para long jump, is it, or is it?
We've got 2 long jumps going on at the same time, so we just need to make sure that we get the right person. It was a white flag, so that is a legal jump, and hopefully the wind is legal also, because down with the long jump they have a wind reading gauge that will tell them whether it is a valid legal jump or not.
So that long jump is being led at the moment by Troy Marker out of Linfield College with a... Sorry, I'm on the wrong result sheet. Yeah, that can happen when we've got things popping up on our screen there all the time.
Well, hopefully Amber is okay. She's just holding her ankle a little bit there. High jump definitely can be pretty harsh on your ankles, because the takeoff position that you get into, it can sometimes lead to some rolled ankles. So making sure that you've got really robust and strong ankle strength is pretty important.
So we're talking about the high jump Australia. We'll come back to that in a minute as we watch this para athlete on the runway.
comfortable clearance there by the heavyweight.
She'll be pleased about that. So yes, I was going to say, Keely, that Nia Diaga's passed at this height, so putting a little bit of pressure on her rivals quite early. So we've got 2 clearances now, with Naomi on a second-time clearance and first-time clearance to Lisa.
Riley Kuliat from Howard College. It was her second attempt at 163. That was a nice.
Going around first 200 metres, the indicated capacity is at just the top 7 to get through. No times.
So it looks like Walker is leading in the senior boys long jump with a jump of 6 metres 60, and then we've got Nielsen from New Plymouth and Mellon from St Patrick's College.
It's Jasmine Davies from St Paul's Collegiate. Unfortunate miss for her there at this height as well. That's her second miss. So we've got 3 girls sitting on their last life, so to speak, at this height as they come into the next stage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nervous place to be, and yeah, I would say that once you get to the stage, high jumpers, you know, a lot of it is psychological, and so I do a lot of work personally with my sports psych, mental skills coach, just around how to navigate the nerves and as you go into it. This is Amber's final attempt, and she got clear by a very comfortable margin, so she will be happy to stay in the competition.
It's good to see that. And when you're at this stage of the comp, do you just try to focus only on yourself, where you keep an eye on what the other jumpers are doing and watching their jumps, or how do you navigate this final stages? Because it's getting close to, for some of these girls, where they're going to stay in the medal hunt right now, isn't it?
I think it's pretty hard to, you're always kind of aware of what's going on in the competition, but I think it's a good, you know, it's a really, something that I've learned over getting different experience. And we've just got here Riley about to jump. Oh, and unfortunately that was Riley's final attempt there. Yeah, when you're in the competition, you're obviously aware of what's going on with other people, but I think it's one thing that I've learned just to focus on me and what I'm doing and my processes and the little cues that I need to work on, because if I don't do that, then everything else kind of falls apart.
Got another jumper here in the para.
This is Josh Ray in his para class T38. Oh, we have gone back to the high jump.
That's Jasmine Davies, and that will be, sadly for her, the finish of her competition, I think. There's our Papua New boy in the para long jump.
Pretty cool to see. I don't know if the live stream showed it, but Holly Robinson, para javelin thrower, she is one of the volunteers and officials throughout the competition yesterday, and she's just sitting on the drug-free sport tent today. Yes,
it was great to see Holly here yesterday, and to see some of our senior pros, whether they be para athletes or you know, like yourself, Keely, New Zealand reps at the highest level, coming in and giving back to the days where they had their early experiences. And we had a dinner last night, which we had our guest of the night was Hamish Kerr, and he spoke of his 5 years at secondary school. And that was pretty enlightening, to be fair, for many of us, I'm sure. Him telling us as a high jumper, he ran the road race for his school in his early days to come to the secondary schools champ. So yeah, so
yes, Hamish used to do a lot of running, and he's a very good just overall athlete and runner as well. So he's I think that's really helped as a, you know, coming from that background of running, it's really translated well.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, he's got a reasonably good time over a 400, so he's an all-rounder really, isn't he? But absolutely fantastic high jumper. This is Lisa Lockman from Otago Girls, and she's attempting. We must be at 166, I think, are we?
Yes, we've gone up to 166.
So this is just to recap quickly. Then left in the competition, we've got Lockman, Waite, Trow, and Diaga. So down to 4. So it's a critical stage of the comp. This is Amber Trower coming in now. And yes, she's got a lovely clearance there too at 166. So after a bit of nerves maybe previously, when she took 3 to go, she's had a first time clearance and she'll be relieved about that. It'll save a bit of energy for her, won't it, Keely?
Yes, she'll be very happy to have a little bit more of a break now. And Naomi Waite, actually, because she is competing for an overseas college, she will be in the results but will not get one of the top 3 medals.
Yes,
so all the remaining athletes now will get, the New Zealand-based schools will get a medal.
Correct, that's true. And Naomi there's had a miss at that height. Let's see, senior boys long.
So we've got Diego, who is going to take her first attempt at 66. She did pass at 163. Very comfortable for her. She'll be happy and relieved that her passing paid off, that she didn't have to do another attempt. So this is the standings at the moment. We've got Amber, oh sorry, they're not updated from Mia's jump.
It's a first time pass. She'll be in the lead as it shows now. She hasn't had a failure yet, so that's good for her to be holding that trump card as she goes at this early stage.
This is Lisa Lockman on her second attempt at 66. It's definitely starting to get a bit warm out there, so those athletes, at least they're not having to be as rugged up as they sometimes have to be.
Let's see. Boys long. I think that could be Matt Schuler from Sacred Heart there.
Waite going in for her second attempt. Oh, that was a bit closer. I know she'll be disappointed not to have got that on her second attempt. However, she'll have to reset and think about her next height quite quickly, and hopefully that will be a clearance.
We might have to check the rules, because if Naomi doesn't stay in the comp here, well then she won't be in the top 3, therefore she won't get a visitor's medal as the international athlete, is my understanding, but I'll better check that out with our technical people.
Yeah, I can imagine that that's the case. So,
yeah, so
if she doesn't clear this height, then yeah, she won't get a visitor's medal. That's her talking to her coach Mike Ritchie.
So Mike is would have Mike coached you at some stage?
Yes, that was just Lisa's final attempt there at 1.66 m. So she has exited the competition. So Naomi needs to get this next height in order to remain in the competition and be within the top 3. But yes, Mike Ritchie, he was my coach for many years. He was my coach before I transitioned down to Christchurch as well. Has been a very integral and still continues to be part of my athletics journey. He's a very trusted support person for me.
Yes, one of the great supporters of our sport, particularly in that jumping arena. Pole vaulter himself in his early days. That'll be a relief for Naomi there.
Definitely, and that was a good jump. Yeah. You could see that she attacked it really well and put everything into that. Yeah. She'll remain in the competition, so we have Waite, Tro and Diego left, and they are going up to 1.69 m.
So Waite, maybe her best is 178, I think, or something around 175 maybe. So there's definitely some space for these girls yet if they're in their best form. But then, as we said, Diego has definitely been in good early season form by the results that's been around the upper North Island. I think the last couple of weeks she's been competing in Tauranga.
Yeah, well, they haven't had a track in Hamilton recently, so she's been on the grass for most of her training. I don't know how much high jump training she's managed to get done off the grass.
Yeah, so she's out of Rotatuna High School, a big new school on the north of the growth spot of Hamilton.
Amber in for jump, and that is a very lovely clearance over 1m69. So
she's nailed off some of her earlier little issues that she was having there, but having a couple of nice first-time clearances at these heights. So, and does that sometimes happen when you're kind of maybe not focusing as hard, or what can cause that? Is it do you change your run-up at all, or do you just try and stick with that the whole way?
You're training for consistency in your competition run-up, but you're always going to be moving and making adjustments with your run-up throughout the competition, because there's many factors, wind, temperature, fatigue levels that come into play. Obviously, this is their nationals, so they'll be in a pretty peak form. Yep. So Naomi coming in. First miss there for Naomi at 1m69. So we currently have Amber Troe, who has cleared this height, and Mia Diega has another attempt left. Has yet to come in at this height.
So we're coming to the end of our sort of first set of field events for the morning session. We've got a bit of track going on in the background with some junior qualifying for 1,500 metres. We've had the junior girls going on. Now we've got the junior boys in the background, and that's a nice clearance there. She's pretty happy about that, isn't she?
She's very happy. Jumping up off the mat definitely indicates a sign of happiness. And so that puts her in a really good position. She remains in the top, in first place at this stage, because she has made all of her attempts on her first time.
Oops.
This is starting to get into some of, I think, Amber Troe's PB is 172, and so the next height she will be attempting an equal PB. So it's definitely starting to get up there with their capabilities. Oh, and that was Naomi Waite. She still has some time left on the clock by the looks of it, so she just ran through and decided not to attempt the bar, but she did not break the plane across the mats and the bar. There is a line that the judges do watch to see if an athlete crosses over and breaks that plane, but it appears that she has not, so she is still able to attempt. If you do break that plane, then that is counted as a non-jump.
And the time that she has is at this stage of the competition is a minute, and then after you get down to 2, that's where it changes.
So when you get to, this is testing my memory. I definitely know 2 and 3, but when you get to 3, I think it might be a minute and a half that you have each. When there's multiple, that was not a bad attempt. It's pretty hard after running through and then going back to your start mark to reset and then have a successful clearance. But that was a really good attempt. She gave it a lot. So that is her second attempt at 1m69.
See the boys' long jump there, and on there.
So Walker is still leading at the moment with 660, and we have Nielsen and Mellon in second and third. So the standings of that have not changed as of yet.
Not a lot of difference at 660 to Mellon there. He's got a best of 648, and actually it's Ollie Davis who's got 654, so he is there. And in second place is Braden Nielsen with 658 I should say.
It's Harry Williamson, Christchurch Boys High School.
He's currently in 7th position with a best of 630, so we'll see what his next jump that he's just completed comes up with.
So this is Waite's last attempt at 1m69. So the key thing in your final attempt is to be relaxed and just think of the little cues that you need to do, and that is a very, very easy clearance. Yeah, she'll be
it's got
very
everything
happy.
right. Yeah, because I'm sure if you get a little bit tense, that just doesn't help with that flow which you have to have over the bar.
Yeah, definitely, and it's more, a lot of it's in your run-up. You know, majority of your jump is what you've done in your run-up and how you translate really well off the ground. But that's like any field event, or any event actually within the athletics realm, is if you get a bit too pent up and stressed, then you generally are sacrificing something of your technique. And in these events, technique is key.
So this is Trowell back on the runway. And she's got a best this year of 169, so she's now attempting her season best anyway in the calendar year. And she'll be delighted with that. So,
yeah, she'll be very, very happy. It's always a bit of a relief when you get it on your first attempt, especially a height like that. You know, that was a very comfortable a clearance for her at her equal PB height.
So she's starting to look stronger and stronger as the comp's gone on.
And that can happen. You can build your confidence as the competition goes on, and the heights progress if you just, you know, stay calm and relaxed and trust the processes in yourself. Then, you know, anything can happen.
So here's our current leader, Mia Diaga from Puna High School out of Hamilton.
Good that she's keeping her hydration up. You need to make sure that you're keeping up a little bit of fluid and probably a little bit of food as well, because you're out there for a long time. That was Naomi's first attempt at 72, and that was a failure for her. She'll go back and reset. Back to the long jump now.
That's from Central Southland lad, that's Ollie Davis, who's currently sitting in third with his best jump so far of 6.54. So this is Mia. First attempt at 172, and that looked pretty comfortable for her, didn't it?
Yes, definitely. So that's the second athlete that we've got over at 172, and that is a season's best as well for Mia. So Naomi White has a second attempt coming up. Someone's very happy over there with their whānau.
Young Ollie Davis, happy with his form in the long jump so far. So the jumpers get that little bit more time as we're talking about now, don't they? Because they're down to just the 3 athletes, and even the athlete like Naomi between jumps, where she's now the only one that's going to take a jump further at this height.
You want to take full advantage of it. If you've got extra time, you definitely don't want to rush into it and utilise a little bit of downtime before you have to obviously exert yourself to your max once again when you jump. White's second attempt is 72. Not to be this time. Once again, she's going into a third attempt. So she has she's the remaining athlete at this height in the competition, and she's got her final attempt to come up shortly. So she'll take advantage of that, go and reassess with her coach, Mike Ritchie, and try and focus on 1 or 2 little things to push her through to hopefully get her over that bar.
So this is 172. This is the height that the champion was determined last year, Jess Hendry, out of Rangiora High. So these girls are, you know, in that frame for the kind of height we'd expect the title to be won in by now. But I think that obviously we've got some girls that have already cleared with Amber and Mia, so we'll have an improvement on last year's result for sure. But I'm trying to remember which day the high jump was last year. On Saturday it was still a bit wet, but it wasn't as bad as Friday, so last year in Inglewood. So.
Well, the next height that it goes up to as well will be a pretty key height, so if athletes get it on their first attempt, it puts them in a better position for the top place, and if you get it on your second attempt, then it puts you, well, if one athlete gets it on their first attempt and one athlete gets it on their second attempt, then on countback, one that gets it on their first is...
So Naomi's now, she's had, I think, about her 12th jump coming in here, so compared to someone like Mia, who's still pretty fresh, and even Amber, who's had some good early clearances now. So this is going to be tough for her, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, but you know, you can pull it out and you can muster up the energy from in somewhere sometimes, and that's a pretty good run-up. It's definitely her best attempt of the at 172. She gave it everything, and hopefully she'll be feeling okay with that result today.
She hasn't been back in New Zealand too long, has she? And so it'll be good to see her competing back here this summer with these women in the high jump. But yep, we're down to 2 now, Treya and Diaga in this final stages.
And on the track here, the Para 100, a mixture of ages and gender pairs.
So the height has gone up to 1.75 m, and Amber has her first attempt. So they've both made the last couple of heights on their first attempt, and both very comfortably. So this will be a PB for Amber if she makes this. It's definitely a bit harder to see some of the athletes who are jumping on the right-hand side from the other angle of the live stream.
She comes. Too bad.
Not a bad attempt though. Yeah. It's important to if you're attempting a PB height to give it everything, because sometimes it can be pretty scary, especially when you're jumping above your head. It can be really scary, and you just got to find that inner confidence somewhere to get you through, and so that's hopefully will gives her a bit of confidence that she does have that height capable for today.
This is our current leader because her clearance is all the way.
Mia's first failure of the day.
Yeah.
So they're both on an even playing field at the moment. Anything could still happen.
Just talk us through here on screen. We saw Mia sort of doing her little visualizations. What are the things that you do? We've watched you on screen do that a few times, Keely, and it's some high jumpers have quite a ritual, don't they? Tell us what you're doing and what you're visualizing when you're doing those sort of things. Just what's going to happen as you come through your jump.
So for me, I think of, I'm a huge visualizer, so I love to see myself doing a jump and getting into the positions that I want to be in before I do it. And for me, when I'm doing that, I do feel things, and like I feel it with my body as well. And so for me, it's just focusing on the one or two things that whatever I've talked about with my coach. There's Amber coming in now.
Oh,
lovely. Great job and jump for Amber. A new PB for her, so she'll be very, very happy today.
And that jump at the moment then will put her in the lead and put the pressure back on Mia, won't it? Who's had all those clearances up until the previous jump.
Yeah, for sure. It will put a little bit of pressure on Mia. Oh, she's getting
the crowd going.
Starting
yep.
A bit of a clap going on. So hopefully she's able to muster that and do a good jump. Oh, comfortable.
So level pegging at the moment.
Definitely. And some people thrive off a clap, and some people really struggle with it. And obviously me as someone who really utilises that crowd energy to get her through and get her pumped for her jump.
Do you try to get the feel of that clap rhythm with your rhythm of your run-up, or is it once you've got that energy with the clap going, you just focus on what you're doing?
I think it depends, but for me, I don't think about external stuff as much. So even I can start using the energy of the crowd, but in terms of the actual timing of the clapping, by the time I start my run-up, that kind of completely, I just go into my own little bubble and don't actually hear anything of what else is going on. So, which is a fortunate position to be in, because then I'm not getting distracted by other things. But I think when I was probably the same age as these girls, I definitely was still getting quite distracted by external noises, whereas now I've managed to fine-tune that a little bit and just focus on me. So the fact that me is able to, utilise that crowd energy and not see it as a distraction is a really awesome sign.
So we can see that Amber's, is she resetting her mark, or she's just checking that everything's in the right spot? Tell us what you think she might be doing now that she's going for a new height. So I think she's extending it a little bit.
Yeah, she might be moving it back a little bit. I can just see her at the moment talking to one of her coaches, and they're trying to figure out where she should go. Oh, she's picked up the mark with the back of her foot. Sometimes you can remeasure if you've managed to uplift your mark off the ground as well. So if she accidentally stood on it and it came off, then she might have needed to remeasure.
Yeah, so for those at home, the jumpers in a number of events, so you can have a little mark which is usually pinned into the rubber track. And so now that was her first attempt at the height of 178.
Really good intent with her run in there, and she, you could definitely tell that she gave it everything, and it was a really solid first attempt.
So for those at home that are a little bit more in age than these young athletes on the runway, 178 is 5'10" in the old imperial measurement, so that's probably the average height of most of our adults out there. So these girls are starting to get a decent height, aren't they?
Indeed. This is Diego's first attempt at 78. Both girls now have failed at the first attempt. We do have Diego in the lead as she got her previous heights on countback a bit earlier than Amber. It's definitely starting to warm up out there. It's meant to be a high of 26 today, so it'll be quite nice and good conditions for the girls out there today. Amber, we've got her second attempt at 178. She's definitely, she's got a PB already today, so she'll be very happy with that, but obviously always trying to strive for the next height above. And Diego now has the opportunity to solidify her lead a little bit more over Amber if she makes this height. She's definitely got, they're both definitely capable of it. They've got the height there. They just need to fine tune a couple of small things within their run up to get them over that bar.
So they're trying to make sure they get that maximum height over top of the plane of the bar, aren't they? And so the little thing just not quite right in that final stage of the run up, that can be the difference now. So this is the crunch time now.
Amber's just adjusting her mark there, so as the heights go up, you generally find that you run a little bit faster, put in a little bit more effort, and have a little bit more intent with it, so you're often moving your run up back throughout the competition to make sure that you are getting enough having enough distance so that you can run faster.
Oh, that was so close, wasn't it? Hey? So was that just the calves that knocked it there?
Yeah, just the calves or the feet. That was very, very close. She's definitely got, so she's ended up in second place. That's Amber, and she's also got a PB, so that's
a
really
great day at the office for her, so to speak, isn't it?
Good day at the office. I mean, sometimes you definitely want to go for the top place to get first, but if you also are getting a PB, you know, you can't really ask for anything more, because at the end of the day, it's the top of your performance.
Oh, lovely clearance there.
That's an equal PB there for Mia. It was a good clearance, and she'll be very, very happy about that.
So we'll put a bit of pressure on your memory bank. So what was your best height at high school?
For secondary schools, I think my PB was 176. For secondary schools, my jumped 176, but at the time I did actually have a PB of 182.
So, and of course, with high jump competitions, you're not going to get the right sequence of heights every time as well. So you could have been jumping on a different height sequence at your secondary school days, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely. You don't have any control at these competitions over what, except for Mia now will have the chance. She can decide whether she goes to 1 metre 80 or 1 metre 81. That's up to her. Not quite sure what she'll choose, but she's definitely capable of doing the 80 or 81 if she.
So for her as a young athlete, what will her target be?
Just gone over to 100 metres here.
Okay, so
This is the senior boys 100 metres, heat 2. And they are on the back straight there, just with the wind conditions. So
it's sort of reconfiguring our mindset about reading the lanes there. So I think that could have been Henry Smith of St Peter's School. That's
So Mia has decided to put the bar up to 1 metre 80, which getting over 180 is definitely something that a lot of people dream of doing. The crowd support going, and she gets it on her first attempt. That is a new personal best there for Diego. She will be extremely happy.
absolutely. Just before that 100 got underway, I was asking what do you think she'll be targeting, and I guess it's an opportunity for her to start thinking about World Under-20s as a possible target. I'm not sure what that mark is. It's probably about 186 or something. Would it be 184?
I think it might be close to 180 or 182 actually.
Okay,
I did have a read over them recently, and so that may be a World Junior standard. We'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, we'll just look that up.
So Mia now has 3 minutes left as she's the final competitor in the competition. So she will be wanting to take as long as possible to recover after that jump before she takes her. Oh, she's putting it up to 184, which is equal to the record here for the National Secondary Schools.
Yeah, so you're right, 180 is the automatic qualifier for the World Under-20 Champs in Lima, Peru in 2024. So that's setting up her nicely for getting herself off to there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So that's awesome for her to have got that standard already, so that she can, look to start planning what her year looks like and her first major overseas trip, hopefully. It's always an exciting time when you go to one of the World Age Group level competitions for the first time. That just provides you with so much experience that can, help you for the rest of your career.
And we are underway with Heat 3 of the Senior Boys 100 metre heat.
This is heat
Just a reminder,
3 of the senior boys 100 metre
through to the quarterfinals,
heat.
along with
Sorry,
the next
heat 3.
8 fastest times.
And that looked like St Kennigan's college boy, I think, Callum Moss in the middle of the track there. Yep.
Going back to Diego, this is her first attempt at 184. That was a failure for her in her first attempt.
Just looking at national records, Josie Taylor has a 17-year-old national record of 183, so if she clears that, I think she's still 17.
I think so. So this year then will be a New Zealand age group record as well, if she gets over that. The officials are out at the moment, you can't see on the screen, but the officials are out re-measuring the height, and that must be because it is a potential record. So every time there's a failure, they have to re-measure the height just to make sure that it's valid if she does get it.
And the under 18 record, it's 185, held by one of your competitors from early days, Liz Lamb. So she's right in that record territory, isn't she now? So
yes, definitely.
Really impressive jumping, and it's pretty good conditions out there, isn't it? There's a bit of a breeze, but not too strong in any one direction, as you say. A little bit of shelter in this D at this end of the stadium from the bank.
Yes, it's perfect conditions to be jumping well. So they're lucky that even though it's a bit unlucky to have it early in the morning, but it's lucky for the weather that it's worked out really well for them.
So we've got heat 4 on the mark, coming to the marks, I should say, for the senior boys hundreds. We've had the first couple of heats. And the last result was taken out by Callum Moss in 11:43 from St Kennigan's. Philippe Bailey from Whanganui Collegiate was second, and Logan Smith from Francis Douglas was third. That's results on your screen now. And this one we've got lane 1, Dew from Auckland Grammar, Coburger from Christ College, black and white there in lane 2, Zion Samuels from Destiny School in 3, Kyan Seymour from Botany Downs in 4, Jordan Veach from Christchurch Boys here in 5, and that was an attempt there. Well, that was a replay, was it? Roderick from Dilworth in 6. As we come back here, Leo Youssef from Wellington College has been running particularly well this year, and Thomas Gowan from Whanganui Collegiate.
And underway there in heat 4, senior boys 100 metres.
Looks like they put the Veach, I think, out there, is it?
It is hard for us to tell from this angle. We're unfortunately sitting at the wrong side. It's hard to tell exactly who took that out. It may have been lane 7.
Youssef, it could have been Youssef of Wellington College.
It was Leo Youssef of Wellington College here with 11:14.
So that's a pretty smart early time.
Followed by Veach with 11:45 and Coburger, Christ College with 11:66. We've got Mia back here on the screen. She's got one final attempt at 1.84 m, which will be a personal best. She has already achieved the World Under-20 standard to go to the World Under-20 Championships in Lima later this next year.
So, as we said, she's probably having a crack at 84 because it would surpass the 17-year-old record of 183, I think I said.
Yes, it will. So if she gets this, it will be. Ooh, she had 3 good attempts today, and she had a lot of very good jumping. She'll be ecstatic with how she handled the pressure today, and she's done a very good job, and obviously is one of the futures of New Zealand high jumping.
Congratulations to those ladies. It was a a good senior girls high jump competition, and thanks for your comments so far on your expertise and insights into that, Keely. It's great to have you in the chair, and I'm going to hand over in a few moments to our lead for the rest of the day, which is Mark Rosanowski. He's come in, and he'll be here with you for a little while longer, and then we'll have a break at lunchtime. And just going back to the hundreds, which we're in the middle of the senior boys hundreds so far. We've got the first round, we've got 32 athletes to advance overall, so it's the top 3 in these qualifying first round, plus the next best 8 times. We're lucky that we've got on screen where we're at halfway through. The bubble time, as they call it, is just over 12 seconds, so to make that next lot of 8, if you don't automatically qualify. So we've got the next heat. Looks like they've had a false start.
We do also have 2 competitors who are missing from this race, so they have not started. So there's only 6 in this heat.
So one of the favourites, I think, will be one of the local boys here in lane 5, AJ Redondo from Christ College in the black and white stripes there. So we'll see this heat through, and then we'll probably bring Mark in for the rest of the session, and I'll go and get myself a coffee. Keely said, I should say, there's a couple of athletes missing. Doesn't look like there's anyone in lane 3. We've got Carter Taylor here on the near side. Maka Normanton from Francis Douglas next in the gap, and Kieran Simonson from Wellington College, and then Madonna, and they're underway. And yes,
underway in the 5th heat of 8 in the senior boys underway. AJ Redondo
has taken that out. So that's the result then of that heat. 4 heats so far. In total there will be 8 heats in this senior boys 100 metres. So yeah, we'll welcome in Mark Rosanowski to carry on in the chair. I'll get up before this old athlete gets too stiff, and let Mark join Keely, and we'll catch you folk later on. So kia ora, Mark.
Morena Keely.
Morena.
Nice to be joining you at Puna here in Otatahi, Christchurch. My first trip here, and on a Canterbury, but all my competing was done at Kiwitu Park on the other side of town, so it's a brand new experience for me, and I must say, come here on a perfect day.
Yes, you've definitely managed to get here on a really good day.
I am parking fine and sunny here, and just a magnificent track to look at here with the vibrant blue. So I'll settle in and try and get used to everything you're using here, but it's an outstanding system. Hi, Paul, good to see you. Kia ora. And I was delighted to see the first track race that I saw, Keely, taken out by Tom Swales of Kaipa High School, which is my school, just to the north of Christchurch. Around 11:45 there, Tom. And up to heat number 6 of the 8 heats for the 100 metres. Just in terms of the track though, how bouncy is it, how fast is it, how much do you enjoy the surface here?
Oh, I do enjoy the surface. It's pretty, in all fairness, I'm probably not the best person to ask, because I do find that a lot of tracks to me feel quite similar, which is, I think, a blessing when it comes to travelling all around. But it definitely is quite speedy. Like, there's been some, earlier this year we had the Rosie Elliott ran a 200-metre New Zealand record here, and we've had some really good field event performances on it. So,
and I think Rosie ran the reverse way around, if I remember correctly, for that time, and obviously they're running on the opposite side to what I would normally expect them to be running here. So it's yeah, to have that opportunity is something pretty good.
We've got Heat 6 underway of the men's 100 metre heats.
5:03 through the middle.
It's Braden Nielsen from New Plymouth Boys High School.
And wide of him,
Hi everyone,
Bill Quigley, who was close out wide.
Senior boys 3,000 metres, and the medals are being presented by Andrew Stark, who is the chairperson of the board of Athletics Canterbury and the president of the Queensland Masters Association. And third place we have Elliot
Braden Nielsen tipped out there by Joe Dolphin, famous sprinting name. Joe from Waikato College, 11.23. Braden Nielsen second, 11.61. The leading Yuri Alvin Zoo coming through in third from Mount Grambler, 11.71. And Rennie Symington, 11.76 in the Heat 6. So I came in on the end of the senior girls high jump here, and I guess the high jump aprons do they vary much from track to track?
A little bit. It depends on where the high jump mat is actually placed, but as a whole, you've generally got a similar amount of space. They've just actually got the women's women's javelin starting shortly. So if they were happening at the same time, then at this particular track that would have had a bit of an impact, because there might be some people jumping where the javelin run-up is. But it's just about, they're pretty similar in all honesty. Some of the smaller areas, overseas can have tracks that are a lot. You have to use either a short approach or a bit more challenging, but as a whole they're pretty good and pretty standard.
Water bottles being handed out here, and they will be in good use today. Very warm out there.
It's definitely heating up.
As we get ready for 7 of 8. And underway. Green colours through the middle. Chasing well. Lucas Lambert, Paraparaumu College.
Paraparaumu Track and Field Club was where I hailed from. That's my original club.
First ever club?
Yes.
Did you grow up in Otaki?
Grew up in Otaki,
Yeah.
so I attended Otaki College, and that's who I competed for the majority of my schooling. However, was part of the Paraparaumu Track and Field Club, because at the time there was an Otaki Track and Field Club.
There is now?
Yes.
And I guess when you come to these meets, obviously, I won't say it's necessarily tribal, but obviously the community spirit amongst each of the teams, the supporting of your teammates is probably a big part of the whole meet.
Yeah, definitely, and I think as if you're doing club sport, club athletics as well, then you know so many people from all parts of the country, and so it's a really good place to just forge connections. And I re-went over some of the start lists and results from when I was competing just the other day, and a lot of the names, I'm still friends with the people today, so it's pretty cool to see that and remember that was where we started from and our friendships were forged.
Yeah. Outstanding. Have you noticed when you were doing that, many of the standards changing across events, and particularly high jump, obviously, which is the one you're most familiar with, or are we still looking at, by and large, people at secondary school level still jumping where they were at in your secondary school time? I'm
not sure about other events because I don't have enough knowledge on it, but within the high jump sphere there's definitely a similar level. I mean, 180 today from Mia Diego was definitely probably the highest that there's been in a while for the women's high jump, so that's pretty awesome. But other than that, I think the standards have been quite similar.
So next heat coming forward for the 100 metres senior boys, with Tane Clark in lane 2 from Francis Douglas Memorial College, Tamata Rapata from Central Southland College, lane 3 Samuel Paris, Auckland Grammar, lane 4 5 Jonathan Thompson, Auckland Grammar, Liam Kilby, Napier Boys High School, Izzy Kamana, St Peter's School in 7, and Ben Snedden, Wellington College, across an 8.
all just been asked to stand back now, and this is going to be the final heat for the 100 metres in the prelims. Will be followed by the senior girls heats.
Officials making sure that the fingers behind the line as they get into the starting blocks for the 8th and final heat.
It does look like there's 2 lines there, so it might be a little bit tricky for some of the athletes to remember which one to go. So it looked like the official was just guiding them with what the correct line was. So I think that is where the 1500s generally go from as well.
Some movement in the blocks here, so the 8th and final heat of the senior boys, pretty tense situation. And once again, they come out of the blocks, relax the muscles, and go back down for hopefully a final time. And they're away this time. Tane Clark made a pretty good beginning on the inside. Wider, and Kilby might be coming through in lane 6 for Napier Boys High School ahead of Jonathan Thompson from Auckland Grammar. 4.73 and Kilby. And 47 Jonathan Thompson. First 2 home. These times will be coming through fairly quickly. Caden Taylor, Avondale College, the fastest qualifier with a 10.79. AJ McDondo from Christ College, 10.93. Sebastian Ferro, John McGlashan College, 11.01. So in Kilby, 11.05 there. Qualified 4th fastest. For the next round, Jonathan Thompson, 11.06. This 1/100th of a second back from Auckland Grammar. Leo Youssef, Wellington College, 11.14. Lucas Lambert also recording 11.14 from Paraparumu College. Joe Dolphin, Rangitoto, 11.23. Blake Dalton, Tidy College, 11.24. And Cade Lambert. Rounding out the top 10, 11.25 from Westlake Boys High alongside Mark Normanton, same time, 11.25. Francis Douglas, Memorial College. As the result of the final heat. And as Keely said, the senior girls up next. Not sure what the crowd's been like, the secondary schools championships that you've been at, Keely, but it seemed like plenty of people here. I had to park a long way away, and a good number of people around the ground.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people. When I got here first, quite early at around 8:30, it was already almost a full car park. So that's awesome to see the support of everyone coming out for the athletes. It's always been, from memory, quite a good turnout of supporters, and you know, we have a lot of athletes and really large fields, which makes it a great competition for all and great experience for those leading in. And we've got the first heat here of the 100 underway. And it looks like it could be Cleo Loader from Rangitoto College, but that will be confirmed shortly once the final results come through. 100% sure what that 100 metre heat was. Oh yeah, it was Cleo Loader, she from Rangitoto College with a 12.69.
Never doubted you for a moment, Kelly.
I just heard the speaker saying that it was Heat 1 coming up, and so I just got a little bit confused. And in second, we have Ari Asanasa Tuipele Haki from Fiji Athletics with 12.99, and Ella Waldron from Geraldine High School with 13.08. So those are the top 3 place getters in the first heat of the women's senior girls 100 metres.
See the South Canterbury team of Geraldine represented. Must be some good athletes out of there when I was a boy, but we are going back a long, long time.
Fueled by Barkers. Down there.
Yes, indeed. Still some in my fridge. Heat 2, we've got Lucy Steele, Neve Gedger, Annabelle Batchelor, Charlotte Goldsmith, Imogen Harrison, Beth O'Donovan, Taylor Estrick. Making their way down the track, 7.28. Be home first, Charlotte Goldsmith of St Cuthbert's College. With a comfortable victory. Charlotte Goldsmith 12 and 32 over Neve Gedger from Paraparuru College, 12.47, 12.97. Beth O'Donovan third, local from Villa Maria.
I'll tell you one thing that doesn't change too much around with the secondary school scene and just within the whole athletic scene is the coaches that are around.
Right.
See, they're definitely constant figures, and you get to know everyone's faces, even from other sporting events from yours. And you know, athletes come and go, but the coaches just have a real love for the sport, and they just are always ever present, supporting their athletes and trying to see the sport succeed and continue to, you know, grow participation. So it's pretty awesome to see that over time, and you definitely build relationships with them as well. Some of the dedication is truly extraordinary across the decades. In the next third heat, Alexandra Domansky, St Matthew's Collegiate, Verda Kestrup of Horowhenua College, 3.41. Sophie Mercer from Rolleston College at 6.38. Mariel Venida, Sancta Maria College at 6.7, number 670, lane 5. Erica Lucas, lane 6, Waimati High School. Letiara Alfred, lane 7, Fiji Athletics, and Caitlin Black from Aquinas College on the outside. Expect Mariel Venida to be prominent here off lane number 5, and she certainly made an outstanding beginning and was beautifully out of the blocks. Number 670, Mariel Venida from Sancta Maria College, home comfortably in the third of our heats. It's great to see a presence from of athletes from Fiji coming over to join in these championships. It's an awesome opportunity to give them a little bit more experience and competition against people that they might not normally compete against.
Marielle 11 and 78 there, Caitlin Black home second, Aquinas College 12.44, and Erica Lucas from Waimati. And South Canterbury Town 12.51. Halfway through our 6 heats for the 100 metres senior girls. in our fourth heat. As we see that the official result from the previous, and the wind plus 1.9 in their favour, hence why they're running there in the back straight. Listed field of 6 for our fourth heat. With Megan Williams from Burnside High School alongside Sophie Soames from King's College, Maya Potawera Tauranga Girls College, Neve Townsend Mount Aspiring College going to the blocks, Rosie Falcus Otago Girls High, and Mila Taylor from St Peter's in lane number 7, field of 6. And through the middle, strong performance from 470, Neve Townsend from Mount Aspiring.
Welcome back to
Pulling
the middle,
clear
and we have some amazing
over Mila Taylor from St Peter's.
medals too. First up is a para record, which goes to Colin Larson, and I think he's from Christchurch High School, and
You see the para athletes prominent. Keeley, something that, as an aspiring athletics commentator, something to learn about, because in my day we didn't see para athletes competing with us, and now the integration of them is outstanding. Did a recent podcast with Anna Grimaldi, and just sort of finding out about her world, quite fascinating, and obviously the challenges that they have, the same as any athlete, but some others on the side as well that we don't often think about, with Anna telling us what was a funny story to her, so I'll say it was a funny story. I don't think it was funny at the time when she lost her prosthetic just prior to the World Championships. But luckily it was found in time, and in time enough for her to jump an incredible 5.96. Personal best, which was good enough for second because the world record was broken in that particular event. But the para athletes well represented here across the 3 days. Fifth heat going to the blocks. Mahalia Kostarangi, New Plymouth Girls High will be in lane 2. Kate Shannon lane 3, Tawamutu College. Ava Rattray, Rangaruru Girls School in lane 4. Lauren Tyrrell lane 5. Dipabeo Otia. Yvonne Tebek, Burnside High School. Georgia Gibbons, Queen's High School in Monpunsa. Tabi Monpunsa in the outside lane. And through the middle, the tall figure of Queen's High School student Georgia Gibbons, winning comfortably in that heat.
Senior 100-metre dash. And third place with the bronze medal we have Ruben.
Keeley, sprinting, was that part of what you did growing up? High jumpers, I would imagine, would need good speed. I think I heard you talk earlier about Hamish Kerr and his ability as a runner as well. Are you in that category?
Yes, not quite as far as what Hamish did. He did longer distance as well as shorter distance, but I've always loved sprints, and I do a lot of sprinting with my training. I actually just last weekend did 100 metres just at the local winter club, and it's definitely something that you need to have relatively good speed. You don't obviously need to be sprinter speed, but you still need to be pretty switched on and be able to transfer that speed into power for taking off. So it's definitely something, and I love it. I love the feeling of running myself, and so you know, some people don't like it as much, but hopefully they'll learn to love it.
Georgia Gibbons recording 12.35 and taking out that heat. As we move through the first round of the senior girls and up to the 6th and final heat. Claudie Davids, Fiji Athletics lane 2, Bella Thin, Timaru Girls High School lane 3, Michaela Fitti, Nayland College 4, Holly Thin, Timaru Girls High, In lane number 5, Mia Bentley, Long Bay College 6, Ariana Tate from Kashmir, not far from here. And Brooke Harper an 8 from Marlborough Girls College. So they take the blocks, leaving lane 1 clear. There's not too much wear and tear there on the inside. And a pretty good even start here. Fiji Athletics, Claudie David's going well on the inside. And through the middle, Nayland College, Michaela Fiti finishing strongly, number 487 to take it.
The final set of medals for this set. And we have the 100-metre dash.
In Keely, at secondary schools level, were you purely a high jumper, or were you in sprints there as well? Obviously there are some athletes who can spread themselves across a few disciplines at that age before they fully commit perhaps to one or the other.
No, I did long jump, high jump and hurdles when I was at secondary schools. And I did end up dropping the hurdles for the final 2 secondary schools, so I only focused on high and long, but I always enjoyed hurdling as well.
The long jumps, that's something you still ever do now, or just not the possibility for that with your concentration on the high jump?
Occasionally, I did do a long jump last season, but I haven't done one so far this season. I would like to, but I just don't know, given what my goals are, whether I want to take the risk of doing an event that I don't normally do in terms of injuries and stuff. So one day I'll get back into it. But I did actually take out the long and the high junior girls title at one of the nationals one year when I was here. So that was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah. Do they typically go together, long jump, high jump?
They can do. They are quite different on takeoff. But I mean, you get some really amazing multi-eventers who manage to be great long jumpers and high jumpers. So, there's definitely you can definitely do both if you want to.
Yes. Michaela Fiti took out that last heat 12.40, and that placed to 5th in the qualifying rankings. Marielle Venida of Sancta Maria College 11.78, clear standout on time. Charlotte Goldsmith qualifying 12.32, second St Cuthbert's College. Neve Townsend, Mount Aspiring 12.32. And of the automatic qualifiers there, Ava Rattray 13.17, and then some qualifiers on fastest times down to Annabelle Batchelor of Otago Girls High 13.09 to advance through to the next round. And for some of these athletes, Kelly, there are a number of rounds obviously in the sprints with a number of entries, and the ability for athletes to not so much peak early, but obviously bring themselves back up. They probably have to just try and get themselves down to a level just to chill for a bit before they bring themselves back up again for another round, potentially another round and then a final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've only ever had to do a qualification and final for my stuff. I've never actually had to go through with how you do quarters and semis and then finals. So I can imagine that it's pretty tough sometimes on both physically but also mentally, having to get yourself prepared and pumped for each event. And so the senior boys and girls have their semis tomorrow morning, and then they'll have the final tomorrow afternoon. So it's at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So they've got the rest of the day if they don't have any other events. However, there will be likely quite a few of them doing the 200 metres as well, which they've got the semis for today.
Yeah, and I guess they have to think pretty carefully about the load. I guess they've got coaches, parents to help them through that, I guess.
Yeah, and that's what, you lean on your support network, so your coaches especially, they've got experience in how to manage situations like this, and so they will definitely be offering up advice before coming into the championships of how to navigate that and what events are the best things for them to do. Because there might be some athletes who, might be really good at 4 or 5 events, but that might not be the best thing to do over a championships.
And in terms of nutrition and stuff, obviously, some events, and you mentioned the sprinters, they'll be up here first thing tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, and then obviously then looking to make their way through to the final a couple of hours after that in terms of nutrition and spacing your meals and your fuel. Obviously takes a bit of thinking about.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something I would really encourage people to, if that's something they want to work on, is to seek some support from a nutritionist or dietitian around the timings of that, because you want to make sure that you're fueled adequately throughout the day so that you can, have optimal performance in both your semis and your finals, because you don't want to be doing really well in your semis and then not being able to back that up in a final just purely based on if you haven't eaten enough food that day. So it's really important to make sure that you find the strategies and timings that work for you, because it can be really hard in an early morning competition, because you have to get up early to eat and let it digest before then you go to the track to warm up before your call room time, and that obviously changes depending on which event you do. And so it's definitely something you've got to think about, and making sure you got snacks throughout the day as well for if you get a bit peckish.
Are you a morning person? I mean, some people just aren't.
I can be. I think, I'm definitely, I know this sounds a bit cliche, but the older I get, the more of a morning person I've become.
Okay. And for you as a senior athlete, somebody who's competed in a New Zealand singlet at the Commonwealth Games, are you still taking advice from nutritionists and specialists like that, or do you get to a level where you think, I've got this covered?
No, I still take advice. So I'm actually a qualified nutritionist. I studied, I did my degree in nutrition, but I still have a nutritionist that I work with, okay. Because I think that it's really important. You don't know everything, and so it's still really important, for me anyway, to be able to bounce ideas off and make sure that I'm not missing something, so if someone else can see that from the external point of view. So my team consists of, nutrition and mental skills. Obviously I've got coaches. I've got a strength and conditioning coach and a normal coach. I've got a GP, a sports doctor, a massage therapist, physio. I've got all these really key people who are specialists in each area, and they complement what I do so well, and they pick up on things that I sometimes don't even think of. So I think it's really important to maintain good support from those that you really trust and really value their input.
Hope you don't mind me digging into this too much just while we've got a little lull on the track and field at the moment, but do any of your specialists, does any of the advice ever contradict others, and do you have to sort of manipulate that a wee bit?
Definitely at times. I think as a whole on all the big things, they often overlap and they are all on the same page, but there's definitely some small things that you have to be, someone has to make a decision at the end of the day, and normally that will come down to me. So I'll hear both sides, have discussions with both of them together as well, and then come up with a point of call and plan. So yeah, they can contradict, but I would say as a whole they don't, because everyone's, especially at the level where I'm at, everyone is really, really knowledgeable and onto it, and they are constantly up to date with research and everything. So I think it's important though as well, if you do have any situations where they aren't aligning, to just communicate about that, which is really hard to do, but at times. But at the end of the day, it's your career, and you've got to do what's best for you, and try and work with the team that you've got, and hopefully it all pans out.
Excellent insight as we have the heats continuing of the boys 100 metre juniors. And you'll see them running through down the, well, I'd like to say front straight, but of course it's the back straight, because they're using the wind behind them. I noticed in some of the earlier sprints the wind up to around about plus 1.9, around that plus 2 metre wind behind them, which is obviously helpful, conducive to some pretty decent times. Katie, for those who are just sort of joining our coverage here on the streaming service of Whakata Māori, I walked in on the senior girls high jump final earlier with you alongside Tony Rogers, and it seemed to be a pretty good year in terms of the performances there, and 3 athletes in particular, and the final 2 pushing each other to some pretty decent heights. So for those who are just sort of joining us, do you want to recap on that? It's probably what has been the key field event so far this morning.
Yeah, and it was a really successful one. The girls jumped so well. We had Mia Diego, who jumped 1 metre 80, which is a world under-20 championship performance standard. So she has now achieved that, and I'm unsure whether she has to do a second one, but at the moment I think it might only be 1. So that's pretty cool for her to get that ticked off, and she had some remarkable clearances, and majority of her heights were in her first attempt. In second place we had Amber Tro, who also jumped a PB of 175, I think, off the top of my head. And yeah, she did great jumps. She got mostly first attempt clearances too. And then we have in third place we had Amber Naomi Waite, and Naomi is from a school that's currently it's in Beijing. She's just moved back to New Zealand, and I know that she will be satisfied but not necessarily happy with her performance today. But however, that left the third place, because she's an international athlete. It did actually leave the third place opening for Lockman, and I'm just double checking the height there. Yeah, she jumped 163. So we do have 4 people that will receive medals. However, Naomi Waite, because she is international, will just receive an international medal. So the New Zealand secondary school championship top 3 would Mia Diego, Amber Tro and Lockman.
And just interested for me there to see that Amber actually was in a bit of trouble here at 163, got through on her third jump there, and then was clean after, through until 175.
Yeah, so for her, it seemed like her confidence just grew throughout the competition. You know, it's very easy to sometimes have you can get some nerves at the beginning, and so it's awesome to see that she was able to put that together and just grow as the competition went.
We're over in the long jump pit at the moment, and earlier there was the senior boys long jump happening alongside of the senior girls high jump. Ollie Davis took that out, Central Southland College, where my father taught when I was a wee boy. 7:07 for Ollie over Ben Walker of Waimea College, 6:61, and Braden Nielsen, 6:59, third from New Plymouth Boys High.
So it appears that this is the senior girls triple jump, and they are in their first round. They've only had 1 attempt. Only 4 people have so far had a jump, and at the moment Zara Rattray from Hamilton Girls High School has a jump of 10 metres 95. And on the runway at the moment is Yvonne Tobeck from Burnside High School.
Keely, you mentioned long jump being a bit of a partner for high jump, particularly when we're coming up as kids and doing lots of things. What about the triple jump? Did you extend to that?
I never actually did any triple jump. I don't know if I had quite the strength around my muscles at the time to be able to withstand doing the triple. However, I do some triple work as part of my training and bounds and plyometric work at the moment. So nothing too much, but at least I know how to do it now, whereas I never used to.
So you'd have a reasonable understanding, and in terms of the way that they approach, is there any part of this that is particularly more important than the other, or they need to concentrate on the same 3? And I do have some triple jump experience, but it's pretty poor triple jump experience, to be fair.
Mine's also pretty poor, so I wouldn't feel comfortable putting something out there.
Fair enough.
With the knowledge that I have, and because I can imagine there's some triple jump coaches who are listening in, and then they might be like, that is incorrect.
I can point out some failings if that's helpful, and certainly from my experience it was far too much emphasis on the initial hop. Destabilised leg coming down from a hop that's probably too far, and then a very short step, and poor balance into the jump. So I'm happy to talk about probably things that you shouldn't do, but nonetheless, good fun event.
It is a good fun event, and it's great to see that there's quite a few girls that are doing it today. We have, how many entries do we have today? We've got 21 who are down for the triple jump final, and so that's an awesome size field. We'll give some great competition for a lot of these girls.
Yeah, that's a terrific number. And have you noticed, and I guess it's in and around probably coaches, I know from high school, and my father was a coach at Kaiapoi High, that if he put emphasis, for example, he went and bought a hammer, and consequently Kaiapoi High was stronger than it should have been in the hammer throw, simply because they had one. They had somebody who was interested in coaching it. Is that something that you notice in and around, obviously, with triple jump? I mean, I would have, if you'd said to me, well, how many are going to be in the senior girls triple jump, I probably would have said 10, half what we have here. So
yeah, definitely. I think if you've got the access to the resources, whether that's coaching, equipment, etc., available, then you're likely to have an increase in participants in that event, and potentially, you know, people doing really well. And that's what Athletics New Zealand focuses on. With they've got their key events around, especially around the throws, so around shot put and pole vault. Are there and then distance runners, you know, and so they funnel a lot of their resources into those events, and as a result, we have seen great success. So I would say that you know, on a smaller scale level, around like local spaces, if you've got access to a triple jump coach, you know, you'll have more people that are going to do that sport because there's someone there encouraging and being able to teach them how to do it correctly.
Sophie Hancock with that previous jumper, Rotorua High School's taken the lead at 11.03, clear of Zara Rattray at 10.95 from Hamilton Girls, and Meg Edwards from Rangiruru 10.74, with now 9 athletes having jumped their first round. Porter on the runway from Craighead Diocesan School.
As a field eventer, it is quite cool to see the coverage of field events that are happening, because usually, I mean, obviously we've only got one live stream, but often the field events get neglected, so it's really awesome to be able to see lots of coverage, and for people back home to be able to see their loved ones or people that they're interested in watching on the live stream.
Certainly, as we confirm the field for you there, they found the previous
One thing I do know about about triple and long is that you definitely want your momentum to be pushing you forward. So you don't want to be falling backwards, ideally, when you land in the pit, because if your hand goes back, then they will be measuring from that mark. So everything you're wanting is to be able to carry you forward, so that when you're landing, you are falling forward. This is Kate Shannon from Te Awamutu College. She's completed a jump there.
O'Hara Couch from Tyree College there into the pit, and a measured mark coming. We'll update as soon as we get that. Can tell you currently Sophie Hancock still leading with the first round jump of 11.03. That may have been superseded there. It has been by O'Hara Couch with 11.60. We'll confirm that for you in a moment. That 11.60 went up initially, but it's come down again, so we'll look to confirm this leaderboard just as soon as we can. With Charlotte Goldsmith, St Cuthbert's College there with 11.60, my apologies, and Lisa Lockman was the previous jumper.
We're underway with Heat 7 of the Junior Boys 100 metres.
So Charlotte Goldsmith currently leading with 11.60. Sophie Hancock 11.03. Charlotte from St Cuthbert's College. Sophie from Rototuna High School there in Hamilton. Zara Rattray of Hamilton Girls High 10.95.
Lane 4, Edmund Farrow from John McPherson College.
And Meg Edwards from local school Rangi Ruru currently 4th at 10.74 here at Punawai Sports Hub, the 50th anniversary of the New Zealand secondary schools. Athletics.
We've just had a little bit of a fun fact information fed to us that just while we were on the triple jump, that the New Zealand secondary schools were the first to introduce female triple jump 1,500 metres and 3,000 metres before New Zealand clubs did it for athletics. So that's a pretty cool thing that they led the way to introduce that for women.
Indeed. Was that our man Paul Meads?
It was indeed.
I'd expect no one else. As we look across to the power shot. And that was Millie Marshall-Kirkwood from Inglewood High, who's made good progress with her improved throws in recent times in the F57 classification. Not much room in the grandstand at the moment, with people seeking the shade from the hot conditions we've got here in Otatahi, Christchurch this afternoon. Triple jump pit is down in front of them, and the bank that runs alongside. Billy Marshall Kirkwood's put there was 4 metres 78. And also in that competition, Una Kinajil Reading from Rangiruru, who's in the F46 category.
Just going to bring on one of the first of our special guests over this weekend. We have sitting here with us Christina Ryan, who is the 6 times New Zealand Senior Women's National Heptathlon Champion. So we've just got a couple of technical issues going on with the microphone that we're trying to give to Christina at the moment. And she also... We will bring her to chat just in a moment. Oh, we think that we have success.
We can hear you.
Yes,
that's brilliant. That's, aren't we good? The 4 of us, eh?
It only took 4 people.
How many people does it take to turn on a microphone? Huh?
And a tech person's talking in our ear, trying to tell us whether it's on or off. So welcome and thank you for joining us today. So you've been a participant at secondary school nationals before yourself. How many did you do, and tell us about your experience?
I would have done, I think, 4 nationals. I don't believe I did my first one in Yemen. I wasn't quite ready for that. But yeah, I did 4. I'm pretty sure my first national title came from secondary schools, but would you believe it was a discus?
Oh, wow. So you were more of a thrower back then rather than a multi, or did you do a bit mixture of everything?
My 3 events were normally long jump and discus, so a bit of a mixed bag. But yeah, I think I got national medals in all 3 of those events at various points. But in year 13, last year, I got intimidated got the national title in discus. So that's definitely the pathway to heptathlon. So.
Definitely. And it would have been cool doing that in a hometown environment.
Yeah, that was pretty special. And it meant I was able to go to my graduation dinner that night, so it was a big day. I remember it fondly.
Yeah, well, it's a busy time of year for all of the students at the moment, because they're just finishing up, and a lot of them have had exams, and they've got graduations going on. So it's a pretty big time to be fitting something like this in as well. Obviously, as a heptathlete, there might be people that don't actually know much about it. Do you want to explain what you do as a heptathlete, what events you do?
Well, the heptathlon and decathlon is a thing. There's 10 events for men and 7 events for women, and it runs over 2 days, and essentially you do what I do here, 7 different track and field events, and you get points for how well you do at those events, and the person with the most points at the end wins. So that's what I'm at.
And do you have a favourite event that you do?
I think I will probably say hurdles and long jump. They're the events I've been doing the longest, and they're definitely two fun events to do.
Awesome. And so in the upcoming, year or two, do you have any major goals that you're wanting to tick off?
Just, to be honest, just to continue to improve to the best of my ability. There's some events on the horizon that I'd like to hopefully be good enough to go to, but for now, I'm a little bit injured at the moment, so for now it's just trying to get over that and get back into competition and nationals and Oceanias and that stuff next year, hopefully.
Awesome.
Just jump in briefly before we continue. Hannah Collins, the triple jump, has just jumped a new record of 12.46, adding 1 centimetre to Kayla Goodwin's triple jump record set in 2019. Kayla from Sacred Heart Girls High School, but Hannah Collins has just extended that by 1 centimetre with a jump of 12.46 from Te Aho o Te Kura Punamu. So. Wow. Very good record.
Very, very good record. Oh, that's awesome news to hear.
Yeah, really good one. She's now a huge athlete in the US, so she's a very good athlete as well.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable to beat that. Obviously, the Goodwins have some pretty athletic genes in the family if they're both over in the States doing some scholarships events.
And was that on the first round? Did she break that record?
It was the first round for Hannah Collins, yeah.
A few more still takes brought out during that competition.
So we've just had the final athlete jumping in the first round, so they will go into the second round now.
And most of them recording a mark, which is a pretty good effort. We had 1 foul, but others all recording marks in round 1. 21 athletes in that competition, and Hannah Collins with that first round, 12.46, a New Zealand secondary school's record.
This young man on the screen now with the parachute, he's one of my awesome students at Puna High School where I teach. He's one of our senior leaders. He's very
So is that Samuel Pethy there? Yeah. What size team do you have from Papua Nui here, Christine?
I'm not actually too sure, to be honest. I know our para-athlete squad is quite big. There's quite a few of them sitting down at that shot that I can see. And I think I know of at least 4 others that have been competing so far. A couple on the road race tomorrow as well. Papua Nui is not massively known for its athletes, but there's still a few of them doing really well, which is awesome.
Meg Edwards was just on the runway with her second round in the triple jump. Zara Rattray has jumped 10.67 in the second round. She's currently lying 4th with her first round 10.95. $10.55 for Meg Edwards in her second round coming through. And from Rangiroa, Una Kinajil Redding in the F46 category. In the girls' shot put multi-class para senior circle.
Christchurch College, and lane 3, Sadie Tower from Columbia College, lane 4, Sadie Newman from Pacific College, and lane 5, George Taylor from NZSS High School, and lane 6, Steve Brown from Craig Nursing School, and lane 7, Rochester graduate from Fairleigh College, and lane 8, Cara Kerr from St. Peter's.
So we currently have going the triple jump in round 2 for the senior girls, and also the girls shot put multi-class para senior, and the boys shot put multi-class para senior also going in tandem. Here's the Pratton from Kashmir High with her second round. First round 10:44 has her in 8th position. And then we update the senior triple jump with that Hannah Collins record 12:46. Charlotte Goldsmith currently second, 11:60. Heidi Clarkson, I believe, next to go. Sophie Hancock about to have her second jump from Rutatuna High School in Hamilton.
Alongside being a triple jumper, Sophie Hancock is also a top 400 hurdler in her age group.
I think you can see some of that speed on the runway there, which is good to me anyway.
Christina, at what point do you focus on the heptathlete and bring a whole series of disciplines together and decide that's for you?
For me, I never wanted to do heptathlon purely because there was an 800 in it, and I never wanted to ever run a 800. And my first heptathlon I did just to kind of make my parents happy and my coach happy, and I was paid $10 an event to complete the heptathlon.
That'll do it.
When I was 13 or 14, I thought that was a lot of money. And then I didn't do another one for quite a few years after that. But my first nationals, I just decided to go again to keep my coach happy. My coach at the time was Ian Beard, who coached Joanne Hickory, our current record holder in the heptathlon. And he said, you need to go and do the nationals just to see how, just to have some fun. And so I went along and I did it and I won it. So that was kind of like, I guess this is it now. Can't go along and win a national title and not continue, not give it a go. So at that point I was doing a lot of discus. And put that to the side and focus on the just been doing it ever since, and slowly my enjoyment of that.
That was my next question. I'm pleased to hear that.
I usually enjoy it too, quite slightly.
Is it simply a case of focusing on the disciplines that you are weakest at in terms of heptathlete while maintaining the others as best you can?
Yeah. I hate to say it, but the 800 is now no longer my weakest event. So either I've worked really hard on it, or maybe I've just started running it, not crying, I guess, as I'm running it anymore.
Is it still the least favourite though?
Yes.
Sorry to the distance runners out there.
Yeah, sorry to all the incredible 100 metre runners out there. I wish I could do it the way that you guys do. Maybe one day.
Well, it sounds like you're on the right track anyway.
Trying to be.
It looks like we have Cameron Porter, who's just on the runway here from Craighead Diocesan. I'm pretty sure she was just in the senior women's high jump as well. Senior girls high jump as well. So it's pretty awesome that she's gone from one discipline to another.
We've seen one improvement in the second round. Sophie Hancock, she remains in third place, but she's added 10 centimetres to her first round jump of 11.03 to improve to 11.13 and hold that third place status. Christina, as a heptathlete, do you look to the history of heptathlon? I remember Joanne Henry very well from out of South Canterbury, and the ability that she obviously had. You look back, is that something that encourages you to strive forward? Do you look at the points total, say, I can get there, I can do that?
Yes, I do. New Zealand actually has had quite a few talented heptathletes in the past, with Sarah Carly-Ross and Portia as well, who's now 400 metre hurdler. And yeah, so I definitely look at the ones that have gone before me, and I think what's quite interesting is that we're all quite different athletes. Sarah Carly was a little bit shorter but very powerful. Portia's taller, also very powerful. I think I'm probably more along the lines of Portia. And just to see that we actually are still quite even, I guess, in our points totals, whilst having different strengths in different events, is quite cool to see. Actually, I think you can still get a really cool high points total just through being better at different events to other athletes. Yeah, I think I'm capable of scoring 6,000 points. Whether I'm capable of beating Joe's record, I haven't worked away to say about that one.
So on the Whakata Māori streaming service and watching the 50th anniversary meet of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association Championships here in Otatahi, Christchurch, where it all began just prior to the Commonwealth Games all those years ago, back in 1974. And the initial Secondary Schools Championship serving as an outstanding trial run for officials as they undertook the friendly games in 74. We're on day 2 of competition here. Day 1 started yesterday afternoon, midday. Streaming began this morning at 9 a.m. Just gone midday. We'll take you through till 1 o'clock before a break for about 30 minutes. And continue with our afternoon. This is the longest day of competition. So we'll get through a number of rounds, both track and field. Had some finals this morning, senior girls high and also senior boys long. And now we have a field of 21 on the runway in the pit for the senior girls. after a record in round 1 of 12 and 46. How difficult is it to get up, do you think, for the next?
Well, it could either work in your favour and giving you a big adrenaline rush to push even harder, but sometimes when you push harder, some typical aspects go out the window a little bit. But on the other hand, it probably feels like a big relief to have done that record with a short shot targeting it, and to get the first jump, maybe that means you can also just relax and just try to just see how much further you can beat it by.
11 and 66 her jump, but still comfortably leading. Charlotte Goldsmith improved with her second jump, 11 and 77, so she remains in second place, but she's added 17 centimetres to that first round effort. Just stepping out of the commentary area, and forward to having Kelly back later with her expertise. And Paul Meads going to rejoin us here alongside.
Ka pai tahi ahi, Mark. Good to see you again. And we've done a couple of commentaries with cross country and
getting used to sharing caravans, aren't we?
Yes. This one is a lot drier and not as wet as it was in cross country in Nelson, that's for sure.
Indeed, outstanding day. Christina, for a heptathlete, would this be ideal conditions?
Never been a good day in Christchurch.
Yeah.
This is actually, I don't want to jinx it. This is quite good for the it's just hanging in there.
Okay.
Yes,
Trying to hopefully this stays where it is.
yes, yesterday afternoon, Mark said it started and they reversed the track, so the finish, or the heats and the 200s would finish on the back straight like they're doing now. The wind was coming from the northeast yesterday, so coming around what we'd call the home straight, about 110 metres away, there's actually a gap between the entrance and the toilet block there, and the wind just funnels straight through, very similar to Wellington at the park there. And so the runners were coming around the 800s, particularly the junior girls, and you could see them like struggling that corner. And then once they got from the shelter of the stand, the flags in the middle are waving around way less today, because it's basically coming from behind us where we are viewing now out over the track. And you know, Mark's alluding to the performance. You've got 5,585 points or whatever, and you've got to break that 6K mark, and each discipline you get more points for better performances. So which of the 7 events do you think you would target to jump up those? Because it's really, you've got to get another 500 points over 7 events, which is not an easy thing to do. So which events do you think in those 7? Because I don't think you've named all the disciplines that you do for the 7. But we know the 800s at the end. We've seen that. It's like watching the men do the 1500 at the end, and the bigger boys are tying up. But yeah, so which events would you be targeting?
So in the heptathlon there is the long jump, high jump, javelin, shot put, 100 metre hurdles, 200 and 800. Running events do seem to score quite well. So kids still make some big gains in the 800, and 200 hurdles as well.
Right.
High jump, I definitely can make some big gains in. You get some good points. And then I think it's about in women's heptathlon high jump, we go up 3 centimetres. That's around 30 points.
Every centimetre.
So
And it's
about 10 points
yeah.
a centimetre.
And same with hurdles. If like you take a second off your time, you're really going to jump 100 or is it 120, 180?
Pretty much.
I just can't remember the exact scores, because one of the athletes I had years ago was as a secondary school girl came through, and coach talked her into doing heptathlon. She did pretty well as a junior, but to maintain those 7 disciplines and training on a grass track, Pukekohe, but she did really, really well. And it was all about those points. She came down to a junior to the nationals and got a 3rd in the senior competition. And yes, and it's that training intensity. And once you hit the hurdle, because she could hurdle, that's where she was scoring most of her points. And like you, the 800, actually it wasn't a problem, but the throws, that was the problem. The high jump, she was fine. She could, get there, but the throw.
Yeah, Javelin is my lowest scoring event.
Right, yeah.
You don't tend to score massively well in the throws.
Yes.
But you can get quite a lot of difference. An athlete may throw 10 metres further than another athlete in javelin. So
Yes.
while you might not score well, you can make big gains, I guess.
Right, on your competitors, yes. Okay. And with a win like today, the javelin, you prefer the slight headwind or the tailwind? Because
I've always been told that women's jabs prefer the headwind and men's prefer the tail.
yeah, well, we'll have our New Zealand javelin champion here later on the weekend, Tori Peters. Yeah, she's come back from, she went to Budapest. I'll have to find out whether she was a pest or a Buddha. Have you been? Yeah, well, there's two parts of the city, Buddha and Pest, so yes, that was interesting, underneath the castle in Buddha. But yes, so just going back, I noticed that triple jump. These girls, one of these athletes we took to Australia with the New Zealand, to the Australian age group championships as part of a New Zealand secondary schools team. And the young lady that's broken the record, Hannah, she took it to the Australians in the 400 metres and just ran so well, and it was basically came down to the wire on the line. So she's a powerful young athlete, and it's great to see her doing well. And like I say, Kayla Goodwin, she was a heptathlete, as you mentioned, and her forte was the triple jump, and she won the hurdles. So I think she won two individual titles and got a third as in the individual events at the secondary school event in her time. So she basically got on the team for her individual deals. And when we went to the schools championships in Adelaide in 2017, Hayley Marks was the athlete I was referring to before. She came over and did all the 7 events over the 2 days, and we're trying to improve on our points. But the Australians at that point took the heptathlon out and called it those combined events and had it at a different time. But because it was a schools event, so she was acquiring the points. Like I say, she could run, she could hurdle, and throw, and it's quite a challenge. And like you, I see in your wonderful fashionable Christmas attire here with a moon boot. She too suffered from injuries, and that's the thing, isn't it, when you're training. So I'm just going to get back in now because this is the start of the 1500 metre heats.
Heat 1 of 3.
And it'll be interesting to see how these juniors go. Later on, when we get into the seniors, I'll know a few of those athletes because they've featured in 3,000 metres yesterday afternoon, and also a lot of them are cross-country runners, and they've been away with New Zealand. So.
Going to present the junior girls javelin.
So come into the front straight in the first heat of 3 for the senior girls 1500, and 4 of them across the track early on. Up wide there, Lulu Johnson, 4.71, taking up the running. So they come past the start-finish line, tucked away on the inside there. 3.69 Poppy Martin.
Yes, a number of these young women have run, as I say, for New Zealand on track in the 15 or 3K and in cross country. And you mentioned that the Lulu, she is actually a triathlete as well. But she made the cross country team this year to go to Canberra. She came last year to Adelaide and ran the time trial and won a gold medal for her age group. So that was over 2K. So we know she's got some speed. Poppy Martin from John Paul College. There, Zara Geddes was also a cross-country 2 years in a row.
Prominent the last time we were in a caravan together, Paul, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes, won the senior girls cross-country in Nelson last year, and this year being Catherine Lunders taking that out. But we'll see how they go, because at the moment the first lap there looked reasonably controlled, Mark, and I think the second half of the race is when they'll start to sort of figure out who's going to go through to those qualifying spots, which is always the interesting part. So we'll see who's got the speed and who's running tactics.
Zara Geddes leads. Jessica McKenzie from Hutt Valley High, number 352, has been on the shoulder. Just coming between them though now is Lulu Johnson, who's been prominent early in this race, and alongside them too Poppy Martin.
Yes, now that's to see what I mean by that. This lap now they're starting to stride out a bit more, and so the field will string out, and they're right back to where they started from. So that sort of basically give you an idea of halfway around, 2 laps, and down the back straight. They make advantage of that crosswind, semi-tailwind there, and so now they're basically in a line, and the first 5 or 6 will be trying to get that qualifying. Some will be holding back to just make sure. Some will run smart, others will make sure they want to get. If you want to go to the next level, you've got to get them in the top group, don't you? So.
Indeed. Neve Motley lying 5th currently at the moment. Those first 5 pulling clear as they come round towards the front straight once again.
She's from Craighead Diocesan School, and she's running well.
Lulu Johnson, she is. Lulu Johnson leading at the moment. Zara Geddes is just in behind her. Then Poppy Martin lying 3rd with Jessica McKenzie just being overtaken. They're just on the heels of Neve Motley. They get the bell.
This is interesting to see if Zara can hang on here. She was running well yesterday, but in the 3K, just she's running the same sort of speed as she was last year. But I think she finished 6th, and just see if she can hang on to her stride, because that's the key now for this last lap. But
Lily Johnson's really striding out here in front, Mount Maunganui College, from Zara Geddes.
She's at St Hilda, isn't she?
She is, lying 2nd.
Around 200 metres to go, Lily Johnson is putting on a good gap between Zara Geddes.
Yep, Poppy Martin 3rd, Neve Motley just going past Jessica McKenzie, 4th and 5th. And
Poppy Martin from John
after them, Pascal Bowie.
Picked up in the second half, as I mentioned. They're running it just gone 4 minutes 20 something now. So the top 3 athletes won't have to worry too much, so they can sort of just hold off a bit.
Neve Motley.
Lulu Johnson coming down the front straight. She'll take the first heat of the Senior Girls 1500. Zara Geddes is closing off nicely. Then Poppy Martin from St Paul's College 3rd, and Jessica McKenzie alongside Neve Motley, who have been doing battle for the last couple of laps, and they'll come in that order with Jessica 4th.
Yeah, so that's because there's 3 heats. So that's 3 heats of this 1500, which shows a bit of depth there with the senior girls. And like I say, some of them have run cross country as well. And like I say, Lulu's made the New Zealand cross country team twice, and she's was running well. She told me, I spoke to her yesterday and this morning, and she said she was trying to get through to a final. So she'll be happy if she gets in. Zara Geddes, as I said, she's an accomplished 3,000 metre runner, so she'll be pleased with getting into that final.
So Heat 2 coming soon. Bo Ritchie in that lineup. Sasha Letica also. A field listed of 12 for the second heat.
Yes, and it's interesting there because Bo Ritchie has been an outstanding athlete all the way through. She's won the junior grades, come through this weekend. She's targeting both. She ran the 8s yesterday and qualified yesterday afternoon. This is one of her events. She normally goes 15 and 3,000. Earlier in the year she won the under 18 title in Australia. She took line honours there in her preferred event, and this year she's going speed with the 800 and the 15 double. So we'll see how she goes, because she's, like I say, a very accomplished athlete, and we'll just pick up the others when they get on the start line now. So
start line, just recapping that triple jump that we saw there. We had Meg Edwards on the runway there. Hannah Collins still leading that after 2 jumps, 12:46, a New Zealand Secondary Schools record in round 1. So second heat is currently on the start line, and we have their
some Kira Trivet from Te Awa Mutu College, Kennedy Taylor, Southland Girls High School, another great runner. She was injured last year. She came through this year, ran really, really well with the cross country. Amelia Joyce, St Cuthbert's College, Sophie Webber from Woodford House in the Hawke's Bay, Sasha Teacher from Takapuna Grammar, Brooke Fortune from Rangiora High School, Jodie Nash from Takapuna Grammar. We've got Emma Schnock from Fiordland College, Alice Smart from Matamata College, Alyssa Buchanan, Rangiruru, Girls School, Charlotte, I'm going to say Chile, could be Charles, she's also from Rangiruru, and then my favourite I guess would be Bo Ritchie from St Peter's School in Cambridge. So we'll see how this pans out. No?
Field of 12 for number 2 of the semi-girls. 1500 metres. So we come round into the straight, and Sasha Letica is leading the bunch.
Same sort of tactic. It's just to feel your way around for the first lap, take it easy, and sort of see where it happens, what happens after. I'd say with about a K to go, or just 800 metres to go, Bo Ritchie will probably put the hammer down. But we'll wait and see.
She's running mid-pack, and she was initially 3 wide, but in lane 2 coming round there in number 856, as Sasha Letica takes them into the back straight over Jodie Nash from Takapuna Grammar School.
So that's a lap of 1 minute 16. So you're looking at a 76-second split. So that's reasonably comfortable.
Sophie Webber prominent from Woodford House. And Amelia Joyce from St Cuthbert's tucked in there as well, in amongst the leading bunch.
Let's see how this Kennedy. Yeah, they sort of stall on that bend, don't they? Actually, that's one of the worrying things when you have athletes through, particularly the younger age groups, because if people stall, the people behind, if they haven't got quick reactions, can actually end up getting spiked because of the follow through from the foot flow. But you know, they've done 600 metres now.
Sasha Letka's come away from the inside running line, almost asking for someone to come through and take up the running.
Unusual to see them running 3 lanes wide, but that's, they say, the pace will pick up from now. And when they go through this, when they start over with a 1500 metre start, when they've run 800 metres, that's when they'll start just striding out a little bit more.
Well, no one took the invitation, so Sasha Letica has gone back to the lead, and just looking to stretch them out a fraction. 881.
You'd be happy with that pace,
Jodie Nash.
Can you do a 76? Can you do 76-second splits?
Maybe for a 400, just one.
Oh, they've done it again. They've really bunched up. They've not quite stalling, but they're all hedging. So this may come down to a bit of cat and mouse right around. We'll wait and see.
And Bo's just sitting on the outside at the moment, in the middle of that leading bunch. She's 3 wide at the moment, but comfortable and just staying out of trouble and staying off heels.
Yeah, that's the other one. Tony Rogers earlier will tell you that when we were running, you always had to use a little bit of elbow to get out in the 1500s and whatever, and because of his height and my lack of it, his elbow, and same with Rod Dixon's in that era, they sort of ended up in the eye socket. So if you didn't duck, you got an elbow in the eye on the shove. Not that I got that close to them that often, but I found spikes were pretty useful, you know. But that all now with televised, it's really difficult at the Grand Prix meets everywhere. Everybody can see what's happening. And that's
Kennedy Taylor's in there too, that I haven't mentioned so far, Paul. She's lying 3rd.
That's the one I see from Southland. I think she was injured last year. She came up to the cross country, got into the New Zealand team, and she was really pleased with her effort. I'm keeping an eye on this young athlete, because to train with a group with some of these athletes they're in a coaching group, and it's always hard in the regional provinces if you were the only athlete training, and you'll know that. With the heptathlon down here, because you've got Lomax, you've got a whole lot of jumpers and like-minded people, so you've got a training group. Yeah, makes it a little bit easier. Yes. Yeah. So yes, I think I put Kennedy Taylor in the mix for definitely qualifying.
So Jodie Nash has taken over with Sasha Letica just moving away again from the running line and inviting some help through, and then we've got, as you mentioned, Kennedy Taylor and Bo Ritchie, who's just come to the outside of that leading quartet, and also tucked in there is Amelia Joyce, the leading 5 down the straight.
Now they're starting to look at one another, and keeping pace. The ones who have got, keeping the powder dry have got a little bit left for another lap. So final lap now for them. So 400 metres to go. No, sorry, my bad. I'm calling that wrong.
Ella Smart had a late dab on the inside, looking to qualify automatically in the 4.41. So the front 5 were comfortable, and they were just watching each other and making sure that they would.
I'm taking another lap. They've got a couple of metres to go, and it's Bo Ritchie just sat on the outside. I saw her looking across. So that's from a coaching point of view, and if you like running savvy, Mark, that's smart. I mean, they know they've got to run another race, another competitive event. Some of these kids might even be in the road race tomorrow morning, but they're running smart to qualify. So they save, plenty left in the tank. And unfortunately, in your event, you can't really do that, can you? In any of the events.
Last event of the tank, you just got to go for broke, really.
Yeah, but even all of them.
You're pretty much emptying your tank each time, which must be quite difficult in terms of your recovery.
Yes, it's a mental game, but I don't know, I think if you can do it, you can do it. I think that's what actually one thing I can do quite well is get going and get up, I guess, each next week. Every time it's just
So those results you'll be getting up now, they are 4:57. So 4 minutes and 57 seconds in the splits across the 4. So it shows you how close they were running across here. 4:58.08. So there were the ones we were calling early, Mark. We've got Jodie Nash, Kennedy Taylor, Sasha Bowe, and Ella Smart were in the first 5. Then you've got Amelia Joyce in 6th. And if it's those qualifying spots, it's always the fastest next to, or whatever it is. And so you've got to be very careful with that cat and mouse game. If you haven't got the wheels, then you really need to get out and push the pace yourself a little bit. But I'd say 4 of those 5 athletes were running within themselves, and they look like they've got sort of plenty to go.
So Jodie Nash was the confirmed winner. Not that made a great deal of difference in terms of them qualifying over Kennedy Taylor, Sasha Letica, Bo Ritchie, and Ella Smart, who finished strongly for Matamata College into 5th and 4:58. And the third heat taking the starting line, and you've got the field in front of you with Letitia Hay from St. Peter's, Mackenzie Napier from Gore, Ko Finsden from Epsom Girls, Abby Bolton, Maclean's College, Zara Pomfret, Glendowie College, Isabel Harrison, St. Margaret's, Marissa Shannon, Craighead Diocesan, Sharo Heinen from Otamotai College, Charlotte Greenwood, St. Cuthbert's,
Yes.
Jacqueline Kowaleski from New Plymouth Girls High, Sienna Mackley from Wakatipu, Kate Yu from Samuel Marsden, Bryn Gordon from Cashmere High, field of 13.
Yep, and somebody's decided to take it straight away and head out and put a pace on early. It'll be interesting here because there's quite a few runners here that could get through on past performances, but this is December, really the start of an athletic season for some athletes that are club athletes. But of course with secondary schools this is at the end of the year, so juggling exams, prize givings for those that are academics and leaders in schools, they do that and they've got to maintain training. So
it's a local Cashmere High School runner, Bryn Gordon, who's leading out by probably the best part of 30 metres early from the bunch. Sienna Mackley from Wakatipu leading up that bunch, alongside there of Jacqueline Kowaleski. And the bunch not perturbed about Bryn Gordon getting away in the prelims.
She's put about 50 metres on them already, so she's decided to go for a pace rate. So just to run within her style and not play the games. Now some of the pack have woken up that they... So it's going to split them now. So after one lap, that 400 metres, they've woken up and the pace has just picked up. And noticeable difference in the leg stride and the cadence now. If you're looking across, we're looking at the leg stride can stay consistent. But the cadence just means obviously the speed of the leg coming through in relation to the stride. So they've just all picked that up in that group. And so now they're starting to string out around that bend coming into the wind.
Bryn Gordon leading, and then coming out of the pack and chase is Zara Pomfret from Glendowie College.
Coming through with 800 metres.
9.64.
Brendan Gordon from Cashmere High.
Next one through is Sienna Mackley, alongside of her, wearing 5.58. Is he looking desperately long? Shara Heinen.
Oh, Kara from Automoto. Yes, yeah, she's a very, she's a talented runner.
Abby Bolton from Maclean's College is next in that chasing bunch, and just on the back of it is number 269, Ko Finson from Epsom Girls Grammar. But Bryn Gordon still with a healthy lead that she has established right from the gun.
Yes, she's still got 30 odd metres on them, I'd say, at a guess. Come round for the and she's still, like I say, she's what she's got to do now is, I guess, you find out is she's got to keep her leg stride going. She's doing it all by herself, and so long as she can maintain a rhythm, it's going to be a hard thing to chase down. So the other runners, if they're thinking smart and running with a bit of nous, as we'd say, they'll be looking to figure out who's going to qualify in that next chasing group. So they can concede one place, but not 4 or 5. So now we're going to see the moves coming.
Shara Heinen leading that second bunch around. Jacqueline Kowaleski over on the outside. Inside there,
yes,
we've got Zara Pomfret. And just on the back of that bunch there is number 418, Abby Bolton.
Yeah, from Maclean's now they're starting to make a move. But I think the girl Hunjin from Automotos has got plenty left.
Sienna Mackley also in that bunch, looking to qualify. 25 hours to recover here for Bryn Gordon before the final at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. But
so long as she's not running the road race,
yeah.
No, this will. So there we go. Start to finish, she's. So they've decided to let her go. I don't think they'll run her down now. She's still got 28 metres on them. But now they're fighting for that place. Somebody in this chasing group here is going to miss, and it's just a matter of who now. But that might pull their times through. Oh, look at that. 5 athletes going for the...
5 of them across the track there with Shara Heinen. Like she might have just snuck through at the head of that bunch. Zara Pomfret was in there as well. Sienna Mackley was in that finish too.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So, but those times, again, like the last heat, will come up all very similar. And we'll just wait for those to pop up. Now, just remember, folks, if you're watching and listening to us, that the times that come up are actually provisional and they get ratified later on. And that's just through a process that if anything untoward happens, coaches, whatever, there's an official test scenario to go through, and you lodge an appeal, and then a committee get together and discuss and watch the replays and make an adjudication on that. Fortunately, we haven't had any of that so far, I don't think, today. Have we, Tony, just snuck in the back there? No appeals, no, you pay your $50 and put your protest in and see how you go. But yeah, so those will come through. So the times will come up in a minute, and you'll be able to see those as we do.
4:45.55 for Bryn Gordon coming through. Shara Heinen did hit in that second bunch. 4:48.91 from Automoto College. Abby Bolton, Maclean's College, third, only 7 1,000ths of a second slower. Sienna Mackley, Wakatipu, 4:49, and a touch beyond that, Zara Pomfret in fifth, just ahead of Jacqueline Kowaleski in that blanket finish.
Yeah, I'm glad for Maclean's College. I'm glad for Abby Bolton. She's come through. That's good. She'll be pleased with that.
Christina, a courageous front-running performance, so she never looked like coming back to them.
No, it was obviously the plan, and different from the other races where it seemed to be those top athletes sometimes up the road. She was just to step in there and just do what she needed to do. But Bryn's plan was to go out and just leave everyone behind.
I'm just sorry, you can probably hear us say our mics are live all the time, so we've got to communicate with one another here in this caravan. We're trying to whisper. We apologise if we've pronounced competitors' names incorrectly. It's likely to happen because A, I can't read, No, we're just looking at the spelling. You'll know, somebody from Cashmere High School or Christchurch will let us know. We've been saying Bryn Gordon. I don't know if it's Bryn or Bryony, but we'll clarify that. So if we've made a mispronunciation of a name in any of the athletes, we do apologise. Some of them we know, some of them we don't, and some of them we rely on the announcers coming over the public address system here, which is separate from us. But we are not trying to embarrass anybody, and in fact we're probably only embarrassing ourselves. But we'll take it from the local Cantabrian here that she's here, Bryn, so we'll blame you.
We'll go with her. She has been the fastest qualifier across the heats. Lulu Johnson, second fastest. Not that makes a great deal of difference in the top 15 automatic qualifiers have been rounded out there by Alice Smart, who came through that late dab in heat number 2.
Yeah, so some was that the girl Kolonowski missed out.
Kowaleski just missing out narrowly in that blanket finish there.
That's what happens when you get if you play a hedge. But, okay.
With
so
the top 5 per heat going through. Yes.
Yeah, now we'll get into these guys go a little bit quicker. Straight from the get-go, they're gone.
Should be a terrific final for the senior girls, 1500 tomorrow at 1:30, and then just after that will be the senior boys. And we've got the heats of the senior boys now underway, and the field coming into the front straight on the first occasion, and 980 is leading up there, and that is Joe Martin of Wellington College setting the early pace. Number 477 Max Wildball from Napier Boys, and on its own number 8 Callum Murray from Aquinas College in third. Head of 190 was Cooper Whiteman of Christchurch Boys High, but they've settled into single file, these leaders, pretty quickly.
Yes, that first lap they've different tactic here. The pace has gone on a little bit early, gone on early, and that's not a bad thing, particularly if you haven't got a sprint finish. Again, some coaches are telling their athletes to qualify, others tell them to go hard and get out there to make sure you get into the final, because you can't win a final if you're not in it. And so that pace went on the run 500 metres pretty steadily. We'll have a look when they come around. We'll get a split time.
Callum Murray from Aquinas College, along with Cooper Whiteman from Christchurch Boys High School. The boys are still bunched up.
Christchurch Boys High School mentioned Aquinas.
So Joe Martin still in front there from Wellington College, and on his back is Max Wildball.
Another local just down the road, Timberi Boys High School there, Thomas Allen, isn't he? He's an hour and a half down the road by a fast car, and 2 hours if you don't know where you're going and you're nice and slow and obey all the roadworks.
Callum Murray still third, Cooper Whiteman fourth. And then number 694, James McClay from Southland Boys is the next one around. Followed then by Etienne Cologne from Westlake Boys in the white top, and that leading 6 have just established a wee break on the others. So this is the first heat, and there's 12 in heat 1. And once again, like the senior girls, 3 heats. For this, we'll be looking for the top 5.
There's a group there all hunting, and like I say, the pace and the others just starting to check around and have a look. So they get the bell lap, and of that front group of 6, there's going to be 5 will qualify. So
Max Wildball and Cooper Whiteman the first 2, and then James McClay lying third, then Callum Murray and Etienne Cologne the top 5, and they have pulled clear of Joe Martin, who was the early pace setter. Top 5 in each of the 3 heats to qualify for the senior boys final tomorrow afternoon.
The boys are coming down, 100 metres to go. Again, top 5.
Just taking a look at each other.
Yes, doing the check, and now they sort of fan out to make sure they're going to be in the top 5. So one of them has dropped out.
Maxwell Ball, Cooper Whiteman, they'll be comfortably through. So will
Look at them now.
Etienne Cologne comfortably through as well. Alongside him too, James McClay. They'll all be through, and as well Callum Murray from Aquinas College. Pretty comfortable for them once they establish that leading break of 5, and they're able to take it pretty easy over the last 100 metres.
Yes, and the hard luck story goes out to the guy who was hanging on grimly at the back there for 6th. You know, they dropped him with about 200 to go, and he really, you could see him looking at it. But when we had a little bit of a chuckle in the background here because the boys all slowed down. It was all like within a step and a half, a metre and a half of one another. They all crossed the line, the first 4, so
A little bit of a game
much
almost.
based on the times here. And I think out of in the past when we used to qualifying times going through, it doesn't actually encourage athletes to think. I know the strategy for year 9s and 13, 14-year-olds can be slightly different, but as they get up into the senior age groups, they really need to learn to think about what they're doing in the running, and then actually use their ability or tactic to their favour. Our athletes in the past of 1,500 metres, we've always looked at that kick over the last 300 metres. You know, the Snell, Walker, even Quacks and Dixon, they all had a great finish. And when Sebastian Coe came on the scene, he ran the last 100 metres in about 13 seconds at the end of it, everyone's going, wow, flying start. But the trouble with that is if you're not a flyer, then you've got to set the pace early and try and burn some of the speedsters off. So that's a bit of a trick. And in the senior boys now, some of these guys are still year 11, some are at the year 13, and they, you know, the next competition's next year in the adult world if they stay with clubs and go to age groups. And they really have to learn to do, because some of the events now go, you know, the heats, then there's like, they're called semis, and sometimes there's 3 of those and then. So these guys out there, they're running, and they've got to save a little bit of juice for the final, because otherwise they're going to have nothing left, you know. So it's, so good on them. And I think the next heats are going to be slightly different.
Yeah, I'm curious, how does, you say to your athletes to always, I guess, have your own plan and run your own race. How much does that depend on, do you have to look at who else is in your heat, or do you just have to keep to your race? If you know that there's going to be someone that's got a real kick at the end, you know?
Oh, look, it's, yes, you do. And sometimes the guys they used to talk about it, oh, you set the pace and do this and that, and watch out for them. And they start talking about one another, but at the national championships and any of the championships, different coaches have different approaches. But most of them are pretty consistent. And if you know your athletes got a bit of firepower, you just tell them to stay in the hunt, stay in the group, and then if you need to put a burst in, go. If you haven't got that, then, you know, I remember we talked earlier about we were the guinea pigs in 1973 for the Commonwealth Games. And when we came to the Commonwealth Games later on in 74, they talked about people then at the 1,500 metres were Kenny Ben Jipko, there was an English runner, there was, you know, Rod Dixon. All of a sudden when the 1,500 metres started, this guy went to the front, and I asked my athletes, I said, go and Google it and watch it. And a guy called Philbert Bay came out and led from start to finish. He decided to run at his own pace, and it wasn't slow. And in the home straight, all these known athletes who were running the world circuit and probably on the money scene then, they were floundering for 3rd place because Philbert Bay took it to them. John Walker, because he had his 800 metre speed, a lot of people in New Zealand didn't know who he was because it was all on Quacks and Dixon, and all of a sudden Walker took off down the home straight and he chased him down. Well, both runners went under the old world record of 3:33, and the other guys were left scrambling for the bronze.
Yeah.
And they were meant to be the thing. So Philbert Bay thought, to heck with you guys, I'm going to run my own race. And they couldn't pull him in.
Yeah.
John Walker had a go at him, and he ran under the old world record at the time.
Yeah.
And he left these other guys who were the stars at the back because they tried to play, you know, they just didn't realise how quick this guy was clicking along, and they thought the kick would get them. You know, young Sam Tanner did the same thing here. He came to the Nationals as a young guy, and he won out 1,500 metres and a slate line for a fact. But he knew that he could sprint out from 250 metres out, and he took to them.
Yeah, knew your strengths, yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, Nick Willis, the same, he had a huge coming home speed. But, you know, you'll see a lot of these guys go to the wall if you get somebody that's quicker than you, and you can't maintain that for that 300 metres last. So in the world, for a long time there at the World International, the first laps were going around in 65, 67s, which is like these guys' pace.
Yeah.
So in this one, this heat, you can see that I'm suggesting that pace is not quite as quick. It's getting there now, and so they'll start to spread out now, and Mark will pick up.
Wilson Lee in front there from St Patrick's.
Yeah, there's been quite a pick-up in the pace now, hasn't there?
Yeah,
he's picked up the pace. Jake Owen, Otago Boys High, now moving around through into second spot. That'll be Jamie Moore, the outside of him from Auckland Grammar, number 42, staying in touch with him at the moment.
Keep an eye on this Jamie Moore, because he didn't like the heat when he went to the World Cross Country Champs. He had a bad time there. He won the 3,000. He was here. He's a great young fella, and I'm pretty sure he'll qualify. He'll be looking to qualify for this event for sure.
Angus Sevier there from Kashmir. He's 1-2-4 running on the outside of them, and just tucked in there is Jake Owen.
So the other one I was going to mention is Angus Sevier. He came onto the scene last year, came with me to Adelaide in cross country, and when he came back, he just got stronger and stronger. He ran in Palmerston North of the cross country, but when he came here, we took him away to the track in Australia, and he ran so well. His times picked up PBs, but look at that pace going on now.
Jamie Moore has taken up the running and gone to the lead. Angus Sevier just tucked on the inside, and then Otago Boys Jake Owen on the outside. He's just moved back now to fourth. Coming round, that might be Hamish Murray. Number 9 it is, coming up on the outside of Jamie's shoulder here. And out wide there we've got Azrael Kubaseo down the outside, and of course they have to shake one of these runners.
So I'm picking, there we go. So Sevier's going to make sure he gets across terrible, boys.
Jamie Moore is comfortable, Angus Sevier's second, Hamish Taylor's third. 7-4-9 will go through.
And Otago Boys
as well. It was Daniel
6,
Hayes,
wasn't he? So
yeah, and Azrael Kubaseo looked like he was fifth, just ahead there of Jake Owen.
Yeah, so Jake, but that's where it came down, that last 200 metres. They really put the acid on, and Tony will know all about his last 200 metres in the 1500s. Particularly when you've got, if you've got those, shall we say, the East Africans in front of you with they have a great big long flow through with their kick from behind. You would have seen a bottom of a few spikes coming towards you mid-regions and into your legs, Tony. Yeah, so, hey.
Third and final heat of the Senior Boys 1500 coming soon. Just back at the triple jump where Hannah Collins in the first round set a new New Zealand Secondary Schools record with 12.46. Her third jump was 12.20. And she's currently leading. There it is, the current leaderboard. Charlotte Goldsmith second, her second round jump 11.77. Good enough for second. Sophie Hancock currently lying third. She's been consistent with her jumps, 11.14. The best of those, but they've all been within about 10 centimetres of each other. Zara Rattray is currently lying fourth and not far behind, 11.07, 7 centimetres down on Sophie. And Meg Goodwoods is
interesting,
currently fifth.
Sorry, Mark. I'm pretty sure it's Charlotte Goldsmith. She's at St. Cuthbert's, so she'll be pleased with that, and sitting in second. And same with Sophie, speedster from Puna. She's in there. Any senior girl now at these things, if they can jump over 11 metres, they're going to get into in my opinion and experience, they're going to get into that top last 8 jump off, and anybody that's hitting 12 metres is in medal contention, and you can see that here. Years gone by, we had a young athlete who could get over 11 metres consistently, and as soon as it basically became an 11.80, if you couldn't do an 11.80 at that time, we had a whole lot of decent triple jumpers, including like Kayla, and it was just so hard to break, and if you couldn't beat 11.80, you basically couldn't podium.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that they're not great jumpers, they're not, they've got a great rhythm. They get going. Here we go, so we've got the third heat now. It's
Daniel Prescott from St. Thomas of Canterbury College.
He will be there and finish. Daniel Prescott for sure. I'm expecting him to qualify.
Field of 11 here. Seems to be one withdrawal, but we'll come around to the front straight. The 11 runners chasing the top 5 finishes past the post will automatically qualify.
This could be potentially some of the fastest guys in the field. I know Jamie Moore, but we've got 4 athletes in here that are very quick, and they are accomplished runners too, over 15 and 3.
Daniel Sinclair leading there early.
2 Daniels you'll have. Daniel Sinclair, and you'll also George Wiley's a feisty little boy from Tauranga Boys. He'll be right in there. He went to the cross-country championships in Canberra this year and good podium. We had 2 boys in the under-16 grade and they got 1st and 2nd, so that was a great effort.
Elliot Pugh lying 3rd at the moment.
And Elliot, I talked to him earlier, he had a bogey number 4. He always keeps finishing 4th, and yesterday he got 3rd in the 3,000. He said they burned him he just had nothing left in the last 200. So he's looking to qualify. He has got some real wheels when he puts the acid on.
Xavier Brown is 4th from New Plymouth Boys High at the moment. As they stretch out into single file, come around to the front straight once.
So 4 New Zealand representatives in there that we've had for secondary schools on track and cross country. So
and they're all in the one heat.
And the one heat. So now you can see the paces picked up, but they'll run smarter to get those 5, and I'm pretty sure those names I've mentioned will be in there.
George Wiley 5th at the moment, and
he's the youngster
back in 6th place now is Nick Dobby from New Plymouth Boys. So 6 have sorted themselves out, and 6 doesn't go into 5.
No, not unless you do arithmetic like me. But no, you're right. And as I expected, the big striding Daniel from Wanganui Collegiate's out there. Elliot Pugh just sitting there in 3rd, and you've got that young Wiley. He's going to hang in there. We'll see how this goes, because one of those is going to drop, and now you see the 2 at the front.
So Daniel Sinclair in front and Daniel Prescott
yes.
2nd. Daniel Sinclair from Whangarui Collegiate and Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury. And they're starting to stretch this field out. Yep. Lying 3rd at the moment is Elliot Pugh of Bethlehem College.
So the first 3 have represented New Zealand secondary schools in cross country, and 2 of them have represented on the track.
Nick Dobby 4th from New Plymouth Boys.
He's pushing on the inside, the boy from Tauranga Boys. He's going to get there.
George Wiley off the back of him.
One to go.
And then Xavier Brown looking to hang on there in 6th spot.
We'll see if Elliot goes. He's got to hang on here for another lap. 300 metres to go now, just over.
Daniel Sinclair comfortably clear, yes. And Daniel Prescott obviously very comfortable in terms of qualifying in 2nd spot, and also making sure of things here is Nick Dobby into a clear 3rd.
There's George Wiley. He's hanging in there. He's come right up on the shoulder now. He's sitting in 3rd to 4th, so he's going to make sure. Now those 3rd and 4th places have put the acid on. They're coming, so that'll be interesting to see if they pull the front 2 in. Looks like they will. So Daniel Prescott's going to, he's having a look around.
Daniel Sinclair just looking around. He's comfortable. He's just going to
slowing right down.
He's been watching Usain Bolt at the 30-metre mark. He's weighing up. Here they go. So the 3 have come through. Elliot Pugh's going to come in, and so is George Wiley. So the ones I predicted will
Nick Dobby
come through.
Nick Dobby will take the win.
Yep. Good on him.
Daniel Prescott, Daniel Sinclair, George Wiley, Elliot Pugh, the top 5 in heat number 3.
It's going to make for a very interesting final. Some very quick lads out there now, good quality runners, and some of them are looking very, really sharp, so that's good.
That's set down for 1:36 tomorrow afternoon, off the back of the Girls Senior 1500, which also promises to be a highlight of the 3rd and final day. I can tell you back at the triple jump, Hannah Collins has pulled out a 12:42, so she's gone very close to the record that she established earlier, just 4 centimetres shy.
I do suspect, though, that wind may have played a role in that jump, though. If you quite breezy out there now.
Yeah. Just watching the flags in the middle. Thank you.
Not to take away that it's still a very good jump regardless, but
it's
will
really
be
hard
quite
to read
difficult
down there because there's a bit of shelter from the sort of the bank and the stand in the first part of the runway. I'm looking for those tips. See the guy holding up the flag now to say it's a legal jump, the white one. That's actually waving quite steadily, so I don't think that's him with the shakes. It's definitely the wind. So you're right. So it'll be interesting to see when the results come up, Mark. You'll be able to pick it up. They'll give the wind readings with it. and so they'll be plus something I would pick.
Yes,
And
yeah.
whether it's getting up towards that 2 metre mark, I don't know.
So hopefully, I'm assuming that first jump, if it's been confirmed a record, will be a legal win. So I think Hannah will feel very relieved that that happened now
Indeed.
in the first round, rather than doing it now where it's more likely to not count.
Tau Otakura Pounamu. Well, that's the score for Hannah Collins, who's currently in the lead. And now after their 3 rounds, they will get down to the top 8. And as I mentioned earlier with the senior boys shot put, then they go in reverse order. So you see who jumps first will be in 8th place.
So I
And of
think
course,
they
the
are in
next
round
3
6
jumps
now,
count.
though.
They are. They're
Yeah.
into round 6. That was Meg Edwards with her final. She's currently sitting 5th, and her best jump was 10.74, which was in round 1. And then we'll have 4 remaining. Sophie Hancock in 4th. Her best 11.14. Zara Rattray has jumped into 3rd with 11.29 in round 5.
Ooh, that's a big move.
Just to give an example of what the wind is now doing, we have just lost our first gazebo over at the pole vault. As you can now see on the screen, our lovely officials trying to sort that out.
It's, the gazebo is headed for Hallsville Quarry, I believe.
Now we will be taking a break very shortly here. Whakata Māori streaming service of the 50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand Secondary Schools.
Ai, e re me te kau, kai aka tau whaenga. And as mentioned earlier, now we're at Puna Wai. And you know, our original sponsors lasted for about 8 or 9 years, and they were called Mount Cook Airlines. And the guy that was part of the sponsorship deal way back in the day was at a dinner last night we had, and it's interesting because these days, if it was still existing, it would be Wakarere Aoraki. You know, Aoraki being the cloud piercer, the sky piercer of Mount Cook. And but yes, they used to be a big, they were a sponsor, and the people that set it up were quite wise. They were offered a lot of money from the cigarette companies to sponsor, and in their wisdom they turned that down, and that's been basically a hallmark of a lot of secondary school sport in New Zealand. Were offered money, no alcohol sponsors, no cigarettes. We know the cigarette sponsorship went out a few years ago, but you know, I remember some of my sports teams, we were running around, and our sponsors for 2 sports were Marlboro, and the other one was Lion Red. Yeah. You know, and we wore their apparel, and we had their bags, and they put a lot of money in. Now, you know, so our sponsors now totally different with SAS, SAS Sportswear, and we get different sponsorship from different people, and that's we'll acknowledge all those during the weekend. But you know, that's a huge shift or foresight from those people back in the 70s to actually make that call and keep it so that any individual from any school anywhere in the country could come to the national championships, and turning down big money, really big money from a tobacco company. I think it was Rothmans at the time, but don't quote me on that, but yeah. So
Charlotte Goldsmith with her final jump here, lying in 2nd spot. Can tell you Zara Rattray failed on the 6th and final, so Sophie Hancock, Zara Rattray will be 3rd, 11.29. Sophie Hancock 4th, 11.14. Measuring Charlotte Goldsmith's last jump here, 11.77 in round 2, her best to date, and then Hannah Collins will have one last go. Now the national record holder for New Zealand Secondary Schools triple jump with 12.46 and a centimetre to the old record. And here we have the para 1500 underway. Here's Douglas from Havelock North.
So I think Hannah's on the runway for her final jump now in the triple jump.
This is her final jump. And we've got her coming down the runway. That's a great run shot. Yep, that's good, yes.
She certainly put everything into it there, Christina. Clearly not that happy in the pit, but she's got to be happy with the herself, it's an outstanding, obviously setting the record, but also pulling out a 12.42 and a 12.20 as well. It's a pretty impressive series.
Yeah, quite a consistent series for Hannah. I really do hope that she's over the moon with that. Getting a record is pretty awesome, so well done to Hannah. That's fantastic, and change the record books. I hope Kayla won't be too disappointed.
Well, but Kayla was a great athlete and a great person.
Records are made to be broken, right?
Yeah. But now, if you have a look at that wind, like you say now, it has really picked up. So it'll be interesting to see how over the progression of those last 3 rounds, the wind, changes the factor. You just saw the Paras coming around there, and the leading guy into that wind on the corner. He found it quite challenging. As we explained, all the para athletes have to be assessed, and they're given a coding, a rating, and a person, Shank Fuller out here, can win, but he goes on a percentage of his, if it's a T41 or whatever it is, he'll get that, and it's on international times and performances from similar athletes, and it's quite a matrix, but it's an international thing they've come up with. It's sort of like trying to explain to somebody who doesn't understand cricket, the Duckworth-Lewis system, but it's all written down in black and white, and they've got all these templates. So quite often there's an athlete. I noticed one before in the throw circle over there. She's not on camera now. Look, young girl from Waiku, and she came through and broke about 4 or 5 records last year in England. And she wants to go hard out now while she can, because you never know whether her conditions are get worse or whatever. And she went to Australia early in the year too and completed as a para, did really, really well. So they're out here, and you can see them now on this end of the straight. The boys are struggling. The guy that took off first, he's coming around. He's still going well. So we won't know the final outcomes for each individual until they finish and the people do the matrix. And we've got to thank Para Athletics New Zealand, the people in the background, John Tilden, amalgamating those and getting them registered, because it is quite a process. You don't have to do that as an able-bodied athlete. You enter, you turn up, you go, nobody's assessing you. And of course a lot of these athletes need, as you know, Papanui, you've had a good group there, and
2 of them are out running in this race.
And they to get them here, they need support network, but you watch them and they're very positive, and I'm going, good on them. Good on them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So with the seniors and juniors running here in the Para 1500, and I can tell you that final jump of Hannah Collins was 12.34, so she's had another decent jump. So her series 12.46, 12.42, 12.34, 12.20, 11.66 and 1 foul. So outstanding jumping from Hannah from Te Aho Takura Punamu. So she takes out the senior girls.
4 jumps over 12 metres. I don't think any other athlete got over 12, did they? The next jump's there,
11.91 actually. Charlotte Goldsmith, I should reflect on that, because that was her final jump, Charlotte, with 11.91.
So the person you see now on the screen, this is the girl I was talking about earlier from Waiuku College. She has charged away. I think she broke 4, might have been 5 records last year in Inglewood, and we selected the New Zealand team. She went over slightly before the main team, but we're there. We saw her compete in the shot put, and then she ran this distance at the end of an afternoon in Brisbane, and it was hot, very hot. High 20s, and so she found that at the end of the day after doing 2 or 3 events quite challenging, but she toughed it out and got around, so good for her. So the Kaumarima Rau Mita, there you go, 1,500 metres, there you go. What else?
Well, it was a big finish from Josh coming around the corner now on that home straight.
Yes, these are the
He's
other
made a
2.
big move from Papanui High School.
He's one of your boys?
One of my boys, yeah.
Good on you. Give them a
fantastic
play. Look at him
finish.
go. Good
Look
finish.
at him go. Into that headwind.
He's going strong, isn't he? Good lad. Yeah, good effort, Josh. That's awesome.
Outstanding in that wind.
Yes, finish that fast into that headwind. That's very good.
Yes.
And a great high five with the 2 boys at the end. Awesome sportsmanship.
Papanui have been prominent at the last couple of cross countries that I've been to. New Zealand secondary schools cross countries, clearly a strong push there.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bring it back into the school. I think it sort of took a back step, like most things during COVID, but slowly over the last couple of years, the sport at Papanui, and I think probably at most schools, is beginning to come back to the front again, which is awesome.
So we'll be taking a break shortly in our coverage. We'll be back around about 1:30. There's a lunch break for two things. One, we get a chance to eat and refresh, and also the officials have to put up some hurdles because we've got the 300-metre hurdles coming up after the break. First of those, the senior boys at 1:40 to get us underway, and then across on the track we have the senior girls discus throw.
So that's another one of Papanui.
Yes, another one from Papanui.
Well,
Sam. Well done, Sam.
You know, so around about where the 1500 metre starts, Charlie Gardner Hall, the athlete I was talking about before, all the way from Moyuku, and they put all the para athletes in, and as you can see, the only female here, which makes it tough. She knows she can't compete with the boys, as in time-wise, but you know, she'll chug around here and she'll do well. And it just, like I say, it's a matter of that time and to see how they rate. But I noticed in the last 100 metres or so, her stride has dropped right down, so the distance between the footfall now is shortened, which is a sure sign that athletes are tiring.
This last 200 metre into that wind is going to be difficult. You know,
her para, if you like to call it, disability, whatever, is leg based, so that means you're harbouring all the time. As you fatigue, as you know, even with any your runs and jumps and throws that you do,
yes,
you know, they do fatigue out, and like you say, chugging around here is hard work for her, and I hope Charlie comes around because she's a very positive young woman, and she sets goals for herself and gets stuck in, and good on her, because these are the sort of kids that I used to use as a motivational thing to talk to other athletes and say, look, these kids are getting out there, they've got to have parental support, they have extra this, you know, at Papanui you have a huge support network around them, and most of the people don't mind, they just give their time. In fact, you usually get more volunteers for para athletes than you do for able body, apart from the coaching side. And I watched these kids at the para champs one year, and I went along as an assistant, if you like, and man, they were just awesome. Awesome attitude, camaraderie, and that's.
I think unless you work with these humans as one of their support people, you'll never really understand how the training that they do as well, and how hard they have to work to do their events.
And that ahi and the awhi they give, that whole thing surrounding them with positiveness, and I just, man, it's incredible. And I'm not saying that other athletes and coaches don't do that for their own, like all the other athletes here, but it just seems that they have a real positivity about themselves. And like I say, I think character-wise as citizens, they give a lot. Man, they give a lot. Time, effort, and they do it. Like most New Zealand things, for nothing.
Yes, absolutely.
The most valuable commodity you can give as teenagers is time and effort, like personal time. Well, this is going to get interesting now because the wind's getting up and they're going to go here for the high jump.
Yes.
Right on there. So the break will be at about 1ish, which is going to be
we're past there. So we can wrap. Thanks to Christina Ryan.
Thank you for having me.
Very much.
It's awesome.
Champion for being in. We'll confirm that senior girls triple jump result before we go, with Hannah Collins and the national record 12 and 46 in an outstanding series of jumps. Charlotte Goldsmith. Their seconds are a Rattray, third Sophie Hancock. Fourth place at Kelly O'Hagan this morning, Tony Rogers, Paul Meads, Christina Ryan, Lee Mark Rosanowski. We're going to sign off for a short period of time. We'll be back around 1:30, and we have hurdles coming up.
Yes, long hurdles, 300-metre hurdles.
300-metre hurdles for the senior boys at 1:40, the next field event, and we'll be underway too in the field with the senior girls discus. For now, we'll say Matiwa.
Matiwa.
Ka kite.
not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the haka nutty. And the nutty haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Ko pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraire ki whakaata Māori.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do and we're going to go all in.
And it was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Huro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. We're going once, going twice, no more offers. Scored!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
This is a call to action.
It was really hard to try and keep it together every day.
I need some help.
Simple tools. Is he here with his body or is he up here with his hinengaro? For parents in need.
E tino he hena hau ki te whakapakari, I ahau anō.
Tāhua. Mai te tirohanga Māori. Kids don't come with a manual with Nathan Wallace. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
You want your tamariki to be a part of the community. Keep getting all these feelings like he's never going to fit.
That gets pretty hard.
I'm so grateful that Clara has answered those prayers.
There's just always this bias away from our tamariki. We really need this done.
Our code of compliance, it's a big thing, and we ain't gonna just stop because we're stressed.
Superkura, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
The bait is over.
What I can almost guarantee is there's going to be some good fish here today.
Tuna in every 2 days.
I was pretty excited actually. Went from 0 to 100 real quick.
For a real good time.
All guns blazing.
Oh.
And my technique, it was me. Not.
Get in the water, Wild 2 day. Ki whakaata Māori.
Another day in paradise.
Hey. Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through a tough time. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
There's a lot of things that kids miss out on, and so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
Not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nati haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Ko pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraire ki whakaata Māori.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do and we're going to go all in.
And there was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Puro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori plus.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
This is a call to action.
It was really hard to try and keep it together every day.
I need some help.
Simple tools.
Is he here with his body or is he up here with his hinengaro?
For parents in need.
E tino he hena hau ki te whakapakari i a hauano.
Tāhua.
Mai te tirohanga Māori. Kids don't come with a manual with Nathan Wallace. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori plus.
Catch the next gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
You want your tamariki to be a part of the community. Kept getting all these feelings like he's never going to fit.
That gets pretty hard. I'm so grateful that Clara has answered those prayers.
There's just always this bias away from our tamariki. We really need this done.
Our code of compliance, it's a big thing, and we ain't gonna just stop because we're stressed.
Super kura, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Mahi Mari, and welcome back to Otatahi, Christchurch for the 50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Championships. I'm Mark Rosanowski, and with me is Keely O'Hagan, and Keely, a national high jump champion who earlier talked us through the senior girls high jump in a keen competition this morning. And Keely, one of the highlights of this afternoon down in front of us here will be the senior boys, but conditions have changed a little since the senior girls earlier in terms of fine, warm, but relatively still. That northwesterly wind seems to have picked up very, very strongly in the last hour or so. How much difference will that make to the senior boys competition?
Yeah, it's definitely picked up a bit, as you can see on those flags on the screen. It depends on which side you jump from. So if you jump on the right-hand side, you'll feel the different in a different way than you would if you're on the left-hand side. And some people can handle wind a lot more than others, and obviously depends on how strong the wind gets up, but definitely adds an extra challenge to what the girls had this morning. And your run-ups can get a little bit affected, because you might have to you might have to move it further back or too close to get the right taking position. So yeah, definitely can throw things a little bit, and even the most seasoned athletes can sometimes have times where they just can't seem to get their rhythm right when it's windy.
You were down there, made the medal ceremony, presented the medals for the senior girls. So out in the middle of the track there, how did it feel to you, and what strategy would you be using in the conditions that we've got now?
Oh, it was pretty windy. I had to put my hair back so that it wasn't going all over my face. But it would depend on when I'm down there what I was feeling. So if the wind was a little bit further behind, coming from behind, then I would probably be looking to move my run-up back, because I'm likely to have a little bit more speed going into my curve. If it was more of a headwind, you would probably be you're fighting the wind a little bit more, so you probably move your run-up in slightly. And it just definitely makes a difference depending on the curve entry and the positions that you have to hold around the curve. So little things, but with training, especially in Aotearoa, like we have a very diverse weather system here, and so you kind of get used to all types of weather. So that's just something that comes up in training, and you just need to try and implement what you do there in competition.
Big field for the senior boys competition?
Yes, I think there's around 20, so it's definitely a lot bigger than the field this morning. We had about 8 in the women's, the girls this morning. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for those involved, and it's quite warm out there. So hopefully they're staying hydrated and doing all the right things to make sure that they're surviving out there for a couple of hours.
They've started out at 170. Would you expect most of the field to get through this opening height, or is that too tough a question at this stage?
I would say that most athletes that are here are capable of jumping the opening height. Majority of schools probably wouldn't send their athletes if they weren't capable of that. However, as we've just talked about before, the wind can really throw some people, so hopefully everyone can get over this opening height, but everyone has their days sometimes when height, and that's not the nicest part of the sport. Obviously you always end on a failure, but yeah, hopefully not at the opening height.
Indeed. Just had Liam Rodden Lawler over there. In terms of the athletes that we expect to be in at the business end here, because of the size of the field, would they look to pass early as we see first of our hurdle races over the 300 metres getting underway?
Yes, there would definitely be people that would be passing the earlier heights, and I can already see that there's quite a few people, including Ben Walker, that have already passed, who are looking to be up the top of the podiums for the high jump. We've just got the hurdles coming down the last 20 metres.
Number 78 comfortably in front there as I desperately search for my fields. discus competition underway here this afternoon. The senior girls discus getting underway with the 1 kilo discus implement.
So they've just finished the first round of the discus throw, and at the moment we've got Kennelly of King's College, Sherp of Southland Girls in second, and Lewes of Hamilton Girls in third. So that was Kennelly in first, and the current standings were 43.48 metres. Got Zoe Rutherford of Iona College, who's just thrown the discus there. So they're still in their first round at the moment. Not all athletes have had a throw yet. So the men's high jump is just in the early stages, and they're sitting at 1 metre 70.
Second heat of the hurdles underway, and them up as they come down the side in a field of 5 in the second of 2 heats. And into the straight comes James Henson from Marlborough Boys College with a handy lead, giving chase is Dylan Butler from St Bede's, who's going to come through in second place. And Finley Neal third, also of St Bede's College, in the second heat of the 300 metre senior boys hurdles. James Henson credited with a time there of 39.06 from Dylan Butler, 40.94, and Finley Neal 42.33, home in third. The senior girls 300 metre hurdles to come, and once again 2 heats there. Top 3 in each heat going through, plus the next best 2 times. There'll be not too many out here. So Holly Grail have lane 3 from Avonside Girls High. Meg Edwards from Ringaruru will be in lane 4. The triple jump bridal lunch. Georgie Rose Boyd from St Peter's in lane 5, and Gemma Farrington from Napier Girls High in lane number 6. 4 in this heat, 5 in the next. And for the top 3 plus the next 2 best times, just one to be knocked out here as they look forward to the final.
We've got Jaron Groneweg from St Patrick's College Silverstream, just getting his first height of 175 on the board. That was a easy clearance by him. It's always a good confidence boost when you get something on the first attempt. That was Liam O'Riordan Laura from South Otago High School, and that was a failure on his first attempt at 175. Matt Schuler will be happy as well to get that on his first attempt. And so the next height he'll be going through to 1.80 metre. There's still many people in the field that have not yet entered in the high jump competition who are passing until some later heights.
So we go back to the track for the first heat of the senior girls 300 metres. Sunshine's gone here. We've got considerable cloud has come in with this wind. Forecast for some rain over the night and in the morning, clearing tomorrow. Of course, we're back in action for day 3 from 9 o'clock here at Puna. Just waiting to be called forward. We go back to the high jump.
And another clearance there. That was Haimora. Sorry, it's just the name has just disappeared off my screen. Haimora Mahana Riki Pahiwa from Tokoroa High School. So we're happy with that. We're just looking at Ben Walker at the moment. Oh, no, it's transferred over to the discus.
This is where things get interesting at the athletics with multiple events in action, and we're trying to bring you as good a spread as we can.
And that was Ben Walker with a first attempt clearance, so he's one of the competitors in the field with probably one of the top PB performances. So I think his maybe around 2.04 metres. So very comfortable height for him to be coming in at, just to get some practice in.
Underway in the first of 2 heats for the 300 metres. They approach the first flight of hurdles, and a field of 4 in action. Top 3 will go through, but also an option of the 2 fastest times as well, so potentially all 4 could come through. The race changing here with number 55 coming through, Holly Gray from Avonside Girls High School, to take the lead over the early leader, who was Gemma Farrington, Napier Girls High. Just an awkward jump across the top, and coming underneath her is Meg Edwards. But Holly Gray, a comfortable winner here from Meg Edwards, Gemma Farrington and Georgia Rose Boyd, who could still qualify courtesy of her fastest 2 times, with 5 runners in the second heat upcoming. Holly's time 46.16 from Avonside Girls High here at Christchurch. Meg Edwards from Rangiroa second. Ruby Matthews will have lane 2 in the next event. Libby Favre, Sophie Hancock, Nicole Green, Sarah Rattray. And I'm noticing quite a few names out of that triple jump earlier. Keely appearing on the track this afternoon. Busy afternoon for these young athletes.
Yes, indeed. Most of them will be. Yeah, a lot of people that are doing a horizontal or vertical event will also do some form of running as well. 300 is quite a long way though for hurdles. Definitely further than I ever went.
And I think the strides between the hurdles probably affected by the wind as well. It seemed awkward, particularly across the top for the athletes there, and the 2 flights going into that first bend, and particularly on just prior to the home bend where they hit the teeth of that wind.
Yeah, I can imagine. I haven't personally done hurdles in quite a long time, but I can imagine that especially in the longer hurdles, it is quite difficult with your stride length and can be then if you miss one step up, then it could affect the whole race.
Yeah.
And we've got pole vault in the background there, which we know is definitely an event that is affected by the wind. So they may be struggling a little bit out there, the vaulters. Back at the high jump here. That was unfortunately a fail.
Got the second heat underway of the 300-metre hurdles. The senior girls. Ruby Matthews lane 2, Lily Favourite, Kashmir lane 3, Sophie Hancock rode to Puna lane 4, Nicole Greenfield on College lane 5, Zara Rattray Hamilton girls in lane 6, Ruby Matthews from St Matthews Collegiate as we pick them up. Coming into the home straight, and Sophie Hancock leading out comfortably here. Over.
Got a strong lead.
Zara Rattray lying second, both in the triple jump a little earlier, and Lily Favourite is going to come through in third place and claim a guaranteed spot. And fastest times hopefully for Ruby Matthews and Nicole Green to qualify for the final through the fastest 2 times. That wins in the top 3. Sophie Hancock recording 44.37 for the win. Zara Rattray 47.31. .48 flat for Lily Favourite, and they were automatic qualifiers. Times all important for the remaining pair. Ruby Matthews 51.02, Nicole Green 51.88. So those going through on times: Georgia Rose Boyd from the first heat from St Peters, and Ruby Matthews from the second heat with 51.02. What do you do between times, Kelly, with the long time between jumps potentially, of course, with a beginning field of more than 20?
Normally I have a diary that I write in, and I like to, after each jump, note down some things that I felt during that jump, or things that I need to work on, and just keep a bit of a score of my misses and failures. But if I'm waiting for a while, if I'm passing a few heights as well, you just got to keep warm. I visualize. I've been dabbling around recently with the idea of taking out a puzzle or something out into the play of field. It's just completely take my mind off things. And a whole lot of breath work. So just a mixture of that. And staying warm is probably the key one, though.
Are you quite internally focused in that, rather than concentrating on the other athletes, not really looking at what they're doing, but being pretty internal about it? Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that's experience has showed me, is the importance of focusing on things, focusing on me and not really taking in other stuff. But I'm always aware of what's going on, and you make friends, and so you do have conversations with your competitors as well. It definitely changes when you're at a high level competition in terms of people don't talk as much unless you're quite good friends. But everyone just supports each other, which is really lovely. We've got Samuel Burton here going in for an attempt at 175, and he is clear, so that was his second attempt, so he will go through to 180. And so there's around 20 in the group, I think, and so maybe almost 20, so this is going to be going on for quite a while for these boys. They're doing great so far. That was Sean Newlands of Roncalli College, just smacking the bar down there. Is that a case of him feeling like he was too close and really no chance to actually clear it and best to get it out of the way as opposed to plough through it? Or
Yeah, often if you feel like you're not in the right position, that's what some people do. I've actually just really tried in the last year to get out of the habit of smashing the bar down and actually attempting the jump, because I know that I can correct, even if I'm not feeling like I'm in the right position, I can actually still do a good jump. But you know, that's something that sometimes he obviously wasn't feeling right.
we saw the update there of the senior girls discus with Susanna Kennelly of King's College leading 43-48. Carly Sherpline second from Southland Girls, 40 metres 10. Actually, also sharing 40-10 as a best so far. Mele Losalini Lose from Hamilton Girls High School, and Alexa Duff currently lying fourth from Columba College in that competition.
And that was a third attempt failure, unfortunately, at 175 for Liam O'Rourke Lawyer from South Otago High School. So he will unfortunately exit the competition at that height. A few people tapping their knees there, a few nerves going on underneath the tent.
Do you have a nervous tick?
I don't think so. I might have in the past, but I've become kind of overly smiley and happy often. If you see me really frowning, like looking like I'm a mad grump, I'm probably in trouble.
What about superstition? Is that high in high jumpers?
For some people, yes. Some people like to wear like the same socks, etc. I used to have this little thing that I had to do at the beginning of my run up when I was younger. Now I've really worked on trying to not have any superstitions, so that I can deal with an uncontrolled environment a little bit more. That was Jake Leifting from Sacred Heart College in Auckland, and he also unfortunately will exit the competition at 175. Lots of things go through your mind when you're standing there looking at the bar, especially as it starts to get higher.
Looked initially like he was, certainly the back was over, but
yeah, he's definitely got the height there. Rotated quite early on, and so that'll be something that him and his coach will probably be looking at, adapting for the next jump.
Do you have different approaches? Second attempt, third attempt, obviously third attempt's last ditch. Do you find one tougher than the other, and is it purely a confidence thing when you've put two down in a row?
Third attempts are definitely a little bit more nerve-wracking. However, first attempts are probably the ones that I personally struggle with the most, because sometimes it's very easy to be a bit complacent, and so you need to be switched on for every single. You should be switched on for every single jump, especially on your first attempts. Because if you give it a good nudge on that first one, and you don't quite get it, then you know you can still do it on the second and third.
What I've noticed watching the top level high jump these days too, with you at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham last year, and also watching Hamish Kerr in his competitions, is how critical the countback is at the top level, and it can make a significant difference. Being able to get a clean record for as far as you can.
Yeah, definitely. You ideally want to get everything on your first attempt, but if you get it on your third attempt and two other people get it on your second attempt, then going into the next height you automatically are semi at a disadvantage unless you get that first height on your first attempt. So it definitely becomes a big thing to think about. Not so much when you're jumping for height. Obviously, if you're jumping for height, then you're just exerting more energy if you have more misses. But if you're jumping for a placing, at a nationals or a big event competition, then all of those countbacks are very critical and can make a huge difference to how you place.
Big shout out to the officials as well. Went down and had some lunch in the cafe. Noticed a good number of officials there, and look, without them we couldn't run competitions like this. Unsung heroes of the meet, the officials, and obviously conditions can change quite quickly for them as well. They don't actually have the athletics to take their mind off whatever's happening out there.
Definitely, and if you're a competitor at all listening in, make sure you take the time to thank the officials at the end of your performance, because without them we couldn't do this. And that was just a good jump from Jaren Groeneweg from St Patrick's College at 180, I believe it is at now.
Back to the senior girls discus, which is also happening at the moment, as is the senior girls pole vault as well. Discus arena marker there from Linfield College, and she is in front 45-20 with her most recent throw, so she's taken over the lead in the competition from Susanna Kennelly from King's College and Carly Shirk from Southland Girls High.
See the wind that's going on down there. And how that would make it a lot more difficult for those pole vaulters.
The real confidence disciplines at the moment, the high jump and the pole vault in particular. Have you ever tried the pole vault?
Oh, a long time ago, but I never managed to I never got to the stage where I could bend the pole, because it takes a bit of progression. But a lot of fun.
Kirsten McCarthy Dempsey of Darfield High. So the discus, as we shift back again to the pole vault, and we will be toggling through and getting you as close to the action on each as we can, of course. And in the pole vault, obviously with the success that we've had in recent years, the interest down in the junior ranks and the secondary schools, I'd imagine, is picked by watching our very best exponents of the pole vault. And Eliza McCartney, obviously, with her bronze medal in Rio and continued heights since then. Olivia McTaggart, Imogen Aris as well, and their performances in the last few years, I'm sure, has seen a number of young female athletes take up the pole vault when they may not have looked at it in the past.
Well, Eliza used to also dabble in high jump, and she was quite good at it.
Okay.
When she was younger. That looked like a very comfortable clearance there. I think that may have been Clay Dawson. I can see there that there are quite a number of people that have exited the high jump competition, and there still appears to be at least one person who has passed. Zahn Bowden from Rangitoto College. It's the first failure at 1m80.
Keely, I mentioned earlier that it's a large field and that you can sit around for some time, but of course if you're missing at the earlier heights, there actually isn't a lot of time. There's only a few people missing. Your turn's coming up, quite quickly. Do you get an opportunity to, what time limit do you have first and foremost, and how can you just kind of make things slow down for yourself so that you just don't let it all get away from you?
So with the earlier heights, when there's lots of people, there is a 1 minute time limit. And I guess you just need to, take a few deep breaths and try and use up as much of the time as you can. And that's probably the same for all events, for discus shot, pole vault, especially pole vault. They have a longer wait time, just given the nature of having to run away with a pole. And so, just, taking a few deep breaths and not rushing things will always help, no matter what event you're doing.
Alex Duff from Columba College throwing there at the senior girls discus. So Rena Marker from Linfield College, 45-20, now leads over Susanna Kennelly of King's College 43.28 and Carly Sherb's best throw of 40.20.
Got Samsoni Hewitt here from St. Pat's Silverstream, and that was a very, very good clearance that will give him a lot of confidence leading into the next height. And he has a lot of natural spring by the looks of it. Another good attempt there. That was Braden Nelson. So he passed at the earlier heights, and this was his second attempt at 1.80 m. He did miss his first attempt. Sorry, I can't bring the name of that participant.
Braden Nielsen, I just got that up in time, I think.
Live results in front of me just haven't quite updated, so.
It might have been Braden Nielsen who had passed and but missed his first attempt at 180 out of New Plymouth boards.
Yes, that was. The previous jumper might have been Matt Shawless. This young man here.
It's Hamiora Mahana Riki Papua from Tokoro High School.
Girls College and between Juliet McKinley from Monterey.
Just over to the pole vault here, and we had a clearance there.
Heat 2 of the junior girls 300-metre hurdles. Lane 2.
So Taylor through 280. Grundy so far clear over 265 after passing the initial two heights. Watt also passing second attempt at 265, the bar at 280.
It was Regan Wilson's second attempt there at 1.80 m. They're definitely getting through the boys quite quickly. They are going straight after the other. There are 11 competitors still left in the competition. Actually 12, sorry, because one person has still passed. So long as they get their first height, then there's still a 12. Oh, we just had the wind knock over the bar, so you can see how windy it is out there. So they'll probably have the officials slightly holding, you can see there, slightly holding the bar. When they do go over the bar, however, the officials will obviously not hold the bar on. It's more just to make it so that it doesn't completely blow away in the wind. And it is at the official's discretion, the lead official, as to whether the wind knocks it or the person.
Don't have any heavier bars, like heavier bails for the cricket or anything like that?
No, I haven't heard of any other heavier bars. They're quite light, and I think if you landed on any heavier, it could be quite sore, and you'd break something or really damage something.
I think I prefer the officials to hold it.
There are situations. I had one at the ITM meet earlier in the year, or maybe it was last year, and the bar flew off when I was in the air, but I didn't touch it, so the official awarded me the jump. That appears like it could. Oh, he's limping. So hopefully he is doing okay. That was Haimora Mahana Riki Pahiwa from Tokoroa.
Head out to the Discus Circle, an update there with Maka still leading that 45-20 throw in round number 2 after a loosener early, and Susanna Kennelly 43-48. That was her opening throw. She didn't improve on in the second round. So we go over the page there, throwing the kilo implement for the senior girls this afternoon. The senior competition's on at the moment. The high jump down here in front of us that we're showing you plenty of, and back there now.
Did have a failure, as you can see there. However, unfortunately, I can't pick up who that was. My live screen hasn't.
I think that was Zan Bowden from Rangitoto College there, with his message just popped up there.
My computer must be a little bit slower than yours.
Yeah, well, I'm operating 2 here at the moment. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Keely.
Oh, he's got a bit of something wrong with his wrist. Luckily, you don't need your wrist for jumping. But hopefully nothing too serious going on there. And that was Samuel Burton from King's College there. It appears that was his 3rd and final attempt at 180.
And I see a couple of the boys over 180, both out of St Patrick's College Silverstream, Sony Hewitt and Jaron Grunwig. And Clay Dawson also over 180 from Cromwell College in Central Otago. So we take you back to the pole vault competition.
Eden Grundy from Christian School. And that was her 280 attempt. So she will now exit the competition. She had a final clearance of 2.65 meters.
So she is 3rd, and that'll leave Maya Taylor from St Andrews College and Olivia Watt from Burnside High School to duke it out, having both cleared 2.80 meters, and they both did that at their first attempt. Maya Taylor clear thus far after passing the first round, 1 miss at 1 height for Olivia.
Definitely trying conditions out there for those girls. Well, actually, for everyone that's competing out there, there will probably be some people that may not have had this type of wind or these type of conditions, but at least it's still warm.
Dare I say it, having lived in Wellington for the last 20 years, that it may favour the competitors from the capital.
Oh, definitely growing up there was an advantage for windy situations, learning how to manage them. May have even been Eden Grundy again. Maybe something had happened with the previous vault and they allowed her to have another attempt.
So that is her 3rd and final now, and she will take 3rd place after passing early, clearing 2.65 first attempt, but missing 2.80 meters, leaving Maya Taylor and Olivia Watt live, and they'll be moving the bar to 2.90 meters.
Over to the discus, we have Alexandria Burnell from Ngātawa Diocesan School on her 3rd throw.
And next up we have the girls junior.
Unfortunately, that hit the cage, so that will be a foul for her. Ben Walker from Nelson.
Comfortable clearance.
Waimea College, sorry, they must be in Nelson. But yes, very comfortable clearance.
Maya Taylor from St Andrews now about to make an attempt at 2 metres 90.
She's currently in the lead. She's had 2 first attempt clearances in high jump, and that was a very, very comfortable clearance there by Clay Dawson from Cromwell. Apologies, that was actually Hugo Jones who cleared the high jump.
And Maya comfortably over 2 metres 90 at the pole vault. Good clearance in tricky conditions there. You can see she's going through her process, and then a gust of wind can obviously put that off very quickly, but she maintains a clean sheet, passing the first 2 heights and to clear first time through the next 3. Samisoni Hewitt over there, one of the St Patrick's College Silverstream competitors who is still live through 185.
Olivia Wyatt is currently sitting in 2nd place in the pole vault, and she had first attempt failure at 2 metres 90. So she will remain at the moment in the silver position.
Update of the senior boys high jump in front of us there, with some impressive first time clearances over the 185. Ben Walker, Waimea College, Samisoni Hewitt, St Patrick's College Silverstream, Yaron Grunrick, also from St Patrick's College Silverstream, Pierre Upper Hutt, and Hugo Judge from Scott College, who we saw there recently over 185.
It was a very, very comfortable clearance there, just knocking the bar though on the way down. Just nudging the bar on the way down by Angela Carney from Iona College. So she had passed all other heights. So that was her opening height of 2 metre 90.
Okay.
So we still actually have one other competitor who is not yet come in.
Well spotted, Keely. Braden Nielsen here, New Plymouth Boys High. Trying to stay in at 185.
A few stutters just in the final steps of his run up there. Definitely can be you need to really commit to those last few strides in order to transfer your power really well. So when you stutter, it just kind of stunts the process a little bit.
One further attempt. Here is Olivia Watt with her 2nd attempt there at 2 metres 90.
So at this stage, Olivia is sitting in 3rd place. However, we have just realised that there is another competitor who has passed. So she's currently sitting in 3rd. However, if Elaine Zai from Maclean's College gets her next height that she comes in at, then Olivia will be bumped down to 4th place.
Bar moving up to 1 metre 90 now on the high jump apron.
This will be starting to push on some people's PBs, personal bests, so it'd be awesome if we can get as many as we can over over this height. I know that there'll be quite a few of the boys down there who are wanting to push 2 metres and above. There's definitely a couple that have made it before, so.
And an update in the junior.
Here's Yaron Grunewald from St Patrick's College. That was his first attempt at 190. And it appears that it was with Taylor Lewis from Mount Albert Grammar, that may have been just outside of the lines for the discus, which would make it a foul.
And can tell you that Rena Marker has extended her lead in that with a 47.67 in round 3. Susanna Kennelly second, 43.48, and Anna Allison Lupina third, now at 41.31 from Aotea College. Third and final attempt at 2 metres 90 for Burnside High.
She's successful.
And delighted, as she should be, to clear that on her third and final and remain live in the competition.
She looks ecstatic, so that's awesome. I wonder if it's a PB. Just a replay here from the high jump. Very, very comfortable. We're getting down to the final 6 people there. So that's Hugo Jones.
And heat 2 of the junior girls 100 metres in lane 2. We have
Ben Walker through 190 as well.
Lane 3, Emily Cohen from the State Girls High School.
Grunewald with that first miss at 1.90 m.
Amelia Bolson from St College. Lane 6, Belgian Tan from Rickenham High School. Lane 7, Daisy Goodman from Parapara Urman College. Lane 8, Zaylee Davis from Waiwa High School, and lane 9.
So the officials still having to hold the bar up. I'm imagining that that's going to continue on for the rest of the competition. That makes 3 people. It's Kalani Mullins from Western College over at 190. So there's currently 3 participants over.
Jesse McGrather at Otago Girls High throwing the discus. Updating that, 47.67 leading throw in the third round for Rena Marker from Linfield College, Susanna Kennelly King's College at 43.48, and Anna Allison Lupina 41.31, rounding out the top 3 now. And Michaela Sola from Hutt Valley High School, a famous name in throwing in the lower Hutt, 40.53 is 4th.
Had a successful clearance there in the pole vault.
Just popped up who that is. He's got the fastest fingers here. There's a lot open here.
Fortunately, my live results are lacking slightly. So
Talea Forster from Rangitoto College. Sorry, the junior competition, which is running alongside the senior competition. So back to the senior competition will help. And we've had Angela Carney from my own college through 290. We saw that. Maya Taylor 290. Olivia Watt with her clearance on her third. Still awaiting Elaine Sire, 2 from McLean's College. Erin Goodwick is now knocked down a metre 90 3 times and will exit the competition. Clay Dawson about to come up. And Maya Taylor there just attempting 3 metres.
It's Clay Dawson from Cromwell College. That was his 3rd attempt at 1 metre 90. So we've only got a few people now. Currently we've only got 4 people that are going through to the next height of 1 metre 93. We've got Walker, Jones, Mullins and Hewitt.
And all clear through from what I can see as well. On their first attempts at each height so far, and the bar up 3 centimetres now to 193. The raising of the bar, Kelly, is that preset, predetermined, apart from down to the last person, obviously?
Yes, it is. Someone up in the officials, high in the officials, decides to, with what the ranking, with what the they go through, the increments are. Usually they often target and go through a qualifying mark. So in the women's high jump earlier, we had Mia Diego go through 1 metre 80, which is a qualifying for the World Under 20 Championships. So they generally go through something of significance if there's a peak competition coming up.
So 193 the bar for the final 4 competitors. There's an update of the senior pole vault. Our team working hard to keep you up to date with 3 senior field competitions going at the moment. We've got a clear
Laia Boyster from Rangitoto College.
Pole and relatively comfortable as well.
Might have actually been Angela Carney there from Iona College, so she has got her last 2 heights on her first attempt.
Ben Walker first missed there 193.
This is Elaine Zai from Maclean's College. She has not yet, to my understanding, entered the competition, so she has been passing. So this will be her first vault of the competition.
And you can see why.
It was a very easy clearance there.
3 metres for Elaine Zai. And vaulting up with Angela Carney, who's over 3 metres. Angela came in 10 centimetres earlier at 290, cleared that first time. Clears 3 metres. Elaine Zai clears 3 metres first time. Maya Taylor and Olivia Watt about to have their second attempts. Hugo Jones there, Scots College, clear at 193. Second attempt there from Maya Taylor over 3 metres, she gets 1 more.
Got Kalani Mullins from Liston College just running up here. And that was a close call, but it wasn't quite to be just in this time. So hopefully the next clearance, attempt, he's able to get clearance there.
Samasoni Hewitt from St Patrick's College, Silverstream. Remaining entrant to attempt 193 in a moment as we head you back to the pole vault. And Olivia Watt at 3 metres.
Not quite getting enough, feeling like they've got enough momentum to be able to complete that vault. There's Olivia Wyatt. And we're just going over to Samisoni Hewitt from St. Pat's College, Silverstream. Very comfortable over 1m93.
Nice clearance for Samisoni. So Hugo Jones and Samisoni Hewitt clear through 193, their first attempt. Kalani Mullins and Ben Walker to attempt their second soon. And back to the discus, 47.67 remains the lead there. For Rena Marker of Linfield College, no change in that top three. Susanna Kennelly, King's College, Anna Allison, Lupina Aotea College holding third. As we go back to Maya Taylor in her third and final attempt at 3 metres.
Again, same thing as previous competitor. I wonder if the wind is now starting to really affect them in their run up. I wish I could comment more on how the wind affects pole vault, but unfortunately it's out of my depth.
Certainly when they're attempting heights that are up near their best, obviously it's going to be extremely difficult.
I can imagine it's also a safety element, because obviously if you can't quite get the carry through, then you are at risk of falling backwards. It was Ben Walker there. He'll be happy to be over 1m93 after a first attempt failure. Ben has the highest PB from the remaining athletes of 2m4. So he'll definitely be stoked to be staying in the competition. Closely followed by Kalani Mullins from Liston College, who just runs through there. Obviously not feeling comfortable enough to take off.
As long as you don't take off, can you go back and within your time limit take another jump?
So long as you don't break the invisible plane that they have there. They have a line that goes along the ground that you may be able to see at certain times in the live stream, just under the bar, and if you break that plane, then that counts as a jump, but he obviously did not, and so he has just gone back now and re-attempted that, but had an unsuccessful attempt.
And Olivia Watt giving it her all this afternoon, Burnside High School, and has completed her 3 attempts at 3 metres, and her clearance will be 290, alongside Maya Taylor 290. Maya third on count back there from Olivia, who took 3 attempts to clear 2 metres 90. Angela Carney clear through 3 metres after entering 290, and then Elaine Zai entering at 3 metres and very easily over that. So Elaine Zai and Angela Carney to battle the top 2 spots here in the Senior Girls Pole Vault this afternoon at Napunawai, the sports hub in Otatahi, Christchurch, for this edition, the 50th anniversary of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. We saw a national record this morning in the triple jump, set by Anna Collins at 12 metres 46. Outstanding series of jumps, 4 beyond the 12 metres, and improving on the former New Zealand Secondary Schools record by 1 centimetre. So Anna Collins' record this morning, and the Girls triple jump. As we welcome in the shot putters.
It's the junior girls shot puts. They'll be throwing a 3 kg. That was Leila Saifiti from Avondale College.
believe we have the seniors running alongside, I think, at the same time there. So we'll keep an eye on that as we can. Ben Walker 196 clearance there.
So that puts him in a good position just based on countback by clearing that on his first attempt. Puts a little bit of pressure on the other three in order to get it on their first attempt. So I've just noticed that Kalani Mullins, we've got Hugo Jones just about to jump, but another competitor, Kalani Mullins, has actually passed his final attempt at 193, so he only has one attempt left at 196, which is a bit of a strategic move to try and gain a medal. So Hugo Jones running in at the moment. That's his first miss of the day. Puts a little bit more pressure on him if he's wanting to get the gold medal spot.
On the track soon, we'll have some senior boys 100-metre quarterfinals, and the senior girls will be up to the semi-finals of their competition.
So this is Kalani Mullins. This is his final attempt. As he passed, he attempted 2 heights at the last height, as you can see there, and then passed the last attempt. So he just had one remaining attempt at 193, which he was unsuccessful at. So he will be in 4th place.
So he had 4th pegged down, so it was worth the roll of the dice. As you say, his only probable way to a medal was to clear 196 there.
Yeah, definitely. And if you pass that and then clear the next height, then obviously you've got you can go straight through to the height after that. But if you had cleared 193 on your final attempt and then also cleared 96 on your first attempt, then it's just an extra jump. So it's just an energy conservation and a little bit of strategic move that comes into play.
Oh,
lovely clearance there from Samisoni Hewitt from St. Pat College.
And he keeps himself a clean sheet so far. He's been clear over every height since he came in, and he goes to the top of the leaderboard, with Ben Walker having missed once at 193, but now clear through 196. So Samisoni Hewitt and Ben Walker both clear 196, and Hugo Jones looking to stay in the competition with them.
Hugo's second attempt, and a very comfortable clearance indeed. So he'll go into the next height remaining in 3rd place. He definitely looked like he had the intent of clearing that bar. And he'll be attempting a new PB, or equal PB actually, at the next height. With a PB of 1m99. Just got some updated discus throw results coming through. So we've got Makastor in 1st place, followed by Canelli from King's College, Alison Lupina from Aotea College in 3rd.
Michaela Sola still 4th there as they enter the 4th round of throws for those still alive. Good number of athletes on the track gathering for the next round of 100 metres, and we'll bring you the senior boys, senior girls races of those, while also concentrating on the high jump senior boys, the senior girls discus, and the senior girls pole vault as well, that are all in operation at the moment, and looking to determine medals. Raised 199.
Ben will be hoping to get this on his first attempt to shift him up into the first position.
We talked about count back earlier. It becomes really critical now.
Yeah.
For these boys at this height.
Often when you start getting to these heights, your first, if you're getting it on your first attempt, that's definitely putting you in a top position for, you know, first or second. I know that all of these boys will definitely be gunning for first. Oh, not a bad attempt though. Definitely harder, getting a bit harder out there. It will start to be cooling down. At least there's only 3 of them, so they will be going through it relatively quickly. It has been a fast-paced competition, more fast than I thought it would be, given the number of athletes that they had there. And we go back to the pole vault with Angela Carney from Iona College, and so this is attempting 3 meters 10. Oh, with the bar just staying on there.
Very, very pleased. Even another nervous look around.
Oh, we've all had the times when the bar stays on and you're just thankful that it does. It was Hugo Jones on his first attempt at 199. This will be an equal PB for him. The other 2 competitors, Walker and Hewitt, have both jumped 2 meters or above.
Kelly, have you done any analysis as to how many jumps is kind of optimum for you before you actually just kind of hit the wall or go over the other side and find that you're done?
Usually up to 8, like 6 to 8 is kind of my optimal. I can jump better. I can jump well, having done more. But you know, you obviously want to try and do. Oh, that was a comfortable clearance there by Elaine Zai. That will keep her in the second place at this stage.
She does look well in control though in terms of the way she's clearing the bar since she entered at 3 meters.
It can be a bit of a mind game for other competitors too. You know, if you seem completely in control and exert that, then you know other people can sometimes be like, ooh, and get intimidated by that. And that is a clearance at 99 for Samisoni Hewitt.
And he keeps his clean sheet. He hasn't had a miss today, so it's been an outstanding series of jumps for Samisoni.
It's been a very good series, and so that was his seventh jump of the day.
Discus also going on for the senior girls. Like stuff there of Columba College. Rena Marker through prior to that, 45.62, so she hasn't advanced her lead, but she is at the moment sitting clear by more than 4 meters over Susanna Kennelly. Very nature of where the high jump is, you always get a decent crowd supporting you, Keely, which obviously helps you at this stage of the competition.
Yes, definitely, and as we saw earlier, you know, Mia Diego taking and utilising the crowd for that energy. She was getting clapped and getting the crowd involved, which is awesome. This is Ben Walker, his second attempt. Just not quite able to complete that there. Looked as though kind of blocked a little bit when he took off and wasn't able to carry over the bar in the way that he would have anticipated.
For a novice like myself, was he perhaps just a fraction far away? The initial takeoff to me looked good, but was he perhaps a little further away from the bar than he should be, or was it just my lack of high jump nous?
From the angle I watched on the live stream, from the angle that I was seeing there, I couldn't quite tell where he took off.
But it does look within his scope to get that.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely got it there. We'll need to muster a bit of energy and you know, internal hype to get him over. But we're the same as Hugo Jones, like completely capable. You know, he had a great clearance at his last height. Just like that, yes. He'll be very happy with that, so that's an equal PB for him. Give him a lot of confidence going over the 2 metre barrier, which will be next, probably sitting around 201 or 202 for them.
How tough is that barrier? That 2 metre barrier, is that a real mental
I can imagine it's similar to like a 190 for me.
Yeah, sure.
But yes, it can be. Depending on, it's the same for the pole vaulters. I don't know how they do it. It's so far above their head, and having the confidence to be able to just project yourself completely up, but significantly mental, and we all do a lot of visualization and work on seeing those higher heights, and so that we know that we can get over them. If you can visualize it and you're comfortable with it being just a bar, then anything can happen. So that was a first failure of the day there for Angela Carney from Iona College at 3:20. So she's still leading at this stage.
The boys haven't utilised the crowd for claps. Maybe they're just a little more shy than the girls.
Yeah, potentially. It's definitely an individual thing. Some people find it off-putting. Some people love it. When you get to big competitions, you can't really control that environment, so you can get people clapping even if you don't want it, but you just got to kind of try and switch out as much as possible. Oh, he's just pulled out there, obviously running back because he mustn't have too much time left on the clock. That's the one downside about leaving it till the last minute, is that if you end up pulling out, you don't really have enough time to come back and refresh. Oh, not a bad attempt though for having to run back. And I think that might have been his...
It's his third and final.
Third and final.
So Ben Walker will be third from Waimea College, and that leaves Samisoni Hewitt clear through 199, and Hugo Jones also over 199, but a couple of misses along the way. So currently ranked second as we update that leaderboard for you. Certainly at international level, the men aren't shy. Some of those competitions where I've been watching, obviously for Hamish, but some of the competitors with Hamish there really do go to town.
Yeah, there's some interesting characters in there. They just have this confidence out there that, I guess you need in environments like that, and they thrive. They really thrive.
Susanna Kennedy from King's College currently lying second, and she has improved 45.17 in round 5. She's fouled her final there as she looked to reach Rena Marker's level of 47.67. So Susanna Kennedy of King's College will finish second with 45.17, and Rena Marker will take gold for Linfield College at 47.67, which is actually exactly the same as her measure in round 3.
That will be a foul, because it did, I think, hit the cage. We go back to the men's high jump, and we've got first attempt at 2:02. Hugo Jones. This will be an outright PB if he gets this. So it's definitely the psychological side that's coming in, and obviously for some of the pole vaulters there too, they're getting to the nitty-gritty stage of it. Elaine Zai, that was his first attempt failure at 3:20. So hopefully she can, she's obviously talking to her coach now, trying to figure out the best cues and things that will work for her.
She was very comfortably over 3 metres 10, so it's there for her, but it doesn't automatically follow, does it?
No, unfortunately. She does have a personal best of 3 metres 50, so she's definitely more than capable of jumping 3:20.
Samisoni Hewitt now with his first attempt at 2 metres 2. He's been clear the whole way this afternoon.
Just running in for that first attempt, and he's clear. He's kept his scorecard completely clean the whole way through. That keeps him in the lead at the moment, above Hugo Jones, who missed his first attempt at 2:02. But there's also a PB for Samisoni Hewitt. He jumped 2 metres last weekend, so very consistent.
He's clearly brought some fine form into this, and he goes clear again. He entered at 175, so that's his 8th jump now, clear at 8 different heights. And Hugo Jones remains live and lines up for his second attempt.
Obviously thinking of the things to focus on, his cues before he runs in. He's away. Not to be that attempt, but he does have one more attempt. With a second attempt at 3 metres 20. She is currently still in the lead.
Elaine Zay will be up for her second attempt shortly at Maclean's College, and Maya Taylor earlier claimed third from St Andrews College with a clearance of 2 metres 90. As we confirm for you there. Sydney Girls Discus has wrapped up with Rena Marker from Linfield College. We saw her last throw, which was a foul. She registered 47.67 twice, around 3, around 5 there. So the senior pole vault for the girls to draw to a conclusion. 2 competitors live, and the same applies for the senior boys high jump. And the senior boys 100 metres also going to be in action shortly.
We've got Hugo Jones walking back out to do his final attempt. I did see him move his run up back quite significantly. So hopefully giving himself just a little more space and to be able to take off and not just go dive straight into the bar. And if he clears this, it will be a PB for him, an outright PB. Not a bad jump at all, but unfortunately not to be. So he will end up in second place with an equal PB of 199, and that just leaves Samasoni Hewitt from St Pat's Silverstream. He is the winner of the competition, so we will see soon what he wants to put the bar up to, because he has free reign now of where he wants to go. He's already got a PB at 202.
205, or is it extending it too far? 2 centimetres, go the conservative way?
Yeah, it depends on what he's after.
He's been really confident with the jumping today. So.
Yeah, and they've all been really good attempts and really good clearances. So, you know, if he wants to nudge 205, then he'll nudge 205.
204 he's going, so he's upped it by 2 centimetres. Now, into round 2 of the senior boys 100 metres. Now they're in the back straight furthest from us, and we're up to heat 2 of 4 here. AJ Madonda of Christ College drawn the middle here alongside Callum Moss of St Kentigern College, who would be expected to show out. AJ Madonda has early and got to the lead on Jonathan Thompson, who's coming through in lane number 3. Callum Moss not too far away either. We'll update that for you shortly. AJ Madondo taking it out in the Christ College singlet. .10.64 his time, I'd imagine, with a pretty decent win behind him, which we'll confirm a little later.
Plus 7.
Wow.
Plus 7, so it's a pretty strong wind going on in the background there.
Might get out there for a PB after we've finished here, perhaps.
Must have been going through with a gust, because it's Yeah, it's getting a bit windier out there, but +7's pretty strong.
Jonathan Thompson was second, 10.89. Hunter Scott was third, 11.06 from Christchurch Boys High. Media Konga from Logan Park, fourth, 11.12, and then Callum Moss with 11.28 from St Kentigern.
We've got Tori Peters sitting here, who's going to be joining us shortly on the live stream, and she'll be able to tell us how this wind is going to be affecting any potential throws, and I would say quite significantly. Yep, she's nodding at me. She'll be able to fill you all in soon. So we've just got Samisoni Hewitt. He is attempting 2.04. And that is his first miss of the day. He has had a clear scorecard up until now and is the New Zealand Secondary School champion.
Confirming Madondo's time there, 10.63 with a significant tailwind. This is round 2, Heat 2, and Heat 3 of round 2 coming up soon, before they move to the semis and final in the senior boys. The senior girls off the back of this will be at the semi-final stage of their competition. Gabriel Dixon from Cully College in lane 2, Logan Smith, Francis Douglas Memorial College, lane 3, Marka Normanton from Francis Douglas Memorial also in 4, Leo Youssef, Wellington College in 5, Lucas Lambert in lane 6, Jordan Veach, Christchurch Boys High, lane 7, Vincent Walters, Whangarui High School, lane 8, and Ben Snedden, Wellington College, drawn the outside. They're away first time, and 3 of them across the track, wider perhaps. Jordan Veach, Lucas Lambert and Leo Youssef close. Lucas Lambert might have just taken it in the green singlet on the outside, confidently accepting congratulations. And a good finish with the other pair either side of him. We'll confirm that in a moment. Group 4 features Joe Dolphin and also Clay Dawson, who was in the high jump just a matter of minutes ago. Lucas Lambert credited with a 10.94 from Leo Youssef, 10.95. So there's only 1/100th of a second between them. Gabriel Dickerson, Marka Normanton third with 11 flat from Francis Douglas Memorial College, then Jordan Veach with 11.22 fourth.
Samisoni Hewitt up for his second attempt at 2 metres and 4. He had a bit of a stutter in his about 3 strides out from taking off, and then ended up pulling out and just going into the mat. So that will count as one of his attempts. So he has 1 more attempt left.
I think he might have called time by the sounds of the reaction out there.
Yeah, I think he has.
And congratulations to him, because he's treated us to a fine series and a personal best this afternoon. You can't ask for more than that.
No, you can't. That's a really great jumping, and you know, he'll be so proud and awesome to get them all on his first attempts.
Quarterfinals, or round 2 for the 100-metre senior boys. Sasha Tahi in lane 2 here in heat 4. Tane Clark, lane 3. Francis Douglas Memorial College, lane 4. Blake Dalton, Tyree College. Liam Kilby, Napier Boys, lane 5. Joe Dolphin, Rangitoto College, lane 6. Clay Dawson, Cromwell College, lane 7. James Dew, Auckland Grammar in lane 8. And William Robertson, James Hargis College in lane number 9. To get underway, and through the middle, it could be Joe Dolphin 624 from Rangitoto College coming through.
Pulling back a little bit because obviously feeling very comfortable with where he's at and wants to conserve his energy for tomorrow.
So still semi-finals and final to go for them, and the boys 100 metre senior semis are at 9 o'clock. They get us underway tomorrow morning.
We do have a little bit of an update from the senior pole vault. Angela Carney from Iona College, she did have 3 failures at 320. However, Elaine Zai got 320 on her 3rd attempt, so she has gone into the lead. So Angela Carney will be finishing 2nd place there. And so Elaine is still going as far as we can see, but unsure yet of what height she has put it up to.
Senior girls 100 metres coming up next on the track. And they are at the semi-final stage. Keely O'Hagan just stepping out of the commentary position. Thanks, Keely, for taking us through the senior boys high jump plus the other field events, and Tori Peters about to sit down next to me, the New Zealand javelin record holder and guest on my podcast Chew the Fat with Tony Rogers. And Tori, it's a bit odd having spoken to you. Feel like I know you a little bit, but nice to meet you in person. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me on the live stream today at National Secondary Schools. It's pretty cool to be here, and it's actually just looking out now. There's a heck of a lot of people here, which is awesome. Great numbers.
Keely set us up with the first question, and that's the wind and the throwing events. And let's talk about javelin in the first place, because obviously it's critical. What the air's doing out there. So how do blustery conditions like this affect you and those throwing javelin? Yeah,
it's pretty tough. Hey, I think you're always going to get some sort of wind when you're out there, and whether it's coming head on or from behind or side, it always is a little bit difficult to deal with. But today out there, those blustery conditions are really tough, especially for the young ones in the javelin. And the event's hard enough in itself, let alone you throw the element of some blustery winds. So the flights of the javelins have been a bit all over the show today, which I think is pretty understandable. But nevertheless, still some awesome performances, and good to see everyone out there actually giving it a go. Good strong numbers in the fields, and that's what we like to see, really.
What's the ideal wind for a javelin thrower? We'll start with first and foremost.
I think everyone sort of has a personal favourite, but and for me it's a slight headwind. I think for the females, slight headwind, and the lighter javelin compared to the men, and it just sort of sits up there a little bit nicer, and you get a nice little lift on the throw. So you obviously don't want too strong a headwind. You don't want to be pushing the javelin backwards, but just that slight headwind to keep it up. So whereas the men for them it's certainly a tailwind. The men throw it further, the javelin's in the air for longer, so the wind can have a bit more of a positive effect to push it forward. So the tailwinds do tend to push the javelin down a little bit. So just depends how strong it is, obviously. But so a bit different for the men versus the women there.
Saw there Elaine Zai. She's raised the bar to 3 metres 30. She has won the senior girls pole vault with 320, but she's up to 320, looking to improve her height today. Kelly telling us earlier she does have a personal best of 3 metres 50. So Elaine Zai from Maclean's College, the winner, but still live in that. Angela Carney from Iona College, second, and Maya Taylor from St Andrews College, third on a countback from Olivia Wyatt from Burnside High School. Tori, we've just had senior women's discus out there, so I think you're pretty familiar with that implement as well. Wind and the performances you saw out there today? Yeah, again, that wind, especially the direction that it's coming into that cage, makes it tough on the girls, and
I think, you know, like I said, it's always just good to get them out there, strong fields, and give them that extra bit of challenge, I guess, that the wind presents. It's always tricky to flight the implements, you know, that don't have as much weight behind them, like the shot and the hammer throw. They're pretty heavy and the wind doesn't have too much impact. But oh look, you know, like it's always national championships. Everyone's sort of been practicing and getting all their training in to have a good performance here, and it's really nice to see and hear, you know, everyone getting PBs and you know, getting close to season best even. So yeah, I think everyone can be pretty proud of their efforts out there today and dealing with the conditions, not only the wind, but it's been some beautiful weather here in Christchurch for the last couple of days and seen plenty of sun, so I think that's also posed a bit of a challenge for our athletes out there today, just managing that, the hydration, you know, energy levels, staying out of the sun, all pretty important parts of competing.
As the semi-finals of the 100 metres senior women's, and comfortable win there for Georgia Gibbons from Queen's High School in the first of 3 semi-finals. Wind there listed at plus 2.8, so it calmed down from the 7 metres not so long ago, but it is very, very gusty out there. Heat 2 to go to the blocks shortly. They were Vanita, draw lane 5 in there. Was quick earlier in round 1. Georgia Gibbons 11.87 there over Neve Townsend from Mount Aspiring College 12.26. And Tabian Ponsa 12.37 from Havelock North High School. In the beautiful Hawke's Bay 12.41 fourth, Mila Taylor from St. Peter's. Got Tori Peters from St. Peter's here. Tori, seems like good representation from your school here, just looking through the program.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm involved a little bit with the athletics program at St. Peter's School out of Cambridge there, and love to be involved in any capacity that I can, I guess, around my own training schedule and, you know, when I'm in the country. But we've got a pretty strong contingency here at the National Secondary Schools. I think we've got about 35 athletes, which is an awesome number for us, and, you know, obviously majority love to run, not too many throwers, but in saying that, we have a handful that love to give the throws a go, which I think is awesome, and you know, they love to fill in the weekend as well, and yeah, like I said, just give something new a go and test themselves and challenge their skill ability. So yeah, they're having some good results this weekend, and they've got a few relay teams as well. With 35 people, we can make up a few relay teams. So yeah, I think they're doing a phenomenal job this weekend.
Have you been practicing those baton challenges? Because in any relays I have been involved in, it hasn't been the fastest 4 at secondary school level. It's been about the ones that can pass the baton within the change range, because that's the key. Yes.
Well, I tell you what, there was a few issues with baton changes yesterday, but hey, I think that's all part and parcel of it, isn't it? So it's about working together as a team and being able to fine-tune those little aspects of it. But yeah, it often seems to be the trickiest part of the relay, is get that baton round.
Yes, Marielle Venida from Sancta Maria College is comfortably clear in Heat 2 of 3 in the semi-finals for the senior girls. Caitlin Black from Aquinas College. And they're in second. We'll get a time and a wind reading on that pretty shortly for you. Just with those relays, Tori, I mean, we see it at the very top level, international competition, where the fastest teams quite often don't come through simply because of a poor baton change, a drop, or a mistake, or a run out of lane. So secondary schools level, as I say, if you can do that successfully, you're going to be in the hunt.
Yeah, and I think the relay is quite a cool thing as well. You know, athletics is quite an individual sport, but to have that team element, I think, is quite cool, and it attracts, you know, some of those probably more team sport athletes, you know, to come and give athletics a go. And I do like that there is that element, brings everybody together, and you know, good bit of banter. It makes training a little bit more enjoyable as well, and it's just really good fun. I actually do recall I did my first ever relay for an Oceania Championships back in, I think it was 2012. Mind you, it wasn't a 4x1, so there wasn't too much stress around the baton change. It was a 4x4, so it was a slow baton change. But yeah, it was hard case. It was my first and last relay that I've ever done. But I tell you what, it was great fun. I really enjoyed the team aspect of practicing for that. So
yes.
Yeah, but like I said, first and last, that one.
Those 4x4s though, they can be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And the mixed relays too, which seems to be a really good addition to the scene.
Yes, I think that's going to be quite good for the spectator side of the sport. Always makes it quite exciting. Yeah, for everyone to get involved with, and yeah, obviously, you know, being able to compare nations and that sort of thing with a bit of a mixed relay is a pretty cool element to add. So yeah.
And the latest 100 metres round, heat 3 of the semi-finals, taken out by Neve Gidya from Paraparaumu College. From there of Timaru girls, I have to admit to just turning my back for a moment, because the setup we've got here, I should probably explain it, but we've got all manner of devices on a variety of both track and field all at the same time. I've just noticed that the one I'm relying on most heavily that seems to be working the fastest is rapidly running out of battery, so I'm going to have to exit for about 30 seconds and find myself a charger there, but there's a replay from our team.
Oh, that's really awesome to see, that sportsmanship there between two of the girls. It's, I guess, what sport's all about as well. You know, it's amazing that we get these results and these personal records, but sportsmanship's a big part of sport nowadays, and it's awesome to see it happening at this level.
And Eve Gidya credited with an 11.97 time there. Charlotte Goldsmith was second from St Cuthbert's, 12.05. Michaela Fitty third, 12.30. Bellathin was fourth, 12.42. And they'll be looking forward to the finals tomorrow. As I said, with the senior men, they've got their semi-finals first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock. And then should be able to tell you when the final is if I can look far enough ahead to day number 3 being Sunday, but I've got things well out of order here, so I'll get you a time on that a little later. There's confirmation on your screen though of heat number 3 in round 2, which was a semi-final situation for the semi girls.
Coverage here for you of the girls' pole vault. So I haven't seen too much of this just yet, but I think the wind will be making this event very tricky today for those girls. So anyone getting up over that bar is really, you know, should be patting themselves on the back today, and these winds are very tricky, and with this event we know it's an event that requires quite a bit of fearlessness, I would say.
So what we've got here is the seniors and the juniors at the same time, and this is the comfortable winner of the junior, Talea Forster from Rangitoto College, and she's at 3:30. She's had 2 misses at this. She will win comfortably. Kara Gordon of Cashmere High cleared 2.65 meters to take second, and Isla Vic from Cashmere High cleared 2.35 for third. So Talea Forster from Rangitoto still live. It's just a question of what she will record for her winning height. She was clear at her second attempt at 3 metres 20, and also still over there is Elaine Zai, who cleared 3 metres 30 at her second attempt, and she will win the senior competition. So some good vaulting in Tori Wright. I can only imagine, because I've never touched a pole vault, let alone attempted it, but possibly just about the worst conditions you could imagine, apart from rain along with this wind.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I think, you know, the vaulters obviously love being able to vault indoors, because, you know, you save yourself from having to battle with all these sorts of things. But yeah, that's what I mean before. You know, it takes a lot of fearlessness from these athletes to catapult themselves up over those bars, up at these heights, in strong winds like this. So huge credit to them. And as you can see, sometimes, you know, they come on the runway and then they run in, and it may not feel quite right, and you'll have a few of them probably run through and not quite attempt the jump. So yeah, I guess that's just part of their event, and some of the things that you have to come to terms with in conditions like these.
And that sky getting progressively cloudier as the afternoon wears on. Now, got juniors running over the 800 metres. And also some senior girls, junior girls 800 metres now, followed by the junior boys, and then the senior girls and the senior boys that we will concentrate on.
Yeah, and you can tell these 800 metre races, they're going to get a heck of a boost down that back straight, aren't they? With these look like gale force winds out there. They're going to get a heck of a boost along that tail, down that back straight, but I think coming down the home straight, they might hit a bit of a wall there. So we'll see some interesting times, I think, in these 800 metre races. But nevertheless, I'm sure the girls will battle through.
Indeed, can tell you Talea Vorster missing her third and final attempt at 3 metres 30. Congratulations winning for Rangitoto. That was the junior pole vault, and still in action over there is Elaine Zai from Maclean's College, and she's through 3:30 now and raising the bar another 10 centimetres to 3:40. Keely mentioned earlier that her personal best is 3 metres 50, and I think given the conditions, anything near that she gets is an extremely good effort. So Tori, as we draw to the end of 2023, it's been a really successful year for you, and particularly that event, the Grand Prix event in Japan, where you finished second there between the two Australians, and extending your national record there. How's 2024 looking? Obviously, Paris Olympics is on everybody's mind, but there's a way to get there, and how are you attempting it? Yeah,
I guess, I feel like off the back of this season, I'm going to have a lot of confidence going into the 2024 season, and I'm certainly targeting that Paris auto qualifier for the women's javelin. So
what is that for you, Tori?
Yeah, so that distance is 64 metres. So my personal best I set earlier this year was 63.26. So I'm not far off it, and I think I had a series of consistent throws up 62 and 61 metres throughout this year's European season, and feel like just that little bit more consistency at those distances is really going to help me get to that 64 plus metre mark. So I feel like I'm putting in some pretty good training at the moment in the gym, and especially in the throws as well, the technical side of things. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what I can put out there at the start of the season next year, and and then I guess it's just trying to stay really process focused and let the distances look after themselves, and hopefully that amounts to being a nice tidy auto qualifier for Paris.
Obviously that's the ideal in terms of where things are sitting, because you are the national record holder. I think you've thrown further than any other woman in New Zealand history by some margin, and for that still to be below the auto qualifier seems pretty tough, right, for someone like me looking from the outside. But in terms of ranking in the other way, if you don't get through auto qualify, are you kind of sitting pretty at the moment?
Yeah, really sitting really tidy, which is really helpful. And to qualify that secondary way is to be in the top 32 on the world rankings. But New Zealand Olympic Committee has their standard of proving that you're capable of top 16. So for me to finish 13th this year at World Championships ticks that box quite nicely, and second at the Diamond League final, I think that helps too, and currently sitting 6th in the world on the world rankings from this year. So I think all those things were hopefully is enough for me, but like I said, I'd love to get out there and just throw the auto qual and really cement my place in the team and book my ticket to Paris really. So it's easier just to get it done like that, and then there's less time trying to calculate if you've made it in the top 32 and those sorts of things. But like I said, I'm reasonably confident, and I felt like I grew a lot this year, having competed on the international stage and had some good results there and that sort of thing. So all going well. Well, hopefully we'll tick that box.
Yeah, the world champs 13th. I mean, we'd all love to be 13th in the world champs, but of course it's one place outside of the top 12 and getting some more throws, and I think you might have been 7 centimetres outside. Was that sort of a bittersweet type scenario for you? Yeah,
it was pretty tough, that one. I think, having gone into, having had, I guess, a few good competitions leading into that World Championships and knowing where I was at, it was pretty disappointing. I definitely felt like I was good enough to be in the final, and 7 centimetres in javelin is absolutely nothing. That was really tough, and I felt like I had a lot of unfinished business, going into the last few competitions of the European season. So I guess for me, having not got into the final at World Champs was a shame, but I was really proud of the way I was able to come back in the last couple of Diamond Leagues and perform there, and finish up second overall in the final, which when I started the season I just wanted to get into a Diamond League, and here I was, ended up in the final, so and second place. So I feel like the season was still a really positive one for me, and I certainly still learnt a lot along the way, and that being from having performed well and having had that hard miss of not quite making the final World Champs. So I think those learnings from both sort of performing well and not performing so well are really going to set me up for next year.
In terms of when you're looking for an auto qualifying throw, is that about a case of selecting places where you've thrown well before, or where you think that the conditions are going to be the best? Yeah, it's a funny one. Hey, obviously I've got places that I like to throw, and some quite often they're in Australia because it's always quite nice and warm, and there are some nice favourable winds over there. So we do take into consideration those sorts of things. But at the end of the day, if you're feeling good, you're feeling good, and if the training's been going well, then it all adds up. And the conditions obviously play a really huge part in the throw of the javelin, and it's tough here in New Zealand. There's only a few tracks that tend to have consistently good wind. So I'm not too sure where we'll look to do things this year, but I'll still be showing up at the Capital Classic and good for you.
and a few other meets around the place. So
big thumbs up from Tony Rogers in the background.
Big thumbs up to windy Wellington. So as long as it's a nice one, hopefully it's not a big crosswind. But we'll put a big throw out there hopefully in Wellington and see how we go.
Good on you. You performed really well there in the past, and I've enjoyed watching. Ask Tori about the scone stealing. Okay. I was going to ask you about Budapest, but let's go to the scones.
What about scones in Budapest?
Yeah.
I was. We were Buddha. Yeah.
It's clearly a private joke. Those just over at the pole vault there, Elaine Zai from Maclean's College. She had one miss at 3.40 metres. She has been victorious already in the senior girls pole vault, but looking for another attempt at 3.40 metres. Tori, just on Budapest, I mean, it just looked really cool. Like, it looked like fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome. I tell you what, the Europeans, they know how to do athletics, and I think that's their sport. You know, Europeans, they grow up, you know, with track and field, and so they all love it. You know, the crowds are chocker. It's amazing. The atmosphere is incredible. The stadium was just out of this world. Like, it was really, really cool, and it was really nice to go in there for the qualifying rounds. And, you know, usually the women's javelin qualifying, it's midday. There's usually not too many people around. Well, man, the stadium was chocker. Everyone's cheering. Like, it was just such a cool place to be. And it was a really awesome experience. And like I said, the Europeans just know how to put on a show. And yeah, Budapest, the city itself, was awesome. You know, I'd never been to Budapest, never been to Hungary before, so it was nice to have a bit of time as well to sort of have a look around and explore. And yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, I think Hungarian tourism, I think, probably did quite well out of that. From, you know, just watching on, thinking, wow, yeah, definitely, if I'm over there,
yeah,
gotta get there. I mean, obviously, you'd expect that the crowd would lift you. Can it work the opposite way, where you could get a little overhyped?
Yeah, totally. Anxious? Yeah, I think that was probably something I struggled a little bit with in my first World Championships last year in Oregon, and you know, I think it was just more that it's quite overwhelming. You go to these big stadiums, and here in New Zealand, there's not very many big stadiums around, and let alone them being full, and it can be quite a distraction. And that was quite a big learning thing for me after Oregon, was staying focused on what I was there to do and not getting distracted by the crowd and all the noise and people doing a clap for you and all the rest of it. So yeah, it can certainly be something that athletes struggle with, but I very much have learnt to embrace it, and, you know, just really be grateful that there is all these people there to watch you, and when else would you get that? So it's pretty special.
Kelly was talking earlier about the clapping scenario and how some people obviously generate themselves, but other people actually, it doesn't really work for them. So when people do it for them, I guess that can be another thing that can potentially put you off. Are you somebody that invites the crowd in, or were you happy if they get on board in a situation like that and do it for you? Yeah,
look, a lot of people who know me will know that I don't like a clap. I won't ask for a clap, but if people start a clap and it gets, obviously, you know, escalates quite quickly at something like a World Champs, sort of got a bit of a strategy to just block out the noise and not listen to it too much. So I guess I have a few issues with it just affecting my rhythm. So that's probably more so why I'm not too keen on the clap. But, you know, a lot of the girls do ask for a clap and they perform quite well, which is awesome. You know, that's good for them. But yeah, I think I've sort of a bit hit and miss. Even my grandma knows, she doesn't like the clap, you know.
It's quite interesting though, I mean, how different individuals approach the same thing, you know. Yeah. So here in Otatahi, Christchurch, we are at Napuniwai Sports Hub. It's my first time here, even though I'm a Cantabrian and been away for 20 odd years, and my home of athletics was Kiwitu Park growing up, so it's wonderful to be here for the first time in Napuniwai and look at the facilities that they now have. And Tori Peters, the National Women's Javelin Champion and record holder, is my current guest. And Tori, just wondering, in terms of Napuniwai and coming here, how much experience have you had at this new venue?
Not a lot, really. I think I've competed here for maybe 1 or 2 competitions, and not gonna lie, conditions were very similar, very windy, but you know, temperatures were great, and I mean, it's an awesome facility. I think you know, all the Cantabrians are really lucky to have a state-of-the-art track here, you know, for them to be training and competing. And everyone always likes the blue, bit of a change up. So yeah, I know that the kids from St. Peter's were all pretty excited that it was blue. And yeah, I mean, like, I enjoy coming to Christchurch, so we don't get to come down here much. So whenever I do, I enjoy coming down here and catching up with a few of the other athletes around as well, which is nice. Yeah, don't often see them up our way too much up in Hamilton, so yeah, it is nice to be able to catch up outside of just seeing them at other competitions, you know. Yeah.
Got the senior boys hammer throw coming up, the 5 kilos, and the juniors are going to throw the 4 kilos at the same time. The competitions are run concurrently. Hammer throw, is that something that you've dabbled with?
Look, I've not dabbled much in the hammer throw, but I tell you what, there was a competition I helped out Julia Ratcliffe for a little bit, and as some of you may know, Julia was one of our top hammer throwers, and she's only just retired really after Tokyo Olympics, but there was a competition that she needed to compete in, and there was only a handful of girls throwing, so to just make up a bit more time between throws and give her a bit more rest, I decided I'd enter in the hammer throw. And I'd never thrown it before, and I decided, oh, it can't be too hard, hopped in there, and wow, I just about threw myself out of the circle, and it was, I tell you what, it was a bit of a laugh, and her dad, Dave Ratcliffe, who's also her coach, he thought it was absolutely hilarious, came over, gave me some tips, sure enough, you know, he said, Tori, you got to do this, you got to do that, and but yeah, so that would be as a bit like the relay that I did. That was the first and last time I've done the hammer throw, but huge credit to them. Like it, you know, it's a very, very technical sport, and it's actually quite amazing that they can throw it as far as they do.
Indeed, and look, wind's going to affect everything, but as they're spinning around with that ball, I imagine a gust of wind could be really problematic. Yeah,
for them for sure. You know, the body positioning is obviously very important for them, and slight change in that alters the trajectory of the throw, all sorts. So yeah, but seems to be that you know, a pretty heavy weight on the end. You know, when you're rotating around, hopefully will keep them stable enough. If they can control it, so
yeah, and what a period we've had, obviously with Judy Ratcliffe now retired, but Lauren Bruce, and we had 3 hammer throwers in the women's there at once. Commonwealth Games, Nicole Bradley, so quite remarkable period, and in the men's, Anthony Nobilo continues to dominate. So he's throwing well again early in this season, which is outstanding, and we'll get to see some young hammer throws shortly. I remember my father, who was coaching at Kaiba High School, just a little bit north here of Christchurch, decided to buy a hammer so that some of his kids could have a go. He was a sprinter long jumper himself, but he had some big strong lads who wanted to have a crack, and some of them did really well too, just by virtue of the fact that there was actually a hammer there that they could go and practice with at lunchtime, and obviously that put them in an advantage over other schools, and in a competition where, you know, they would be able to excel because of their body shape and their strength, obviously.
Yeah.
As soon as they got the technicals right, which is obviously the key thing, which my father couldn't help with, but they managed to sort it out and got a few medals here and there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about these sort of throwing events like hammer and javelin. I think, you know, the accessibility. You know, where do you buy these things? You know, for people to have a go, you can't just walk into a sports store like and buy a rugby ball, or I mean, like buy a javelin, and a hammer like you can with a rugby ball, but. So it does make it a little bit tricky. So, yeah, the fact that it did that's awesome.
Just looking at the senior men's hammer, which is now in operation. Alex Hewitt of St Patrick's College, Silverstream, has just failed first throw, as did Bill Quigley of Christchurch Boys. So Levi Kupuali from Manurewa High School, the current leader, 57.40. Heath Abbott, College, 55.90 in round 1. Cole Thompson of Hibbs, Hutt International Boys, next to near Trentham, 41.92. And Reed Davidson from Rangitoto got the hammer out to 40.32, and that's the 5 kilo hammer. The seniors, so it's a field of 6. 4 of them have registered distances after round 1, and the junior boys are going to be running their competition concurrently as well. Connor Sharkey currently leading that at 34.55. St Patrick's College Silverstream. We've got 800 metre races on the track. We've had the junior races at semi-final stage running, and we've got the girls 800 metre senior semi-finals coming up at 10 to 4. The program's running pretty much to time, and the senior boys 800 semi-finals at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got on your screens here, we've got Oliver Chung from the Slate Boys High high score. I think he's about to go into the circle, hopefully, for throw.
Caravan's rocking a bit twice.
Yeah.
As the wind has really picked up. We're at an ideal spot here. We're up on the bank and just past the start-finish line. First bend.
Yeah, great view here as well of our start for this boys 800 metre race. One of many, actually. Seems to be a very popular event.
Yeah, it is good numbers there in the junior ranks to make their way through to the final. Of course, we've got day 3 tomorrow. Get underway at 9 o'clock, and our live stream will start there at 9. That's us.
That's us up there. I'll give you a wave.
And if you can see the tree next to it,
yeah,
that's what we're feeling at the moment. Those tents and gazebos must have been very, very well pegged down. We did see one come loose earlier, but the others have been good thus far. So, as I say, with the hammer throw, we've got the senior men's and senior boys, I should say, and junior boys going concurrently, and we'll keep you up to date with those, particularly the seniors.
We've just got our first lap of that 800 metre coming around there, right on about 60 seconds, so not too bad considering these winds.
And tucking in for some respite in the wind will be the go there in that 800 metres. It tails them down the back, which is why they've been running the 100 metre sprint races in that back straight. They have the option to do that. It's obviously been conducive to some good times in the 100 metres earlier. As I say, those 100 metres senior boys semis will go at 9 o'clock, followed by the junior girls and boys semi-finals, and the girls senior have already moved through and found their finalists for later in the day, a couple of hours after that.
Yeah, so we're just with your hammer throw on screen there. We actually had Oliver Chung before take the lead with 45.69 metres, so that was an awesome second round throw from him.
And he's in the junior, and he's throwing the 4 kilo, 1 kilo less than the seniors. Tori, just in terms of your work at St. Peter's, are you in an official capacity here across the weekend?
Yes, I have my work hat on this weekend, so just really helping out with the team and being involved with a bit of the coaching for the ones who have opted into the throws, which has been awesome, and then obviously just helping out with general logistics and getting them to and from the track and making sure they're well fed, and just making sure they keep it on top of their hydration and nutrition throughout the day. For a lot of these athletes in our team, actually quite new to the whole process of the call team, which, working backwards in time to make sure that you're going to be there at the right time, so make sure you get your warm-up done as well. And so for some of them it's been a new experience in that space, so it's been nice to be able to contribute in a positive manner to them around that. I know a few of them got particularly stressed about the timings and clashes with other events, and so, but at the end of the day, it's all good experience. You got to do it once, and you'll learn from that, and hopefully be all good for the next few years. But very much in a work capacity this weekend. Managed to get a little bit of training in yesterday before the day started, and just decided to have a little rest weekend this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, just so I can fully commit to the team and be present for all of them. So, yeah.
So what do you remember of your experiences at New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships?
Wow, what do I remember? Oh my goodness. Well, I remember it was a lot of fun, but I come away with the St. Peter's team from Cambridge, and I say they have 35 students here, and I just look at how much fun they're having you know, as a team, you know, it's really awesome. And I think that was one thing I'm probably quite envious of, you know, when I competed for St. Peter's from Gore, and you know, there weren't many of us, you know, competing at these sorts of events. So I definitely am envious of that team environment that they have and that I'm involved with now, you know, with St. Peter's Cambridge. So yeah, but I do remember, you know, just enjoying getting around the country for all the different competitions, and just meeting new people as well, you know, people that are enjoying the event like you are, and challenging yourself, and you're getting your new personal bests, and just I think just that satisfaction from all the training you've put in when you have a good performance, it's really rewarding. So,
and did you go well at that level? Were your results?
Yeah, I went pretty well at those levels and was national champion a few times, so in the javelin, so that was pretty cool. And although I think it was my year level, actually, that was the last year level to throw the 600 gram javelin as a school student, so that has since changed, and now they actually only throw a maximum of the 500 gram javelin. So all the records and everything are all obviously reset to be for the 500 gram. But I'm actually not too bothered about not having thrown that 500. It's a tricky weight to throw, the old 500. It's just because it's quite a bit shorter and quite a bit lighter, so it's really tough to throw nicer through that line. But you know, some of the girls out here are throwing it awesome. I've watched it over the weekend. It's been really cool to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you can talk to the hammer throw, but obviously there's a kilo between the junior and the senior, and it doesn't sound a heck of a lot, but obviously it must feel different and be different. Yeah,
I think it would really disrupt your timing, you know, as a hammer throw, that kilo difference. And I guess, like most things, just affect that timing and the delivery of the implement.
So back to the seniors, Levi Pupuali, who threw 57.40 in round 1, has fouled round 2, and now Cole Thompson is the next one up for Hutt International Boys.
I think it's quite cool, actually, the joining of the events there as well, you know, the juniors and with the seniors, because it's often when you're a junior, you're sort of looking up to the seniors, aren't you? And you sort of know that's going to be you one day, and, you know, you might have a few people that you aspire to, you know, to be like, or to throw like, or to run like. So, I think it's quite nice to be able to have a competition where it sort of mix and mingle a little bit more.
It's Cole with his second throw. And obviously, when you come into it, you get a year effectively at junior, then a second year at a junior, then a first year at senior, and a second year at senior. So, sort of interesting scenario, obviously, in the first year in the category. I guess probably, well, for many people, a learning year. And Tony Rogers, who's the current president of the New Zealand Secondary Schools, the first year he struggled. Second year he was a champion, and I guess that's how it can work.
Yeah, and I think it's probably just actually a good indicator for you as well in that first year of where you sort of know you've got to be at for that following year, and sort of gives you something, a bit of a line in the sand, I guess, of, you know, of where you need to be and what you want to keep tracking towards. So sometimes that can be actually really helpful, I think.
It was Heath Abbott wearing the Wellington College singlet in his second throw, lying second after round 1:55.90. Cole Thompson's measure in round 2 was 38.77, a wee bit down on his first 41.92 that currently has him in third place.
We've just got our first heat here, one of two actually. So for our girls 800 metre race, our senior girls lining up on the start line around this first bend here, the start of the 800 metres.
Talia Pello in lane 2 from Middleton Grange here in Christchurch. Pascali Bowie from Whanganui Collegiate. Bronwyn Rhys-Jones from Cambridge High in 4. Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's College lane 5. Billy Crow, St Hilda's Collegiate lane 6. 7. Holly Fawcett from Aquinas College. Letizia Hay from St Peter's lane 8. And Kate Borton from St Cuthbert's College in lane number 9. As they await the starter for the 800 metres senior semi-finals. 2 of these, and I think the first 4 straight through, for confirmation of that. Underway in the first of 2 semi-finals. Out in the middle lane is Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's College, and she'll work across and take up the early running. Going forward over on the outside, Kate Borton in the St Cuthbert's College singlet, and just tucked in behind them, Holly Fawcett from Aquinas College. As they come down the side.
We're starting to feel this headwind now.
Yeah.
They might hit a little bit of a wall here, but I'm sure they're going to power those arms a little bit more and try and keep the legs consistently moving at the pace that they were going before coming into that big headwind.
Samantha Lascelles leading from Holly Fawcett, who's sensibly taking wind cover there, and she'll be enjoying that. Pascali Bowie there in 105.7, number 108 Bronwyn Rhys-Jones in the 4th spot at the moment, followed by Talia Pello in Middleton Grange as they head into the back straight. They'll get a pick up from the wind here, and 300 metres left to run. Samantha Lascelles comfortable stride in front. Holly Fawcett staying in touch. Bronwyn Rhys-Jones comfortably 3rd. And a margin back to Pascali Bowie as they come off the back straight. And yeah, it'll be tough. Second go into the wind here, but finish line in sight. Just to check around from Samantha, just to make sure that she's got things under control, and she has. She doesn't have to expend too much extra energy. Bronwyn Rhys-Jones coming through from Cambridge High School to claim the semi-final win. Samantha Lascelles 2nd. Holly Fawcett 3rd. And 4th over will be Pascali Bowie. .221.41 for Bronwyn Rhys-Jones. Samantha Lascelles 2nd, 222.23. Holly Fawcett credited with 222.69. They were comfortable over the concluding stages.
Screen there with the hammer throw in the senior boys, the 5 kilo. Was Alex Hewitt. It's Alex's 2nd throw. His first one was a foul, so hopefully we can get a measure on this one, get him on the board. Just wait for those results to come through. Yes, fantastic. There we go, 52.43 metres. That's put him up to 3rd, so shows how important it is, hey, to register those throws. Get on the board. Yeah. That's all you're after. You've got to get on the board in those first 3. And that's often the case as well. You know, sometimes you have those big field events where there's so many of you, but you know, it's important your first 3 throws to register something good, so that you can at least have a crack at being able to try, you know, to get through to the second lot of 3 throws. So the top 8 progress and get another 3. So that is often quite an important part of the field events.
So we're underway here in the second semi-final of the 800 metres. It does feature Bo Ritchie, who earlier we saw on the 1500 metres, and so she's pretty busy, and she was looking after herself early on with the schedule that she's got ahead of herself here, and she's running midfield at the moment. Leading is Sophia Lumbreras from Havelock North High School. Though it's a pretty tight bunch with Amy Shannon, Diocesan School for Girls at number 263. They're about to hit the wind for the first time in the front straight in this after 300 metres. Tall figure 390 there is Zara Ford from King's College. Bo Ritchie just running out of trouble a wide out as they come down to complete the first lap in pretty trying conditions. Just in behind them is Paige Scannell from Sacred Heart Girls College. She's been protecting herself from the wind there as they break down into single file and the first 5 pull away. Sophia Lumbreras on the inside, just shaded here by Amy Shannon. Bo Ritchie just staying in touch with them. Paige Scannell clinging on to 4th at the moment from Zara Ford as they battle for a spot in the final.
Amy Shannon from Discus and Bo Ritchie from St. Peter's School. Just in behind.
Sophia running pretty solidly in front here. Just checking behind her, Bo Ritchie working up on the outside of Amy Shannon. Zara Ford is playing that 4th spot, although Paige Scannell trying to draw her back in. Sophia Lumbreras will take it out from Bo Ritchie. Amy Shannon, Zara Ford home in 4th ahead of Paige Scannell. The second heat of the 800. And some of the competitors, Tori, like Bo Ritchie, very, very busy across 3 days of athletics.
Yeah, I think that's the big part of it, hey, is reminding them that, you know, they've got a lot of events on. They need to make sure they're looking after themselves in between times and resting up. I know that we've got a few big drums from a farm that's nearby, and we've filled it up with a bit of water and a bit of ice so that they can be doing a bit of recovery in between, and you know, almost got a little sandwich station there for them to be making sure they can just keep grazing as they need to. It's pretty tough to be out there with multiple events across one day, and let alone in the heat and in this one, it can be quite exhausting for them. So yeah, they're doing, I mean, all the athletes are doing a phenomenal job at staying on top of things for the weekend, so it's really cool to see.
Sophia Lumbreras 2:17.32 her time, Bo Ritchie 2:17.67, Amy Shannon 2:17.93, Zara Ford 4th in 2:18.17. Look forward to the Senior Girls 800 metre final. It's scheduled for 10:10 tomorrow morning, and then at 10:15 the Senior Boys, and we're about to have the Senior Boys semi-finals on the track ahead of us.
Yeah, we've actually had in the Senior Boys hammer throw, we've actually had Oliver Chung put out a throw a little bit further than a second round, which 48.48 metres, which has cemented him in first at the moment, and closely behind with 43.68 is Louis Tupiola from Christ College. Hopefully I've pronounced that right. Apologies if not.
We're doing our best, Tori. We're doing our best.
Yeah.
We do ask for a little bit of leeway. Good thing is we seem to be running to time, which is a fairly good achievement an athletics event of this nature.
Yeah, and I think, when we think about that sort of thing as well, it's a huge credit to the officials, and the people who are volunteering over the weekend here to allow things to run smoothly, and I think that's what we often forget is, that everybody out there helping us in these sorts of events, they're all volunteers, and without them we wouldn't be able to be out there competing. So it's just as important. Sometimes you'll see the athletes go and thank them, which is so great to see, because we can't forget that without them we wouldn't be able to be out there competing, doing what we love. So thanks to all the officials and the volunteers over this weekend. You've all been phenomenal, and we appreciate the work that you're doing for us.
Certainly. So they'll be sent on their way shortly in the first of the semi-finals for the 800 metres. Top 3 in each heat plus the 2 best times go through. Just trying to get the updated fields for these as they take their blocks. So we've got Milo Lindsay, lane 2, Auckland Grammar School. Noah Lawson from Waimea College in 3. James Hurkis, Whanganui Collegiate in 4. Hamish Murray, Aquinas College 5. Robert Fitzpatrick, Auckland Grammar School 6. Thomas Cowan, Westlake Boys in lane 7. Luca Everett, Diaho o Tukura Punamu in lane 8. And Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata College. And they're strung out fairly quickly here as we face into the breeze, just putting it mildly. James Hurkis leading them into the wind here over Thomas Cowan from Westlake Boys in second, and number 907 there, Luca Everett, lying third as we come through the bell, and Hamish Murray of Aquinas, followed there by Fletcher Van Hooven of Matamata College, to stay in touch. Top 3 going through, and then the 2 quickest of the times thereafter, which of course can be in the same heat. Thomas Cowan extending in the back straight, opening up a gap on Luca Everett. Then James Hurkis, the early leader, hanging on third, but with company as they come to the corner. Glance back from Thomas Cowan. Was comfortable enough in front. Luca Everett. They'll be through. Third, number 9, Hamish Murray, will automatically qualify as well. Fletcher Van Hooven and James Hurkis will rely on being 2 quickest through to make the final for tomorrow morning. Luca Everett's there, coming through, just credited with a win, 157.33. Thomas Cowan just easing back over the concluding metres, 157.40. Hamish Murray, 157.60. This is where it gets important. Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata College's time is 158.37. And James Hurkis, 159.47. So that'll be the time to beat for those coming up in the second semi-final.
Yes, on your screen just before we had our hammer thrower, Reed Davison from Rangitoto College. He had a throw of 41.28 metres, so he's currently in 4th place in the senior boys hammer throw, the 5 kg. And we've got Bill Quigley up here. Oh, unfortunately, we're into the nets. So lucky we got the nets though, isn't it?
Oh yes. Otherwise nothing else could go at the same time.
Oh, exactly. We might have we might run into a few issues if we didn't have nets here with those runners going around the bend.
Semi-final number 2 for the senior boys 800 metres, as we just check in on that previous result and note those times for Van Hooven and Herkus, because the top 3 are automatically through there, and the 2 fastest times across the 2 heats will go through. Simon Randis in number 2, lane 2, Auckland Grammar School. Otago boys, Matthew Bolter. Jude Deaker, Wakatipu High School, lane 4, Felix Field, New Plymouth Boys High, lane 5, James Ford, King's College, lane 6, Charlie Richardson, Sacred Heart College, Auckland, lane 7, Timothy Wallace, St Kentigern College, lane 8, and Jagan Gudrijev Willers from St Patrick's College, Town in lane number 9. As they set off in their quest for the right to run in the senior boys final tomorrow.
Well, Alex Hewitt just popped up on your screen here in the hammer throw. Currently sitting 3rd is Alex. Looks pretty good to me.
Felix Field running out on his own from New Plymouth Boys High School through the first lap. 3:89 leading the bunch there is James Ford, the King's College singlet. Then we've got the Wakatipu runner Jude Deaker and Jagan Gudrijev Willers, St Patrick's Town, as they head down the straight. So the first 3 qualify automatically for the final, then the 2 fastest. Always had calling them losers, Tori Peters.
I know.
I don't want to use the term, but anyway, the two fastest times.
Yeah.
People know what I'm talking about anyway. Yeah. As James Ford takes over, coming up to the home bend. Timothy Wallace from St Kentigern's moved around to 2nd. Down the outside comes Matthew Bolter from Otago Boys. Also with him though is Jagan Gudrijev Willers. So 3:89, 7:53, 6:60, all there in 7:80. The St Patrick's College town runner may have to rely on a fastest time here, and a pretty busy finish to the second heat. It's been the slower semi-final. It's been the slower of the 2 semis. James Ford recording 2:03.07, so that'll mean that the 2 runners that broke 2 minutes in the first semi-final will be the 2 fastest times that go through of the non-automatic qualifiers. James Ford, King's College, Timothy Wallace, St Kentigern College, and Charlie Richardson from Sacred Heart College will be the 3 that go through from that heat. Coffee boost has arrived. Where's coffee in your lifestyle, Tori? Is that allowable?
Yes, it's very much an essential.
Essential.
I'm a flat white girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have a machine at home. I quite enjoy making the coffees for my fiance and I every morning. So, yeah, and it's actually probably one of my favourite things to do while we're away. Actually, is go and find a cool little coffee spot and go on a bit of a hunt and park up and just enjoy a bit of people watching. So, yeah.
So when you come with a team like, I think you said 35, was it, St. Peter's? So, what are you looking for in terms of place to stay, accommodation? How do you go about that for that sort of number?
Yeah. So we tend to try to get a place, that has cooking facilities, so we can be doing all the meals in house, I guess, and putting on a big spread for dinner for everyone, but also just something that's convenient, obviously, to the track, and good comfy beds obviously is quite key for them. Have to make sure they're having a good night's sleep, and just helping with the performance for the next day. And it is tricky sometimes to get to get a place that's going to look after 35 plus all the staff. So, but no, we have found a place and it's been fantastic so far. So the kids are happy and we're happy, and
becomes like a school camp, I guess.
I guess it does, yeah. Minus the tents, eh?
Yeah. And you wouldn't want tents today.
No.
So just looking ahead at our track program, we've got some walks coming soon. A little later we go to the 400 metres, senior boys semis. The juniors in action as well, junior girls over the 400. We have some junior girls 200 metres at the semi-final stage, junior boys 200, senior girls 200, and senior boys 200 metres will conclude semi-final stage, will conclude the track program this afternoon.
Yeah, we've just had a little pause in the hammer throw as well, so it's the end of our first 3 rounds. So often what happens after the first 3 rounds is they reorder the competitors, and often the person who's leading will be then moved to being last in the order. And so they'll be just doing that at the moment for the 2 age groups.
So Alex Hewitt is in front there from St Patrick's Cottage Silverstream with his 3rd round throw of 59.17. He started with a foul, pulled out a 52.43 to get on the board, and then he's extended in the 3rd to 59.17, heading off Levi Pupuali, who was leading after his first round throw of 57.40. He's had one other counting throw, and Heath Abbott 3rd from Wellington College with the 55.90. Tori was talking earlier to Keely about sort of the optimum number of jumps for a high jumper in terms of the javelin. Obviously you want to get the extra 3 throws. Is there a period of the competition where you've tended to throw your best, or does it just vary?
Yeah, it's actually been quite varied, and I think where I've seen why that's been is because, you know, different stadiums around the world, I guess, have different warm-up facilities. So sometimes they'll have a facility where you can actually throw javelins prior to going into the competition, which is fantastic. Others, it can be quite restrictive, and there's only really maybe a strip of track and maybe a concrete wall, you know, and so you might try and throw a ball instead, and sometimes I've had nothing to throw whatsoever, and I think, you know, depending on what you sort of get in that space for your warm-up has depended on where I've thrown my best within the competition. So I guess if I haven't tended to been able to roll over my shoulder as much prior to the comp, then my better sort of throws tend to be at the end of the competition. So it takes me a little bit to find my feet and settle into the competition. But I mean, you can't really leave your best for last, you know, in these big competitions now. You've got to get it out in those first 3 so that you can give yourself a chance at having another 3 throws and be in the top 8. So that's very much one of the things that we're working on leading into next season, is being able to get sort of my better throws out in those first 3 rounds. You know, over the past couple of years, I guess, in those international competitions I've had, and you know, where we have a whole day of qualifying, you only get 3 throws, you know, and for me, I haven't been able to throw far enough of those to proceed to the final. So for me to throw further in those first 3 is going to be really important for me, especially going into Paris.
And obviously fouls bring extra pressure
Yeah.
into it. Have you had a situation where you've come for your 3rd and you've got nothing on the board?
I actually haven't, no, but you know, generally after the first one, if it's a foul, that sort of scares me enough. So I just try to get a safe one in the 2nd round, and then the 3rd one, just give it beans and hope for the best, really. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the fouls, it does make it difficult, and does add that extra element of pressure for sure.
So we'll wait for the hammer throw to get into the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds, both the senior boys hammer and junior boys hammer in operation there in the field. And we've got the walkers getting ready out on the track for a series of 200 metres and 400 metre events. here at Puna Y in Otatahi, Christchurch, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association Championships. Thanks to Tori Peters, who's given us plenty of her time here this afternoon, and she has duties with the St. Peter's team out of Cambridge.
And she's just going to take a wee break.
And Paul Meads is back with us.
Yes.
Wearing his 50th anniversary t-shirt, I must say, which is quite impressive here, 1973 to 2023.
Yes, I'm glad to say that the t-shirt is not 50 years old. But
oh, goodness me, I've just been presented with one.
Oh, no, you'll have to put one on and look matching. There you go.
That's fantastic.
Very
Thank you very much, Tracy.
Yeah, so next up on the track are the whakaraka, it's called, road walk, and race walking, sorry, and the junior girls have got a set distance, and then obviously the seniors have got a different distance, so they sometimes have walked them together, but I think this time we've got 5 athletes in this, and the one to watch out for is a girl that won the juniors last year in Englewood by the name of Yandri Furi. Now, it's her dad that's been coaching out eastern suburbs in Auckland with the hurdlers, and he's had some success today with people getting through the finals and whatnot. But she goes to have some girls' grammar, and I made a comment last year. I watched her. I'm interested to see how she's gone this year. A year older, but she had, as far as the coaching point goes, technique. She had the technique and fluidity that is, like it was almost perfect. Well, I'd say it was. But yes, I'll see how the other ones go. From Alyssa Brown from Lincoln High School. There's another Alyssa. Vili Pillai, from Nelson College for Girls, Sinead O'Sullivan from Sacred Heart Girls College, and we've also got Veronique Koo from Pakuranga College. So we've got a couple of the kids here. So here they come out, they'll be at the on your screen and past those boys there, and they're just like the officials talking to them, and the officials that come out for this position themselves around the track. You have to be these are race walking judges. If they are braking or not doing the right technique with the foot flow, then they'll be warded, and you awarded a card, and the official will walk right out to the track and hold a coloured thing up to them, and we just to keep a kind of that. Well, I think we're all, with other sports we know about the yellow and red cards and things, but here we go. So,
and it's strictly adhered to the.
Oh, that is just that. She's just taken off. Look at that. Straight start. Yes, it's the technique from back in my day when you had to have your knee locked when it landed on the ground. They figured that long term does damage, and now it's just going to be locked underneath the body. So for girls and the hip swing's not quite as obvious as they are for the boys, but that is a rocket start for that first 100 around that bend. So she's got 5 laps.
So that's Yandri Furi, and that's the 2000 junior. Now at the same time we've got the senior 3000 that has just come into the front straight, and there are 3 of them. Molly O'Reilly from Villa Maria College wearing number 940, Stacey Hooper from Royston College 635, and Alana Matthews from Rosehill College number 653. So that's the group of 3 seniors who are walking 3,000 metres at the same time as the 2,000 metre junior race underway.
So you can see that the junior race, their cadence can be, or speed can be a little bit quicker because they're doing the 5 laps. But I did speak to this young girl's dad, and I said to him, maybe you should have put her into the senior, see she had go to see if they look for selecting to go to Australia. And I know parents are very proud of their kids and whatever, but I mean, you have a look at these 3 girls going here. The girl from who've been walking, one of these girls has been walking all the way through school, so she's got, but they're quite tightly bunched. Remember, they've got 7.5 laps, and these youngsters are really flying. But this youngster, she's got more of a shoulder roll on the sheer than straight through, but that's pretty fluid. And she's looking down at her watch to do a check, so she's obviously thinking about her lap time, her lap splits. Yeah, so she's gone out and decided that she wants to lead from start to finish. So we'll see how she goes. Oh, there comes out a flag.
Coming up.
That was and it had a number on it, number 5. So just got to keep an eye on that, because you've either got to slow down or change, or you can get disqualified. So yeah, so there we go. We've got the 3,000 and the 2,000 at once, which I thought they would do, just for time purposes. And quite often, like this, unless you've got a training group, I know for years in the Taranaki region they had like a training group with 3 or 4 girls or guys. Quite often this is the lonely, what they call it, the loneliness of the long distance runner.
Yes.
And back in the day, the shortest walk you could do as a junior competitor was 10 kilometres.
Wow.
On the road, and most of that was on the road. And the senior men did 20 and 50 kilometres. And then they took the 50 out of the Olympics, so it slowly dropped. And I remember doing 50k. It wasn't something I wanted to do again. I did quite a few 20s because that was senior men's distance.
Right.
But man, when they got down to a 2k, 3k track sprint, I was going from 10k training. It was a bit of a rapid change. These guys were going pretty quickly. Guy Graham Cedar went flying past me. But yeah, so it can be tricky. And the group of 3, you notice that when they did the split, they start at the 3,000 metre mark, so 200 metres away from the juniors, and the leading juniors, 3 of them, are actually pulling in that distance. So probably about 80 metres from the seniors to the second and third place juniors. But the first junior now, she's not quite got away from those other 2 yet. They're maintaining the same sort of speed, and she's coming up, and they're gaining on the seniors. So of the 200 metre advantage that the senior girls had, if you like, around the track further than Yandri is coming, and she's narrowing down that gap.
At the hammer throw there, we saw Cole Thompson, unfortunately, a foul there in round number 4. He currently sits 5th at 41.92. Alex Hewitt leading that competition 59.17. So we'll obviously be crossing to that between times as well while we watch these 2 walks. And again, just a reminder, the Junior 2000 being led by Yandri Furi in number 270, and these are the seniors, the 3,000 metres, and that is Molly O'Reilly from Villa Maria College.
Yes, Villa Maria, and now she's going to have to be careful here. But that's you can see how it looks like she's bouncing a bit, as in the watch, not so much the hair, but the shoulders and the hips. I'm just trying to see the knee. It's going in a lock, but it's always a trick to judge. And these guys have to do courses, and they look at it and watch it videos and replays, and they're around the track. You'll see them sitting down on seats, and they've got those numbered cards. It used to be colours, now it's numbers of warning or rate of warning.
Reed Davidson finding the cage there in the hammer throw from Rangitoto College. He's currently lying 4th, 44 and 43.
Yes, you mentioned the boy Hewitt before. Bit of a sporting name there.
Certainly. Samasoni Hewitt was outstanding in the high jump earlier with 2 metres 2.
Guy. He won. Both those boys who got first and second came to Australia with their team earlier in the year. So good to see them performing well. And the young boy from Scots College stuck on that 199. He's been stuck on 199. He won on Australia at 199, and I said to him, just set the bar at 2 metres and get over it one day. So psychologically, but the boys jumped well, considering that wind factor out there. And now here we go. So this is Yandri has got caught up to, and so has the other junior gone past her. So that's interesting. So there's a move here from the athlete. Oh, we're back into that cage. There he goes.
We are indeed at the hammer throw, and just Heath Abbott there throwing. We'll get his distance in just a moment. He's sitting 3rd at the moment, 55.90.
Kaipio Maitai hammer throw. Now that's interesting. So the girl has waited, and now she's decided to go for it.
53.92 was his
53.92
throw there, so he remains 3rd with 55.90 as his best, which was in round number 1.
So a bit of a plug there for the coaches in the Solar Academy out there in the Hunt Valley with Shaka. I see Shaka down on the fence line there watching these throws. He's got quite a few there. The other young Hewitt, she threw this morning. I think he was a bit disappointed in the overall performance of where she got, but he's got, the throw academy there going really, really well, and they've got a number of athletes down there. And I see a young guy from Monterey High School, Levi. We'll see how he comes through. So now we've got to split these. These are 2 of the juniors. Are they the juniors at the
2
back?
juniors walking through
So
now.
now we're in
Number
4th and
492, that's Elisa Virupilai from Nelson College for girls.
Yes.
And 561 there
Here is now.
is
Levi?
Veronique
Sorry.
Cool from Pakaranga
Pakaranga.
College.
There he is. So that's Levi, the young fella from Manarewa High School. So he's going well. So here's the girl now with the juniors. In fact, the girl that took off in the front is now in third. So the two other ones have waited. I think that might be a result of the cards. We don't know. But we'll see.
So coming through and picking up the bell is the Sacred Heart Walker.
Yes. So there's this
Sinead O'Sullivan in 665.
Yeah, so there we go. Now that's first and second and third for the juniors. And now it's the two seniors coming through, and they got another couple of laps yet.
Elisa Brown from Lincoln High School 409, and then Yandri Furry 270. That's in the juniors.
Yeah, so she's obviously had to slow down from that huge start. Yes, and Alana Matthews, Rosehill College. There were two walkers came through, and Paige from there, kind of in the North Island secondary school team for a while there. So she's done basically walking all the time through school, so well done to Rosehill there, the girl for sticking at it. The senior years. College for girls, the girl on the screen.
So 635 there is Stacey Hooper from Ralston College.
Yeah, local lass, Ralston. And so this is fourth and fifth in the home straight now, these two girls. And the one coming around on the red is going to win the junior girls title.
And that is Sinead O'Sullivan from Sacred Heart Girls College.
And she's finishing strongly too, look at that. And if you look, they're in exactly the same race. She's lapped them, a 5-lap race, and you can just see the way that the toes are flicking forward, the knees locking underneath the hips, and she's actually got quite rolly there at the end with the shoulders, but that's that effort right at the end. So well done to her with that win. That's a New Zealand title.
Lincoln
Coming
High
in
School,
second place.
Lincoln High School student.
Another
Lisa Brown
local
coming through.
Well done to her too, because she waited and came through.
Early leader Yandra Fury will come through next in the juniors, completing their 2 kilometres.
Yeah, she might be a bit disappointed with that, but I will check. Sorry, I'm not au fait now with the carding system, but I will find out. Maybe we can come back with that later on. But she obviously had a couple of warnings there, so you don't want to get disqualified. So quite often it means you've got to change your speed, settle down, and just make sure that you don't get de-skewed.
And that's come up as a junior record too, Paul.
Oh, wow. Well, that's good.
In fact, all 3 are listed as under the old record, which belonged to Yandra Fury. Set last year, 11:27.89, and they've all comfortably gone under that. Sinead O'Sullivan, 10:01.67.
So they all walking faster than the juniors last year at Inglewood. That's interesting in this win too. So
yeah,
that shows an improvement.
Very wet at Inglewood last year, famously.
And in the afternoon, we had literally a new event called the underwater hammer throw, which we stopped screening it. But yes, no, it went from very warm to very hosing down.
Alana Matthews from Rosehill College is leading. She's just come through past the start-finish line. Two juniors still completing 2-kilometre walk.
Yeah, at the 120-metre mark now. Alana Matthews is about at the 200-metre mark, which they started at this for the 7.5 laps. So when she comes around, she's leading. Only about 30 metres I've got from her. But these two here, there's a ding-dong battle going for 4th and 5th. So the person at the back has decided she's going to have a crack at it. The local girls, so the Nelson girls, decided she can hear her coming. So now, I know people are going to say, is this a sprint finish for walking? Well, get out there and try it. It's a lot more difficult than you think, and yep, they are trying to give it all, and they're going for it. So, oh, right, this is very close. It's only a couple of metres in this. Oh, she gets here by about a step. So, yes. So, fourth and fifth quite close here. So, that's really good for them. So, 5 junior athletes in there. Now we're focused on our Rosehill athlete. She is the leader of the senior girls.
Alana Matthews.
3,000 metres.
Molly O'Reilly second, Villa Maria College. And Stacey Hooper from Rolleston, number 635. There will be 3 medalists.
Yes. You might be picking up on your screen, I can't quite see the time. She's still got 2 laps to go. Well, we can tell when the wind gets up because the caravan starts rocking. So, yeah.
I have considered an exit plan, Paul.
Have you? Just scramble over me first, does it, Mark?
Every man for himself.
That's it. No, if we go down to if we roll down the bank, we could have an interesting interruption and some people below us.
Indeed.
Not quite that bad yet, but it's rather strong now. And then you can tell when the... Here we go, she's coming through there. Now, she's maintained her rhythm too. And again, it's that cadence and the swing of the hip to make sure the thigh, the femur comes through so you can get your foot out in front of you. And you used to have heel-toe contact all the time on the track, but you don't have to have your knee locked now when it lands, which just takes that whole load off the knee. And you think back to the days of these guys at the Olympics running marathons. The walk used to be 50k, and it got down to about several countries doing it, and they want to take it out. And there's a big hue and a cry, but I was when I was doing walking for a couple of years, I couldn't wait for the 50 kilometre to disappear because it was only held probably twice in New Zealand that you could go to qualify. You had one day to do it. And it was usually you started on the track, you disappeared off. I remember walking around the back street or down the streets of the Hawke's Bay and come back into the track, and here the guy that won it, Owen Puna. And they've got a photograph of him on the bay of whatever it was, the bay's news, and his both feet are off the ground by about 4 or 5 inches, and that's him crossing the line, clearly cheating, running. And I'm just going, wow, because you don't, they get away with it, there's no like team pat walk here, the 20k or whatever it was. So yeah, it was a bit of a trial on a mission. Now she'll come down, Rosehill College featured. She will do, Alana Matthews will do one more lap. And she's put a bit more of a lead on her second place getter now from Villa Maria. And that's one's come to the end of the straight, the other one's just coming in. So I'm picking about 90 to 95 metre lead there. So that's a pretty good lead with a lap to go. That would have to be an outstanding effort from second place to get her to come through. And the other girl in third place.
Molly O'Reilly second from Villa Maria, and Stacey Hooper from Rolleston College third, and Alana Matthews, she's in the last lap from Rosehill College.
There she is, there's a girl from Rolleston, so local lass, and she's going around. She's coming into the home straight too, so it's around about 100 metres between the three of them. You know, like 100 metres for 1 to 2 to 2 to 3, so...
And a quick update, just a verbal update on the hammer. Through 4 rounds, Alex Hewitt was the only one who recorded a distance in round 4. The other 4 still live. Did foul, but Alex Hewitt's best third round throw, 59.17, has him in front of Levi Pupuali. 57.40, which was his opening throw, and Heath Abbott's opening throw, his best to date, 55.90, currently third and 2 to go. As we see.
That's gone into the network. Now that's so we're back onto the focus of here. Lana Matthews, well done, Lana. She's coming around. She's got 200 metres to go, so she can, if you like, take it a bit easy. She knows she's got a title. I'm not so sure if she'll be looking at her time. She may be. Pretty hard to judge when you know you've got to lead that far, and then you've got to come home into the straight, into this wind. look, she's eyeing up the straight thinking, oh, yep.
One push into the wind.
Yes.
The Hibs thrower, Cole Thompson, with his round 5. To know that distance shortly, as Alana Matthews comes down the straight in front of the crowd here at Puna. Complete victory in the senior girls 3,000 metre race walk.
Kept it pretty consistent. They all started off pretty much the same for the first couple hundred metres, and then she just sort of picked up and got into a rhythm and just sat on that rhythm. So well done to her. Like I say, I think that'd make, I'm pretty sure if she's the senior now, I think she's would have competed. I don't know how many nationals, but I know she's been to North Islands for Counties Manukau because she's in that region. So probably 4 or 5 years, so she stuck with it, so good on her. The girl can really look at that big smile to the supporters there on the inside of the track. Good for her. Yeah, and she's got the real swing and making the feet come right across them. I was going to mention that before, how they crisscross in front of the, when they land, the toe rolls in, if you like, and then, yeah, so that happens when you're throwing that hip through and getting your foot right around.
Alana Matthews' time 18:05.96. Molly O'Reilly's come in at 18:43.07. Stacey Hooper now coming down the front straight, and the junior girls have stuck around too to congratulate their senior counterparts, and vice versa.
So if you notice here with the toes hitting the ground here, not quite as pointed in as the last athlete, so it's more down and through, rolling over the ankle. So anyway, that well done to the girls. It's not an easy event to do. Like I say, if you want to try it, get out and try it. And when you get the guys, and they've really got to swing their hips through because of the biomechanics of the boys' hips and the girls' hips, that you've got to make a bit more of an effort to lift up your torso and your diaphragm, and then go for it. So
there's the junior result for you with record time.
Yeah,
for Sinead O'Sullivan.
That's very good.
Back in the
Levi
hammer. Levi here letting go with his 5th throw down the middle.
Yeah, you young fellas are getting at 50-something metres. It's like getting 60 metres. It's close to that 60 metre mark. That's a good effort.
So we'll get a measure on this. Alex Hewitt leading 59.17. Levi not far away, 57.40. Heath Abbott fouled in round 5, 55.90 for him. So pretty tight. There's the 3,000 metre result, confirming Alana Matthews with her time of 18.05.
So that's at about 6-minute Ks. That's 6-minute Ks, and the other girls are walking at 5-minute Ks, but a 1K difference in the deal. So that gives you a bit of an idea of the speed. Here we go with these throws.
Now Levi has just thrown 59.11. He's only 6 centimetres shy of Alex Hewitt. So Alex Hewitt 59.17. Levi Pupuali 59.11 with his 5th throw, just 6 centimetres down.
I thought that went out well, but
yeah,
we were focused on the walkers, and when we look across, and we were looking at home on the TV, they scream, and we're looking diagonally, so where it lands is actually out of perception. We can't get an accurate thing here, so like I say, 60 metres. Again, these guys getting up towards 60 metres, it's pretty good.
That's Alex Hewitt, who's the current leader. I'll leave you with that, Paul, for a minute, because I need a charger to plug in this before it dies. So
you do that.
I'll leave you with that for a minute as we look at Alex and his.
Yeah, I think we've got the same problem. Yeah, so where the camera's screening from the other end of the field, you get a straight barrel down the opening of the cage, and it's set at a certain angle, obviously for safety reasons, because you don't want one of these things flying out onto the track. That mass coming through there, it's not only that, it's the wire that trails it can quite often catch you out, and hence the cage angles up, as in the back of the net is a little bit lower than the front, and the officials will open and close that cage, and they'll shut it if they don't want a throw to happen. because obviously the hammers go out, they've got to be returned. They've got people out there volunteering to get those back. And so it all takes time. There you go, as I spoke. Here they come around to a certain mark, and they put that cage. And it looks like a narrow opening, and it actually is. And then you can open it the other side because you have a left hand and a right hand thrower. So it changes the angle, the distance between the opening stays the same, and it's just to suit one of the throwers, whether they're left or right hand.
You go well talking to yourself, Paul. Well, you're not talking to yourself, of course. You're talking to the people who are tuned in this afternoon for
Thank
the
you, Mark,
50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand secondary schools.
Yes, right back at the old QE2 stadium. And
were you there for the first one, 73, Paul?
Yes, I was a competitor. I made my final.
Yep.
I was in the 2,000 metre open ball,
okay,
so it was a straight final. Was the new thing. So
yep.
Yeah, I'll say I didn't get a medal, but I didn't finish last either. I think I was 5th or 6th. I'll tell everybody I was better than I was, but I'll have to go and find out. No, it was made a choice to stay with that track walking for 2 or 3 years, and then after that it was just I found summertime. There was a thing called surfboards, and
Yep.
and there was a bit more fun zooming around on waves and driving around and walking around roads, training for hours, and running was a bit quicker, so I got onto that. Yeah, another sport. So, but I did that. I walked a couple of, 20k senior men's events, 10k, and the Wellington Centre times to go to the Nationals were based on the only other walker they'd had through Veninote. And unfortunately for me, that was a guy called Norman Reid. Okay. He won a gold medal. And so they said, if you can do his time, you can go to the Nationals. Well, the coach and the guy from New Zealand, NZ3As at the time, John Cook, he said, that's unrealistic. The only guy who's won a gold medal for New Zealand on a walk at the Olympics. And you want this young guy, this 16-year-old, 7-year-old to do the same time? He said, I don't think so. So away I went. And there was only a handful of walkers in the country at the time. Like now. And but the 10k was the minimum distance. And then as soon as you turn 18, you're into the 20k. And then they came up with this 3k track walk. That was the 2k was the first one in the Open. They moved it to 3, I think, for the boys, and then so now we've got the 3 and the 2 for the juniors and seniors in both age groups, both the boys and the girls. So it's a bit more speed.
Yeah. Speaking of speed, I've got 400 metres coming up here.
Yes, it's going to be interesting.
Senior men's semi-finals. I'm just looking for the. Yeah, we'll just give you that, Paul. So we're just sorting out some devices here. They're all running a bit low on.
Yes, yeah, laptops
laptops
are good when the batteries go.
Yes. So just looking for the field here for the
Heats
semi-finals. Got the heat results here. Hopefully
This is going to be interesting because I'm just going to look at these. Is he here? James Harding. He's just run an 800 to qualify from King's College in Auckland, and I'm pretty sure the 400 was his event last year. He won the national title.
Okay, so Will McMeekin, lane 3, Christchurch Boys High. Connor McLean, I should say, Westlake Boys High. James Ford, King's College, he's been busy today. Ashton Blinker High, Tauranga Boys College. Charlie Richardson, Sacred Heart College, Auckland, lane 7. Jacob Kilmister, Kapiti College, lane 8. Blake Platts, Botany Downs Secondary School College, as they swing around into the bend. And widest lane of all is Jacob Kilmister from Kapiti College. Coming through now is James Ford, 389, and looking left and right, and he will come comfortably down to win the first semi-final. Tight second and third there between Ashton, Blinker and Pye.
35 minutes ago he was running the 800 to qualify, which he did. A bit of a quick turnaround, so he's come out there, and as I say, national champion last year. I'll give Perry Cunningham a plug here because James won it. Ford.
Yep, James Ford.
James Ford. The boy Harding from King's College won it 2 years in a row before that. So Perry's looking for a 4 in a row here if he can, 4 in a row, 400 metre champion. So he'll be looking with interest at these semis to see how they go.
James Ford 50.11, Ashton Blinker and Pye 51.09, Conor McLean just out dipped there 51.21 third, make his way through. and Jacob Kilmister from Kapiti College, 4th, 51 and 24 is the semi-finals, and the top 3 in each heat. So James Ford, King's College, leading you home. So the top 3 are home, and then the next 2 fastest.
That's it. So yeah, Ford and Harding are the 2 kings. So Harding won it a couple of years ago for 2 years in a row now. So the boy 40's just, like I say, did the 800. And also in this 400 heat, semi-final, sorry. We're just waiting for those to pop up. Just, here they go.
So Thomas Gowan, lane 2, Whanganui High School. Lane 3, Harrison Lang, Christ College. Lane 4, Fletcher Van Hooven, Matamata College. Lane 5, Jordan Veach. So we confirmed that previous one there up for you. Kaharangi Cotterell, King's College, lane 6 in this next semi. Charles Hallett, Auckland Grammar School, 7. Joe Berman, lane 8, St Kitty College, and Braden Dismeyer, lane 9, St Peter's College. That's the second semi-final. Into the blocks, meanwhile, in the field, we've got the conclusion coming of the senior boys hammer throw that Alex Hewitt is leading just by 6 centimetres from Levi Pupuali. It's turned into a good competition with Heat Abbott, not far away either, with 55.90 as they have their 6th and final throw. And Reed Davidson has failed his final throw. Cole Thompson 44.57. And Heat Abbott, who's lying 3rd, about to throw his final, but unfortunately into the cage. Back on the track, underway with the second heat, second semi-final it is, of the 400 metres down the back straight. And coming down the side there, it looks like Kaharangi Cotterell from King's College, who is clear in the middle, giving chase. Number 186, Jordan Veach of Christchurch Boys High School. He's had a busy afternoon. He's coming through nicely. Looks like he can progress through. Top 3, of course, will automatically qualify. Cotterell will do it comfortably. Veach coming through. And then number 145, Harrison Lang, looking to take 3rd for Christ's College. While the remainder through in a moment. Just try to sort a few devices at the moment. That's not working very well.
No, it wouldn't come up with the
work on
sorry
that.
About that.
Sorry. But Kaharangi Cotterell has clocked 50.45. Jordan Veach 51.35. Joe Berman came through in 3rd, 51.58, just ahead of Harrison Lang, 51.66, relying on time to get through there. And Charles Hallett,
he will be a threat. Kahu Cotterell will be a threat for that title. He's quite a powerful young runner, and he'll, on the time-wise, looks like he's in behind James Ford, but he will be a threat. I'm picking, depending on the the climatic features tomorrow. He's quite a powerful lad, and he finishes strong. So.
Jacob Kilmister's qualified there from Kapiti College. 51.24 is a time fast enough to get him through, and Harrison Lang from Christ College with 51.66. So the 2 qualifying.
Yeah, the winning time will be sub 50s, I'd suggest, but we'll wait and see.
And then the conclusion of the hammer throw. On the board, Alex Hewitt, that 6 centimetre advantage.
Still just in front.
And he will take that final by 6 centimetres. Confirmation there of the second semi-final. Cotterell through, Veach and Berman automatic qualifiers, top 3. And then mentioning across the 2 heats, Jacob Killermister, Kapiti College, and Harrison Lang Christ College going through to the final tomorrow on times.
Yes, it just popped up on the screen for home viewers. And now we're looking at, obviously, the girls. And they, same deal. They'll go through for these semis. They'll be looking to qualify. And we've got a 4-8 lanes. So, have we?
Yep, lanes 2 out to 9.
Yes, and it's...
and these are junior girls over the 400 metres. Top 3 in each plus the 2. Fastest times across the 2 to go through.
Let's go back to the phone. There we go, they're away.
Started the day in bright sunshine here, very warm this morning, clouded over about lunchtime, wind picked up and has been pretty vociferous since.
Yes, and it's swung around too, it's coming more from the southwesterly direction rather than northwest. And so here we go, we've got the cameras on focused, and of course the staggered start makes it a little bit hard to read, but you can see when they go around the 200 metre point, which is about now, you can start to see who's sort of powering up. There's a runner here. She's decided to make a move and run right around the bend and see how she goes home into the wind. So
Zita Mio from Napier Girls.
And she's thrown down the gauntlet for those for the rest to catch her. She definitely wants to get to the final.
So Napier Girls high to take it out, but second, third and fourth.
Here we go. 2, it's going to be 3 to go. So, and then that time, so... Oh, that's what we expect at the end of a 400. The lactic acid system burned out. Sorry. Yep. Tough run.
And the juniors take their place in the 400 metre final tomorrow. Day 3 beginning at 9 AM. Our live stream will begin with that here on Whakata Māori streaming service.
Yes, looks like I've just done a swap, and Tony Rogers will be joining you, I think, Mark. I'm going to go and have a quick look at the road race, which is held at a venue just behind here at Puna Way. It's the old Canterbury A&P showground, so they've got the road race, and basically they've got a circuit around over there. It takes about 7 or 8 minutes to walk over there. But,
okay.
Yeah, so it's sort of behind us.
Is that race walk speed?
Yeah, it certainly won't be able to muster that speed anymore, I can tell you. But yeah, so it's that'll be an interesting event, because a lot of our competitors come down here with their schools for the 6-person team race and the 3-person team race, and they target that race. So I'm expecting a large entry from Westlake boys, because they like keeping that team culture going through there, as well as other colleges. Ngā Tapawai, I see, are coming through with a bigger contingent this year in the junior grades with the girls, so that'll be awesome. Good to see. So I'm hoping to get out there. It just depends on the weather. I might chicken out if it's raining. Here we go. Who have we got in here? We got... Is that Ava Edge from St Matthew's Collegiate in lane 2. Peter Gordon from Cashmere High School, local lass, in lane 3. Tilly O'Sullivan, Rangiruru, another local Canterbury school. Tilly O'Sullivan there from Rangiruru. Amelia Henstock from Villa Maria College. Ruby Simon from Christchurch Girls High School. Ruby Mahuika from Craighead Diocesan School. Grace Fannin from Whanganui Collegiate, and Stella Taiaroa out in lane 9 from Ellesmere College. So good showing here from the Canterbury schools. What is that? Ellesmere, Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru, Cashmere. So that's doing pretty well.
You'd expect them to be strong, wouldn't you, at their local venue here in Puna Wai. Now the girls' junior final over the 400 metres will be 20 past 1 tomorrow afternoon, just prior to the junior boys at 1:25.
Yeah, Ratapu tomorrow, you know, Sunday. And see how they go. Oh, off to a good start.
First 3 home will be automatically through to that final tomorrow, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers from across the 2 heats will make up that final field in the junior girls.
And it looks like the middle lanes there all pretty close together, so I'm picking that's lanes 3, 4, 5.
Ruby Simon going quite strongly there for Christchurch Girls High.
Yep, there we go, now we've got them focused in. So they're quite close, those girls at the moment. But 120 to go. And now they're into the headwind. So
got a Maria College student prominent there.
Yes, Amelia.
Finstock.
Now they've split up. Oh, here we go. So we've got 2 coming at the line at the same time. They know they're going to qualify and third.
So Maria and Rangi Ruru qualifying, and Christchurch Girls as well, with Ruby Simon hanging on there, and the others to be determined by the times, which come up very quickly here on our live site when our devices are playing ball.
Yes.
Or we're doing the right thing.
Somebody's frozen this one. It's decided to go and have a smoke out on me.
1 minute 0.68 there. The winning time 101.07 second, 101.8 third. And then we'll determine very shortly who have been the qualifiers.
So the times have come in. So second, third, and fourth were all 101, 101.07, 101.80, and then fourth place was Ruby from Craighead Diocesan School, and that's 103.01, and then Grace Fannin from Whanganui Collegiate at 103.32, so quite close there towards the end.
Yes, so Peggy Taylor will qualify for Mount Albert Grammar, and Ruby Mawika out of that
Craighead.
There.
Yep, so that's good. Should be pleased.
Through, and we can confirm that there on screen for you.
There we go.
We've got a series of 200 metres to finish up on the track this afternoon. The field is done for the afternoon with the conclusion of that hammer throw.
So I asked one of the coaches down there, Marcus, said, why do you give these kids a hammer? Because every time you give it to them, all they want to do is throw it away. You always get looked like that. They say, I was at a dad joke. And I said, well, I'm qualified for it, so,
Indeed.
Yeah, but, just a bit of levity to sort of break their, some of them get quite passionate and quite serious with their athletes, and that's fine.
And needed.
And, because the athletes can come over to the fence and talk to them and, get some feedback. And these days with mobile phones and cameras, I mean, the technology just jumped. We heard a story last night from one of the original committee members down here that organised all the billeting for 1973. And Alec McNabb was telling that one of his years he came down, it was bus all the way from Wanganui to Wellington, then on the ferry to Littleton, and on the daylight sailing, then way back on the only sailing in the midweek was Wednesday or Thursday. Mm-hmm. And then in the reverse going back, and he said, to get billeted and hosted out was a bit of a mission. And this guy was telling the story last night about those days, and also of these things with the throws and the coaches and how you're not allowed to go out onto the track and people were yelling out things, and everybody knew one another in the Canterbury region. So yeah, it was quite tricky that they were busy talking with the people that were officiating. All the officials were learning. They were using us as the guinea pigs for the Commonwealth Games to be held just a few months later. And yeah, interesting hearing these stories from the people that are around that actually set it up. And he would have had an interesting job. How are we doing? Fantastic.
Okay, so just while we have a lull in the track, we are going to have a series of 200 metres coming soon. We've got the junior girls followed by junior boys at semi-finals, and then seniors 200 metres and senior boys 200 metres to finish semi-finals. So this is yesterday, and Paul,
yes,
you were here, I hope, for the 3,000
Yes,
metres.
I was, and like I say, this is the gives them. See the staggered start there. They come around, big field of a number of runners, and you can see how it was yesterday afternoon. Looked great, And if you've noticed the flags, they're blowing across from the other way, from the northeast. So there was a bit of a stalling here. You can see the runners at the front not quite figuring out who wants to go and who wants to take the lead. And, you know, 7.5 laps to sort out, and it's a straight final. So, you know, those first 3 across the line get the podium finishes. So quite a steady pace here at the moment. Like I would say, controlled, as in nobody's going to go out hard. Yep, there we go. So somebody's just moving, but there's a big group in the bunch, aren't there, after the first 3. So good conditions really yesterday afternoon, and these.
How was it yesterday?
No, it was good. Like I say, the wind was coming through from where we're looking now at the camera, and they're coming around. They're running around now like the hammer cage here in the discus, sorry, the pole vault end, which is over by the 200 metre start, which is diagonally off from where we are now, and about now they hit the wind because it was coming through from between the entrance and the start of the 100 metre track. So right here, particularly the 800 heats, you notice it with the junior girls fighting the wind around the corner. Once they got around into the home straight, and they got 20 minutes in the straight, the actual wind was checked a little bit by the stand and the bank. Now out the front is Catherine Lund. She was she
girls singlet.
She won the cross-country title. Well, she was second last year in Nelson behind Zara Geddes, and then she ran really, really well here. She is she's off to Providence next year over there with a lot of Kiwi runners there. They've gone. She's selected that one. I think she was looking at going to Harvard. Now, some of these runners in here, there are half a dozen. They're New Zealand cross-country runners, and they also seem to be reasonably good at the 3K. So, Catherine Lund has set the pace out there, and you've got 3 or 4 other athletes in this field that are also New Zealand secondary cross country. I've mentioned Zara Geddes also. She's from St Hilda's Collegiate. She'll be featuring there, and I can think she's in about 7th place now. So there's a group there, and it's just going to be a matter of, is that Poppy Martin?
Poppy Martin, yep.
Yeah, because she's at John Paul. Now Poppy Martin is she ran well last year too for a while, and then, you know, people have ups and downs in their running deal, but Poppy Martin is just sitting right behind Catherine.
So that's Kate Curry there at the moment, just in behind.
Yes,
so
it
Kate
is.
Curry there, and then
no, because Poppy's in the
Yep, Poppy Martin's lying 3rd at the moment.
No, I'll pick her up in a minute. I just got to pick her up at school.
369 John Paul College.
Yeah.
But Catherine Lund doing it from the front, so she was doing the work, did the mahi throughout.
Just picked up the pace to go through, so now it's starting to spread them a little.
So 369 there is Poppy Martin.
Yep.
Lying 3rd, and Kate Curry is 2nd in the early stages.
I spoke to Poppy yesterday, and she was a very positive young woman.
Sienna Mackley from Wakatipu High School, number 964. Lulu Johnson was prominent,
yes.
Number 471. Ava Sutherland from Wellington Girls College.
Yep.
She's in singlet number 1002. Kate Curry, we've mentioned, who's 2nd there at the moment. Sasha Letica, 880, was in the top 10, as was Zara Geddes for St Hilda's Collegiate.
Now, you've mentioned 5 runners in there that were in the New Zealand Secondary School Cross Country team, or track and field to run. Catherine was selected to represent New Zealand at the World Cross Country Championships over in Bathurst, and I think she was the highest placed New Zealand runner there, and she's just come back from Canberra in August, over there with the Schools and Club Championship under 20 women's. She ran well, so she's carrying on with that, and she's decided to set out there in the front, and as you can see now, she's just got into a rhythm, and she's going to maintain a pace, and I would suggest strongly that she's going to do that all the way through. Now coming through, I'm just trying to pick up, there's quite a few there running in dark coloured t-shirts. Some are dark blue, some are the black, and one of those is Lulu from Utamoto with dark green, and the light blue will be St Hilda's. Now that's the school up on top of the hill there in Dunedin. Zara Geddes, she's another outstanding young woman. And she's, I can pick the light blue. Now here we go, if there's a move coming through, is that Lulu running in?
It's Lulu 3rd.
That's Lulu running into 3rd place now. Now Lulu is also a triathlete, and she's, last year in Adelaide, she was put into the time trial to take 2K time trial after the cross country. You run on Saturday and then you compete on a Monday. And she, for her age group, she won the fastest time in the 2K time trial, which was on the grass. So we know she's got speed. 3K, we know she can do because she finished in the top 8, 9 in the cross country in Palmerston North. And I spoke to her too yesterday afternoon before this, and she said, yeah, she was looking good, but it's all that nerve thing. So as you can see there, Catherine Lund just very fluid, very easy, quite relaxed. Looks like she's not working hard, but believe me, that's she's clicking along quite nicely.
Effectively running her own race, Poppy Martin and Lulu Johnson alongside each other at this stage of the race. If you're just joining us now, this is a replay from yesterday and the 3,000 metres for senior girls, with Catherine Lund leading from the front throughout. Others to watch out here for Poppy Martin, Sienna Mackley coming through from Wakatipu High, Lulu Johnson, who's prominent at this stage of the race. Kate Curry was there early, just slipped back a place or two.
Yeah, and the next one down, Ava Sutherland, also from Windy Girl, she came through. She ran really well in Australia last year. Yeah, so there's a few girls in there that can do the distance. We know that. It's just a matter of how speed goes, because cross country is always different, you know, undulations, and sometimes a flat fast course, other ones are hilly, and can have a different effect. Catherine won this year at the senior girls, Zara won last year in Nelson, as you know, and they were a 1-2 finish. But here you can see Catherine's speed has picked up, as in she's just moving away there, and Lulu is running neck and neck, so that's interesting.
So Lulu just on the outside there of Poppy Martin, and about 25 metres back on Catherine Lund at this stage of yesterday's 3,000 metre final, and they had opened up a fair bit of a gap over the others, with Sienna Mackley and Ava Sutherland, Kate Curry, Sasha Letica, Zara Geddes, all in that bunch. But effectively, Catherine running her own race from the front.
Yep,
and the others at this stage not able to hang on.
Well, there she goes, going past some of the, so she's lapping runners there, and that just shows you her actual speed is actually reasonably quick, can go past those girls very easily and in a very short time frame. So striding away well.
This is the replay of yesterday's senior girls 3,000 metre final, with Catherine Lund setting the pace from the front throughout. Poppy Martin clear second now, Lulu Johnson just dropping back a few metres in third. Sienna Mackley continues to make good solid ground from Wakatipu High School in this race, and Ava Sutherland as well, finishing pretty well.
Yeah, they're running in those fourth, fifth positions. It's always tricky to, if you want to get a medal, you've got to get in the first three, and that's pretty cruel when you've got a big field, but the cameras usually focus, as they're doing right now, on the leader, and you see that she's going around the same efficient, fluid rate, and making it look pretty easy actually. But
just a reminder that our track program has concluded for the afternoon. Sunday morning, day 3, we're underway at 9 o'clock in the field with the senior boys triple jump. The junior boys triple jump will run concurrently with that. Also at 9 o'clock, the senior girls shot put with the 3 kilo shot. We also have the girls senior long jump later in the morning, 11:40, after the junior girls triple jump.
And we're just showing here again the replay, and you can see Catherine on there starting to tie up a bit, but she knows she's got to just keep rolling on. Poppy Williams has come around the outside of another runner lapping her, and Poppy behind. So there's the win. There's the second place.
And Poppy Martin got relatively close in the end. 3:53.10 Catherine Lund. Poppy Martin 9:54 and 15.
Now, is that Sienna
Mackley finished really well. She dipped under 10 minutes as well.
She ran through from 5th to there, pushed Lulu into 4th, and then Ava Sutherland, another star, came through. All running about that 10 minute mark, just on 10. So just over 3 minute Ks, which is pretty good.
So good competitive race. The senior girls 3,000 metres from yesterday, taken out by Catherine Lund from Otago Girls High School, 9:53.1. And of course the...
We're just going... Sorry, at the moment down below us the 200 metre semi-finals are on, and Mark's just going through the events in the morning. The first event up on the track tomorrow morning, the 100 metres, so that'll be the semi-final, so that'll be interesting. Interesting that the way we've been watching the track, you can either have the 100 metre finish in front of the small grandstand here, or where we've been running on this weekend in the back straight, as you'd call it. But if the wind changes, we could see it swing around. So we thought we were going to have a grandstand view here, watching all the numbers running at us for the 1 and the 200s, but they're running away from us, and with our vision, we didn't need enough carrots when we were younger, so we have to use binoculars and TV screens to see the numbers. Tony's all right because he's got glasses on that look like the bottom of Coke bottles from the 60s, so he's all right.
This is there's that result from yesterday's race on screen. Of course, we weren't streaming yesterday, so I hope you enjoyed that catch up in the senior girls 3,000 metres with victory to Catherine Lund. And if there's anyone you're looking out for in the remainder, I'll take you right through to
not start. Yes, and there's another couple of names in here.
And this is the replay of the boys 3,000 metres senior. In terms of our live action, we'll be back 5:30 for the senior girls 200 metre semi-finals and the senior boys 200 metre semi-finals as well. In the meantime, I'll find a result for yesterday.
Yeah, this I watched this. This was interesting because we've got a number of boys in here too that are quite good runners. They were targeting this. Some people run the 15 the 3, some do the 3 in the road race, but now the final is a straight final on the Friday night. They've got time to do the 1500 as well, like they did today, or they can target the road race. So there's a number of boys in here that have been top runners throughout the country. The guy at the front now on the screen is Daniel, one of the Daniels in there. There's a Daniel Prescott. There's also a Daniel Sinclair from Wanganui Collegiate. He'll have a light blue shirt on with a black stripe.
Daniel Prescott leading there, and these are boys that we saw today.
Yes,
in the 1500
absolutely.
metres. Jamie Mora, George Wiley, Elliot Pugh, and obviously the Daniels that you mentioned. And
yeah, Jamie, George Wiley, and Elliot Pugh all went to Australia again this year with the cross country team, New Zealand second school. So did Daniel Prescott, and the one you're running in the, I'm not, let's say this guy with a light or white hair running in on the rail here now at about 5th there. Jamie Moore is on 3rd, and he's in a dark sheet. Now the guy with the light hair, the white hair, that's the little guy from Tauranga Boys. He's a youngster. That's George Wiley. He's got some real wills and determination. Jamie Moore had a disappointing year last year. He was trying to qualify stuff, and then all of a sudden he hit his straps beginning of this year, and he's done really well. So I watch him because he's a little flyer, this guy, and yep. So we've got a lot of talent there, and it's the pace will be pretty steady. And I'd say after 3 laps, after about a K into the race, there'll be quite a stretch out.
Daniel Prescott leading this stage yesterday. Finlay Oliver of Mount Maunganui College in number 472 lying second. Jamie Moore prominent throughout here, as was George Wiley, as we've pointed out. Also look out for Caleb Wagner from Auckland Grammar.
Yes.
Callum Murray from Aquinas College. Number 332.
There's someone there should be Elliot Pugh as well coming through.
Prominent. That's Louis Andres from Hillcrest High.
That's him.
And I've got to look out for Pai Wynyard too from my old school, Kaiapoi High.
Oh, there you go. Yes, he was another one who got
finish.
he got into the team this year too. Yep, and so did Andre, Louis Andres. He from Hamilton. Yeah, he came in last year. So I could say there's some quick lads out there. So this, you see the pace I was saying, after about a couple of laps, 3 laps a K into the race, they're going to just pick up that rhythm, put a little bit more pressure on, and what it'll do is it'll shake the guys that actually haven't got the firepower to stay with them, which is you know, a tactic to get yourself away and make a group and see if the guys can hang on. So, but there's a lot of tough runners in here, so it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out over the next, you know, the last 1K, that's for sure.
Daniel Prescott led up yesterday and continues to lead at this stage of our replay. And second early was Finlay Oliver from Mount Maunganui College. 332 we mentioned. Louis Andre in the yellow singlet. George Wiley tucked away the rail just ahead of him there. Jamie Moore, who ultimately goes on to win this event.
Yeah, because people have the results. People, yes, we're commentating because we didn't get to do this yesterday, and I just noticed Billy Pugh coming through there. He's got a blue shirt on with a red stripe down under the arms, and he's at a college in Hawke's Bay, over at Tauranga. It's not Tauranga boys. Bethlehem College, that's right. And he's another speedster. If he goes to turn it on, he's got a lot of power, that boy. Ran really well in Australia last year at the cross country. He got second. Won a gold medal because he won his age group as a 16-year-old behind Christian Navarre. So he had a 1-2 finish there in that age group. So he's got some power. But it's a long year. They run cross country and they come to the track, and just depends on their academic year, whether they've done Cambridge or NCA exams and the prize givings, if they're senior boys, you know, and the leadership in school. So all those things to juggle, and just with their training program. So all those boys at the front there now can run, as in run very quickly. So here's somebody coming through to just make sure he's up on the shoulder of Daniel Prescott.
Okay, that's Callum Murray from Aquinas College. Israel Capuso from Tauranga Boys, also prominent there. He's now back in 4th place. He was 7th for a wee while. He saw him run well today.
Jamie just tucked them behind him, and then a little fellow Wiley, here he goes. Yep,
pretty canny race from Jamie here. He just sat in behind the pace.
Yes.
Did others work.
Well, when you look at him, he's a lot shorter than the other guys. Not a lot. He's shorter than the other guys, should I say? And but he's a as we'll see tomorrow in the 1500. I hope he's quite a tough little. All these boys here have got a decent finish.
So this is Daniel Prescott leading yesterday's senior boys 3,000 metres over Callum Murray. Jamie Moore at this stage moved into 3rd. George Wiley staying in touch throughout as well. And Caleb Wagner moving into the picture as well, number 49, in fact going up for a shot at the lead here.
That's him.
So he took over at this point of the race. Jamie Moore, though, not missing a beat. And Daniel Prescott just looking back to 3rd there as George Wiley comes around.
Yes, a little bit of a tactics now. Now it's one of the 8 there now in the front group. They're starting to pick it up a little bit more. So I can see Daniel Prescott decided to set a rhythm and a pace early. He's still there. He's in 5th at the moment. So, yep.
Caleb Wagner of Auckland Grammar in front of Jamie Moore at this stage, and George Wiley tucked in the inside. Elliot Pugh also worth keeping an eye on here, and Daniel Prescott, of course, who set the early pace in this race.
Yeah, Elliot Pugh's just come up onto the back of George Wiley. Now he's in 4th. And he's just gone past Daniel Prescott. So he's sitting there and ready to pounce. So we'll see how he goes in the last lap.
Callum Murray still in that pack as well at the stage of yesterday's 3,000 metre senior boys.
Oh, now there's a split. There's a definite split there. So, as we said, the guy in the yellow t-shirt now, they're running just off that back group. There's six of them here, are there? 7?
7.
And
at this stage, good bunch finish. Jamie Moore for the first time taking the lead.
Here's the wheels coming on. Look, so Jamie's going to hug the inside lane, which is what he should be doing. George Wiley's going right in behind him, which again is a good move because you run the inside rail.
Daniel Prescott digging deep.
Yep.
He did a lot of work early. Just starting to feel the pinch now, but gee, he did well to get back into this finish.
And there's Elliot Pugh coming in. These guys are strong when they finish. So the 2 out of the Bay of Plenty, and the other boy Jamie, he's just looking. Look, he's having a little glance. He's not turning right around. He's having a look glance to see if this guy's coming. George is digging deep. He's digging right in. Elliot's doing the same. And they know they've got to finish out that stride. Elliot's coming, and George doesn't want him to beat him. Well, there you go. There's that finish. So 1, 2, 3, and it's that last 200 metres. The acid really went on, and those guys have got a good kick at the finish.
Jamie Mora from Auckland Grammar School taking the title in a really good contest, 8:33.75 ahead of George Wiley, Tauranga Boys College. Elliot Pugh out of Bethlehem College.
Yep.
Third, there was only a singlet between second and third there. George and Elliot, good finish. Caleb Wagner, who attacked towards the end of that race, finishing fourth, ahead of Daniel Prescott, who did well to still be in that finish after setting the early pace. Callum Murray, who was prominent throughout, finishing in the 6th spot, as around Kapu Sale from Tauranga Boys in 7th.
And
High Wynyard, good to see Kaipo High School in the top 10 there.
It's one of yours, is it?
From him, one of mine, I'll call him. Yep. 8:52.04. Louis Andre, who was prominent in that yellow singlet early, 9th and rounding out the top 10, Luke Johnson, and there it is confirmed for you. And we'll scroll through there, so if there's anyone you particularly want to see where they finished and what time they got, you'll see that.
There we go.
So that was a replay from yesterday's 3,000 metres. We weren't streaming yesterday, so a good opportunity to bring you that. The senior girls initially and senior boys 3,000 metres, and we'll come back to our live action here on Saturday afternoon, 5:15 the time, and we're looking forward to our
just watched the tail end of that 200 metres. Remember, they were running around the track down, technically the back straight to that finish, and as you can see by the girls that are going out now are the ones who are in the race walk. They're going out to get their medal presentation, and the ones coming around, you can see by the rail, they're walking around the outside track. They come around to do their 200 metre semis, and they'll go zooming down that back straight with this tailwind. I would suggest they change the design of their crop tops and have a little wing system underneath, so when they lift their arms out, they'll get a little bit of a tailwind air boost, because that is really going
it's a brutal
over the
now.
Is it?
And I'm glad it wasn't like this when I flew in this morning, I could assure you.
No, it's well, I'd say that's over 2 metres per second, so there won't be any records to be able to be claimed. That's really blowing, so I'll get a bit of a boost going down that home straight, well, to the finish line.
I'm not sure how accurate the wind readings are. We got a wind reading earlier of +7.
Oh, that's rather quick.
Yes, and obviously it was dropping back,
yes,
going out,
gust
of wind, but yeah, that was a shock for us there at one stage. And the medal ceremony, people doing well out there, just to hold their feet. We are expecting a change, I think, overnight, Paul, and wind might change around, might get some rain, but then we'll get the clearance as well, all going well.
Yes, well, there might be a lot of hot air coming from here at 2 tomorrow, Mark, no doubt, but apparently so. I'll be watching with interest on my little, all the apps that everybody could get on their phones, but the locals tell me that if it spins around, it could get rather wet. Yes. If it comes from the southern part, so I'll take their word for it.
If it comes through the night, that'll be fine. If we get the clearance in the morning, that'll be perfect. The temperatures will be cooler, but the wind will be more settled. We can live with that.
Let's hope with that.
So that's what I'm praying for.
There you go, Mark. I like you as a weatherman. I think that's great. That's very generous of you.
The problem is, not always right. But it could mean a wind change, Paul, that they run towards us tomorrow.
Yes, that'd be great. Otherwise, you can hand pull the caravan around the other side. Push it around there. Tony will give you a hand.
So the senior girls 3,000 metre race walk is the medal presentation taking place with Alana Matthews, Rosehill College being awarded her gold, Molly O'Reilly receiving the silver medal, and Stacey Hooper.
It's interesting that this morning Tony mentioned, Mark, that of the 21 medals went out yesterday, it was split across 20 different schools.
Great.
So only one school picked up 2, and I'm just looking at the people getting up on the victory podium now, the dais, and three athletes, 3 different schools. And that's the beauty of New Zealand secondary schools. You can go to a school, a rural one, big city one and come in as an individual. So yeah, there's a profile for Rosehill College there. And I see now in our next event out on the track of this 200 metres semifinals of the senior girls, and we've got in lane 2 we've got Erica Lucas from Waimate High School. Lane 3 we've got Bella Thin from Timaru Girls High School. And 4 we got, now it's Getty from Parapara Umu College. Now is it
Neve?
Neve, you say it Neve?
I believe so.
Okay, and then Marielle, I saw her run the 100s.
Look really
not,
good in the 100.
not that long ago, and I congratulated on her start because she took off and she got to the front. So Marielle Venita from Santa Maria, and she's in lane 5. In lane 6 we've got Madison Rattray from Hamilton Girls High School. In lane 7 we've got Beth O'Donovan from Villa Maria College. And in lane 8 we have Ava Rattray from Rangireru Girls Rangireru School. And in lane 9 Sophie Mercer from Rolleston College. So that's a local one here too.
It is just down the road. Town of the future, we used to call it. It's almost the city now, I think. Rolleston.
Yes, yeah, after this, correct. They built it there.
Been a lot of drift out south.
I think they used to have mills out there, didn't they? I was a kid, I think. Not lots from down here, but yeah, they got Rolleston. Was it knitting mills or something? They woolen mills. But yeah,
Sophie Mercer closest to camera here. 638, 613. Ava Rattray, work back the other way. Mario Venita we expect to show out from in lane number 5, of course lane 1 not in use as they crouch for the start.
It's a great camera angle. There we go.
And underway, it's a pretty even start, which is down in front of us. Marielle is certainly showing out now in number 670 and on the stagger, hitting the front, turning for home.
And then the girl in the green from Parapara Umu College is right in behind us. So those two have got a break on the field already. And remember, they're going down with this great tailwind. A few metres to go, and it is going to be Marielle Venita from Santa Maria College coming across
to beat Neve.
And Neve will be
9-3
safely through.
It was Bella Thin from Timaru Girls High.
Well, they'll be happy because they're through those 3. So
third. First 3, and then
she's had speed all through her secondary school years. Lovely girl to talk to, Marielle. Very, very quiet and humble and pleasant.
25:01 her time. Neve Gidja 25 and 64.
And Bella Finn
26:35 for Bella. And Erica Lucas out of Waimate High School there in South Canterbury, 26:66. Wallaby Country.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be those times where they qualify or not, isn't it? Because it'll be the first 3, then the next fastest 2.
Yes.
So we have to keep an eye on this. The 4th and 5th place getters in this one, Mark, and when they come up.
Beth O'Donovan 26 and 84 at this stage, clinging on to that last spot, and obviously the second semi about to come up. Looking ahead to tomorrow and the 200 metre finals. And
so in this heat, we've actually got lane 1 is in use, and we have Claudia Davids from Fiji Athletics, Nisambula, and well done to the Fijian athletes for being here. They're probably not used to this wonderful warm weather. Holly, now we've got Holly Thin. Now the other girl was in Timaru, she was in lane 2 before, and they've got her down here again.
No, so that was twin sister, I believe.
Well, but the same name.
Bella? No, so it was Bella Thin and Holly Thin.
Aha, okay,
yeah.
Sorry. Bit thin on the ground with my names here. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, you're onto it. Timaru Girls High School. So, yeah, the twins. So, Brooke Harper from Marlborough Girls College in lane 3. Amponsa Tambai Amaposa from Havelock North High School in lane 4. In lane 5, Maya, the Jaeger from Rototuna in Hamilton. Caitlin Black from Aquinas College in 6. Lane 7, Michaela Fitti. She's out of Nayland College in Nelson. And Maya Bentley from Long Bay College in lane 8, and lane 9 Miller Taylor from St Peter's School in Cambridge. I'm picking.
Mia DeJager, the high jump champion from this morning. She had a big day.
Yes. And they've got a couple of speedsters at Rototuna. They've got had a girl in the triple jump, remember this morning, and they've got a hurdler, 400 metre runner, and Michaela Fitti also ran in Australia in the under 18 team, or the 18-year-old team, as a New Zealand rep. she was in the 100 metres. I'm not so. I don't know if she. We'll have to look at the times as she got through the next level of the hundreds, because that was pretty quick today, especially with that breeze blowing behind.
So to the blocks for the second semi-final of the senior girls 200 metres. Field of 9 in the first 3 through to the final, with the 2 others relying on times here as they come out of the blocks.
Bright green of Fiji on the inside. It's a
good beginning. And yeah, Claudie Davids off the inside, running the stagger pretty well, but out wider. Mia Jager has got to the lead and established a good lead too over Michaela Fitty, who's looking good to qualify in the second spot.
Well, there you go. There's the 3. It was a clear-cut 3. So it's going to be interesting those times. It's going to be 4th and 5th place to see which ones get through from their first to the second semi. So I'll wait for those to come up. There she is on screen now. That's
329 there. Impunsa Tubby.
She's happy. Oh, she just realised she was on TV. Look at that. Great.
An automatic qualifier as well.
Yeah, great camaraderie there with the girls because they'll know one another. So Rototuna, the girl from Rototuna, is in. Michaela Fitty from Nayland College. And we'll just... They're coming up the things.
Mia Jager's just run 25 flat there. So she'll go through fastest qualifier with Marielle Veneta 25.01. Michaela Fitty 25.63. This is the combined Neve Vidya from Heat 1.
Here they are from
Tombo Imponsa is going to qualify 5th fastest. Then Bella Thin. Caitlin Black is going to get a qualification on time from Aquinas College out of that heat, the second semi, and Mila Taylor also out of that second semi for St. Peter's.
It was interesting in that clip when you were giving those out, Mark. Sorry, I was on the screen. They showed the end-on shot from the end of the finish line, and coming home hard was lane just outside Michaela Fitty. So they were a strong finish on the inside of it. So that's got those runners through from that heat because it was a bit quicker. So they're up on the screen now for everybody at home to have a look at.
So a terrific day for Mia Jager. The high jump victory this morning, and now she's into the 200 metre final as the fastest qualifier.
So the boys are getting ready now. This is one of those guys on the right hand near side from Avondale College. It's Caden. He's here goes another lead who's ran up Australia this year.
Number 2 there's Oliver Barnett from ACG Strathern College as they await the call up. And this is 3 coming up here, so 3 semi-finals, so it'll be the top 2 here in each heat, plus the 2 best times, so it's pretty cutthroat here into the final.
There's not a lot, there won't be a lot of tactics today. You know, you've got to make sure you qualify, so you want to be first or second. Interesting name coming up there in lane 6, Joe Dolphin.
Saw him in the 100 earlier and carrying on the Dolphin name. Quick runners.
The boy from AJ Madondo from Christ College here, he's actually reasonably quick as well, so he'll be looking to qualify. Caden Taylor will be definitely trying to get in there, but got to wait and see.
So Ishirogo from Northcote College in lane 3. Lanes 1 and 2 not in use here. Hunter Scott, Christchurch Boys High School, lane 4. Caden Taylor, Avondale College 5. Joe Dolphin out of Rangitoto College, lane 6. AJ Madondo, Christ College in lane number 7. Oliver Barnett, ACG Strathallan College, lane 8. And Matthew Botting from Mount Aspiring College in lane number 9. I think that's the most the caravans moved today, Paul.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not me.
I'm saying that's the strongest gust of the afternoon.
Yes, well, it can just settle down, I hope.
This is the last events of day number 2 of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Championships 50th anniversary, and semi-final 1 of 3 here. these 200-metre finals, which I couldn't find earlier, so I found them now. The seniors tomorrow afternoon. The boys' senior finals at 1:05.
Yes.
And the girls at 1:10. And I've got to say, I've been very impressed with the timing of events today, Paul, because it's been spot on.
They've been, yes. It's always difficult to make sure that they do run on time. There's, you only need one little hiccup. I've seen already the tops of those gazebos, the 10x10s have gone. I think one of them just gone over Littleton, and Team New Zealand are looking at it for a spinnaker.
So Joe Dolphin there, in just underneath AJ Redondo, and underneath them is Caden Taylor, another three that have sorted themselves out here, and only the top two go through automatically. Caden Taylor in front, AJ Redondo
coming at him.
Dolphin through the middle, right across the track. AJ Redondo looked to have won that from Caden Taylor.
I think Caden might have got third. I think the two got past them.
Joe Dolphin's, right there in the middle, so we'll see
Caden
when
hit
that
them, and
comes
then,
up.
Yeah, it was close.
Times could be good enough for whoever was third.
Yes, that was, I think Caden thought he had that with about 20 years ago, and the boys just kept coming. So, like I said, right at the start of the semi, you've just, you want to make sure you qualify, and I think these boys will, hopefully they'll go back and show that, but
AJ Redondo gets it 21.91. Paul Meads is spot on. Joe Dolphin second, 22.01. And then we'll get Caden's time, which is going to be critical. 4/100ths of a second in it. 22.05. Caden Taylor. Your eyes are good.
And then
Hunter Scott.
A second, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but that fourth, it may get him in. We don't know. We have to wait and see the semi-final. But
you'd think Caden, decent chance potentially of qualifying there, 22.05. But AJ Redondo from Christ College and Joe Dolphin, Rangitoto College, definitely through as the top two.
The guy who has got probably the fastest time here is probably Ryland Moon from Napier Boys High School, and he's in, you'll see him out there on the track.
Lane 5, number 475.
Yep, he's coming back to his box. He ran in Australia, made the finals, and came round at about the 100. Started the 100 straight, he just went ping. You could see he was just limping across. He was gutted, but he ran well there, and he's got a lot of power, a lot of speed. And again, I don't think there'll be too much of the tactics, but I would expect from his times in the past for him to. I think he win last year at the Nationals. He's certainly got some good times over the summer.
There he is, lane 5, 475, Ryland Noom. Lanes 1 and 2 not in use here. Rory Mayo from Wellington College, lane 3. Lucas Lambert, Parapara Umu College, lane 4. Ryland we've mentioned in 5. Regan Wilson next to him, Tolaga Boys College. Sasha Tahi, Christchurch Boys High School in 7. Blake Dalton, Tade College in 8. And Remy Siminton from Kristen School is closest to us, lane 9, number 405. As they're called to start.
Here they go.
And underway first time, and Ryland Noom has stepped out very quickly, and on the stagger has just exploded to the lead, and is good for an automatic qualifying spot here.
Oh, he's looking strong, isn't he?
Parapara Umu.
Yes, they've had
College Lucas Lambert running
strongly,
and he's going to be home in second spot.
Oh, that's
981 third.
So as predicted, Ryland, he's obviously worked that from back in April. He's got that leg right, and well done to him. That's a powerful run there. That was a clear cut. He had them all on the bend, and he just powered on down that straight. So he's obviously looking pretty good. We'll have a look at these times, but he's definitely through.
Very comfortably. Lucas will go through as well as an automatic qualifier, and then rely on times for the remainder. Ryland Noom, 21.49 is winning time from Napier Boys. We watch him explode into the straight.
That's it.
Head on.
Yeah, that the second place is through. Now, I was just saying, Parapara Umu College had one of the girls on the sprints too, so they've actually got some speedsters down there, so well done.
I can tell you that
there we go.
Rory Mayo.
So Caden Taylor got through.
66. Yeah, still one to go. So at the moment, Caden Taylor
sitting at
through 2 rounds is the top of the timing qualifiers ahead of Blake Dalton of Tyree College. Here we are. So it was Blake Dalton, Tyree College third, ahead of Mayo. My apologies there. Dalton 22.61 comes up 22.62, rounded up. So currently sitting in that last qualifying spot, if you like. got 2 more automatic qualifiers out of this final race.
In lane 3 we've got Kate Lambert from Westlake Boys High School. We've got Liam Kilby from Napier Boys High School in lane 4. Sebastian Farrow from John McGlashan College. In lane 6, Leo Yusuf from Wellington College. Ollie Davis from Central Southland College. He's in lane 7. Lane 8, Ethan from Orewa College, Alangatule. So this is interesting. 6 in this semi, as they call it now. Semis used to be 2, but now it can be anything from 2 to 4 or 5.
Semi 3 or 3.
That's it.
As they take the blocks. Ethan Lagatuli, the outside, has made a good beginning.
Well, there's a bit of a pump from that inside lane from Westlake Boys. He's trying to get out there and get on the shoulder of the guys.
Run the stagger really nicely here and come up underneath Liam Kilby. Another top 2 down the straight, although...
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Joined out wider. Good run here from Sebastian Farrow. So Sebastian Farrow coming through to take the win for John McGlashan College.
And I think Jade Lambert from Westlake Boys got second. It looked like he came through on the inside. So those 2 could be going through, and then it's just a matter of how fast that was. But the boy was working hard on the inside trying to get on the shoulder around the corner, which is always a tactic, but then you've got to hang on as well. So we'll see if it paid off for him.
Good finish from Sebastian.
Here we go.
Taking him through in 22.64. Kate Lambert second, 22.78. So they're the automatic 2 qualifiers out of this final semi. Liam Kilby's clock 22.99.
So you can see the 3 hitting the line there right at the end. So, yep. So they got through. So it just shows you how close, even over 200 metres, it gets down to just a couple of steps, if you like, a split. So here we go, headless split.
Caden Taylor is through from Avondale College, and Blake Dalton from Tidy College will be the final qualifier of the year. So just from the top, AJ Madondo, 21.91, Joe Dolphin, 22.01, Lucas Lambert, 22.42, Sebastian Farrow, 22.64, Caden Lambert, 22.78, Caden Taylor with the time of 22.05 gets through to the final, as does Blake Dalton, 22.62. Those finals tomorrow afternoon.
So that's going to be it's going to be good. It's as a sprint should be, but that's quality fields there, and those boys will be looking at those times. But then some of them would have known to ease off because they were already there. But Ryland, I think, was the powerhouse on that. Those semis, he stood out there from right from the get-go, and like I said, he's a powerful runner. So we'll see how he goes.
And Paul, that wraps up the day here. The last track event's actually been run ahead of time.
Oh,
would you believe?
No, no.
Field program concluded, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, and the stream will start at 9 o'clock. On the track, we'll start with the semi-finals of the senior boys 100 metres, and looking forward to those. That'll get us underway, and on the track, on the field tomorrow morning, the senior boys triple jump will get us underway. The junior boys high jump will be in action at the same time, and so will the girls senior shot put with the 3 kilo implement. So I will catch up with you. I think I've just done a trade with Tony Rogers. He'll be in tomorrow morning. I'm going to try and go to the road race. They start at 8 o'clock. The first race starts at 8, so by the time you're doing the mahi, you're getting out early.
I'm getting up early and going. I'll go and watch these youngsters run.
Yep.
And then, but the senior boys, see, they don't run. It's a 6k race at 10 o'clock. And I'm thinking, I'll try and get back here because I was meant to do a block. But Tony's going to kick it off for you. I'm hoping the weather holds because it looks like it's going to be a flat, furious, fast course with. And it's always good to go and see the youngsters, particularly in the team runs, because a lot of schools have 1 or 2 good runners, and if you bring down a team of 6 or you target 10 runners in the same age group, they've all got their little race within a race. You see it more across country than we do probably here, but I'm always interested and intrigued with that, because it means that some of the kids that are stayers get the chance to podium, and that's one of the bonuses, if you like, of running cross country or road, that you do it with a team. And the team on the track, of course, is relay, so that's where you get a bit of camaraderie. But you're handing a baton over and they take off. Whereas in a team on the road, you can actually sometimes run with them and whatever. So, Mark, thank you very much for anchoring the day again. And good
thoroughly
to
enjoyable. Do you want to take us out? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, rejoin us. And Paul, final word?
Yeah, well, Kānui to pai, ka pai tarangi a tāhua nei. Thank you very much for a beautiful day here. And you can see that all the rangatahi and the people and the officials are going home. And it's good night from him and it's good night from us. Ka kite, we'll see you tomorrow.
Mate wa.
Mate wa.